Welcome everyone to EUSL again. Obviously, I'm here again, Sloth, and we're gonna have a little bit of a pre-show schedule ahead of us. Joining me today are gonna be Lucas,
Hello.
Cookies,
Yo.
and Nitron.
Howdy, hi.
How you guys doing? You excited for the games today? Ready to play?
Very
I'm not sure if
excited.
that's insulting to me in particular, but
I'm so ready to fuck up Team City.
Hey,
Oh,
calm down.
I am ready to watch.
Okay. So what we're gonna do in this pre-show, obviously, last week there was a new patch that dropped. With every patch that drops, there's sometimes some map rotations as well. And maps are always an interesting topic. They're always pretty opinionated on what you like, what you don't like. There's some very polarizing maps as well. Looking at stuff like maybe Inky's or Imi's app as well, that some people love and others absolutely hate. And we thought we just kind of want to get a general read of you three, of your opinions as maps. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna look at all 10 maps. Each of you are gonna rank them from either 1 being the best or 10 being the worst. And we're just gonna see where all of those maps are gonna end up in your opinion. We're gonna go by rank, so we're gonna start off with the 10th place for all of you. So we build up some kind of suspense, obviously, to find out what their favorite map is, right? What the big map is. But I'm just gonna call you guys separately for what your map pick is. Be happy if you gave like a short explanation on it as well. Obviously, if you just disagree with a different pick from another player as well, you can feel free to add some comments. Don't make it a 7-minute discussion. Feel free to add some comments, though. It's always entertaining. And I think we can just start it up already. And for the 10th place maps, or the map that you guys hate the most, I'll just ask you, Lucas. What's the worst map in your opinion?
I mean, the worst map in my opinion is fucking Inky's. I hate that map. The spawns are changed up in comparison to other maps. I really dislike the map, the barrier placement. It's pretty small, and I dislike the beam a lot as well. Cause it, like, whoever gets the barrier first has a really big advantage. So I really dislike the map. And whoever disagrees is wrong.
No. Yeah, I don't know. Map is good. Lucas just can't see the beam.
I think you're wrong.
Well, then, if you disagree, Cookies, what's the worst map in your opinion then?
It has to be Demon Dice.
Nah.
I hate that map. It's just like all about killing, and yeah, it makes the game unfun.
You know, everyone has the right to an opinion, even if it's objectively wrong. Inky's is the worst map. I'm sorry. The reason Inky's is the worst map is, in my opinion, because it's incredibly counterintuitive for what it wants to be. It's supposed to be a different version of Aten with different hazards and a bit of a different barrier placement, but it ends up just being... It's an open map that isn't open at all. Or if it doesn't feel like it's open at all, then it's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. And I mean, Inky's also, I think, generally a little bit disliked due to character pools. At least my single input on that is I really don't like playing it personally due to picks. I feel like you pick high on that, and after that, it's a bit rough if you don't get it. But that might just be a personal opinion. Obviously, this entire list is going to be opinionated. So.
I mean, I think
I
you
agree.
can use a pretty different variety of goalies, especially. In forwards, you have like a couple that are a bit worse. Something like Ash or something like Julie, who aren't particularly mobile, so they're a bit worse. But I think in goalies in general, because it's still a relatively wide barrier, but it's not nearly as wide as other maps like Cotton. So I think you can still get away with things like Dubu, you can still get away with things like Era, or maybe not the Atlases of the world, but something that can move a little bit more, I think.
Dubu's the strongest pick as of right now. Yeah.
Of course, he's
Always
so...
comes down to an individual as well.
Of course, he's so strong he has to get nerfed, right?
Yeah,
No, we
true.
should have it again.
Yo.
So Sloth agrees with us on rank 10 Inky's. Cookies is wrong.
I'm not
But
sure. I didn't give a
this-
proper thought into it. I just shared overall like opinions, really.
If you don't like the beam, just don't lose the barrier.
That's based. I appreciate it.
Right, we are picking it today, Cookies. It's fine.
Right. You
Okay,
can't,
so-
bro. It's not in the pool.
Let's play a little game of we'll have Cookies take his 9th ranked map, and we'll just see how long it takes until it gets up to Inky's. Obviously, we're still gonna go to Nitron and Lucas.
Yeah, we're going.
Who do you have at 9?
I have Night Market.
Night Market, interesting. Why?
And I don't want to hear it. I just don't like the map. There's like there's like whoever gets Era goalie is just, I don't know, better. Like I hate that pick.
Also kind of forces your hand with bans depending on
Yeah.
what side you're on as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Lucas, would you agree?
I wouldn't agree. My 9th pick is Arton.
I'm sensing a pattern.
I
Yeah, I
really,
agree.
I dislike that map as well. I hate the barrier. It's really big. I don't like defending on it. The map also feels a bit weird to play because it's like, again, Kai is like the best by far. Even though I kinda enjoy playing Kai, but it does get a bit boring.
Hmm. And then lastly, Nitron, what do you think for 9th?
I think sometimes you wake up and you have shit takes. This is the case with my 2 co-hosts here. I put Taiko 9th.
Taiko.
I
Okay,
hate
interesting.
That is a shit take if I've heard one.
That is a really shit take. I
The
agree.
reason I think Taiko is so sleeper is because not only are the attack patterns always the fucking same, you don't have like even if you can compare it to, for example, Obscura in terms of being reliant on stuffing, but you don't have nearly as much space to work with as you do in Obscura. I think in terms of midfield especially, because I'm a midfielder, it is absolutely terrible to get through the middle because you have so little area of what you can do besides using abilities with just your strikes. If you don't have abilities, it's kind of really shitty to go through the middle if you know what you're doing. And I think goalies also have a terrible time. I think it's just every role has a terrible time playing that map, for at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean the map is set up in a way where a lot of like funky game styles are also can work or can be enabled, especially because of the randomness of the drums. So I can see the argument.
I think that the way you can play this map is the team that is the best at doing these rather predetermined patterns wins. I think you do have some randomness, especially with the side drums and the middle drum, which I do find entertaining. That's like the only part I find entertaining about the map, the fact that you can have weird bounces. But if you forget the actual drum capabilities, I think the attack patterns and everything else is just the exact same from game to game. And I kind of hate that.
Okay. What would you put at 8th then, Nitron?
At 8, it is most definitely Clarion. The
Clarion.
reason why Clarion is 8th is because it's one thing I do like about Clarion is that it's incredibly versatile on what you can play on this map. Like, I'm pretty sure you can virtually play every character in every role, depending on Awakenings, of course, and whatnot, but I'm pretty sure basically every character is playable. The reason I don't like it is because every character is playable. So, you may have a map where you're taking a character and it's absolutely abyss on in terms of map layout, and then the next iteration of the map, it's the worst possible iteration for that character, and it's so ridiculously inconsistent that it's not only a competitive hazard, but ends up being pretty frustrating at times.
Well, what do you have at 8th, Lucas?
On 8th, I have Gates of Obscura. It's just, personally, I can't play that map. I'm too small brain to play with portals. I never really picked it up. I avoid that map like the plague. I don't know. I'm just too gapped on that map. I can't play it at all.
If 8th is the plague, what the fuck is 10th for you?
That's like, even worse. Delete that map from the game.
He's lucky it's not in the pool.
8th is like borderline playable for him, and everything after that is just don't deal with it.
Yeah.
What about you, Cookies? What do you have for 8th?
I have Amy's app. I just don't like the map because there's like Rasmus and Julie, and yeah, I mean, you just get punched in the hole.
I mean, just bend them.
I mean, yeah, but you can't bend both.
That is very. I really like how we have like different opinions overall, because I just realized, fun fact, we've overall, right, you've picked 9 maps at this point, right, that you've all placed in the bottom 3. We have 8 different maps on here. There's only 2 maps that haven't been mentioned yet, being Atlas and Oni. So I do really like and want to highlight the fact that maps are so subjective. that literally the entire map roster essentially is already shown up at this point.
I mean,
I mean,
it's surprising
Cookies
that.
got drunk and didn't put Inky's 10. Like, that's it.
Oh, it's coming.
But it's kind of surprising that everyone memes that Oni is 8 and everyone hates Oni, but nobody actually hates it. It's kind of weird.
Well, I
Everyone
mean, we
hates
still have
watching
6
it.
and 7 coming up,
Everyone
right?
is watching it, but
I mean, Oni is fun to play. Like, it's one of those neutral maps you just can't like or hate. It's just neutral, I think.
uh,
Like, I like to
We'll
play
get
the
to
map.
Oni
I
when
hate
we-
watching the map. Like,
Well,
will
Nitron, if
get
you
to
disagree,
Oni.
we can disagree when we get to the point where he plays it. Alright.
Okay.
I think next up again, we'll go to 7th. We'll start from Lucas again. What do you have at 7th?
I have Clarion on 7. I really don't like the 4 maps in one map. I hate the sound barrier thing. I don't know.
it's 5
It
maps.
feels
actually.
it's 5. Yeah, okay, even worse. Yeah, it feels just like really random, and that's why I dislike it. And I hate the Obscura map on Clarion, where you get damage when you're in the fucking field. That feels awful to play around sometimes.
Yeah, and then especially if you just get jailed in it as well, it's not necessarily the most pleasant experience.
Yeah. I hate it more ever since I started playing a bit more forward as well. That added to the hate.
Oh, the Lucas forward arc. Goes
I'm
so
not sure
hard.
you playing forward is you playing forward. I think it's just you existing, but
Damn.
Yeah,
that
I'm
might be a hot
sure.
take.
I
Nah,
get
might
you on
be it.
forward, but it's fine.
You play Drekar and you can't strike or Finny with shotgun.
That happened like once, like 1 year ago.
I thought they were teammates. What is this?
Yeah.
It's
Cookies, who do
called
you
the
have at
toxic
7th?
relationship.
My 7th is Aten.
Okay.
I don't know, just barrier too big, not fun to play that much. Like, I think the map is good, but playing forward on that, you're just limited to, like, Rasmus, and I don't like playing Rasmus, so yeah.
Okay, and lastly then, Nitron, what do you have 7th?
Well, Oni.
Oh, okay. Only Atlas left.
I do put Oni there. The reason why I put Oni there, it is obviously very subjective,
Yes.
but especially when I'm playing forward, it's so fucking aids. I feel like for you to play this map properly, you require a rather large amount of coordination, because if you don't have coordination with the rest of your team, it's almost impossible for you to even take a barrier if the enemy goalie is remotely capable, right? I think it takes a lot of time to practice, and as much as it's entertaining to try to learn the different patterns that you can attack, because it's a rather complex map, and everything that's complex in attacking and positioning it can be quite entertaining. I feel like in practice, at least right now, for how much time I put into the game right now, I just don't enjoy Oni nearly as much as I enjoy other maps.
Yeah, that is fair enough. I think we can then immediately move on to 6th as well. Cookies, what are you putting in the 6th? Also, interesting to state now that the double 10s from Lucas and Nitron, if Inkies isn't dropping at 6, it's guaranteed to be in Cookies' top 5.
It's not, it's Clarion on 6.
Okay. First map to be seen in all 3 lists.
Okay, you
Okay.
can kick this guy from the show, please.
No, okay, but like, you can have your opinions, right? I mean, Clarion being 6th, I would put it higher, because I like the map. It's just, I don't know, I feel like it's so random sometimes. Especially, like, some of the maps you just can't win. Especially the damage one, like, I don't know, not fun. So, yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Nitron? What do you have at 6?
I have Amy's up.
Okay.
I do have Amy's up, mostly because you do have an over-reliance on cheese skills, which I don't particularly like. But I do think that it is... The attack patterns especially, I think it's just an upgraded version of Taika, because you have the same object in the middle, but you have way more space to work with, and I think you can do way more things on Amy's up than you can do on Taika in terms of attack patterns. I do like that Brawlers, you can basically play all of them, and all of them are kind of highlighted, which I also don't like too much. But I also do like that if you get rid of Julia Rasmus, then I think basically most comps can work, and it's not too bad. Unless you play fucking Arrow Night Market, right then. Anyway. Not Night Market, sorry, Amy's.
And then lastly, Lucas, who do you have at 6?
My 6th pick is Night Market, not because I like particularly hate the map, but I just find it kind of boring. Like the speed boost is like the only kind of fun thing for me as a goalie on there, and like apart from that, the map feels kind of whatever to me. Don't really have any strong feelings about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the middle of the pack, kind of the ranking, right? So it's gonna be you're hitting the area of when you're ranking, hitting the area of like the few maps where you don't really feel strongly about it, right? So that's pretty pretty to be expected to some degree. I do again like though the diversity that we're seeing so far. The only map that has been dropped in every single one of the lists is Clarion, if I'm not seeing wrong. And Atlab is guaranteed to be in top 5 in all of your guys' lists. So I'm kind of getting a feeling that that's going to be a pretty high favorite for quite a few of you. Now starting off with the top 5 then, Lucas, who do we have at 5th then?
On 5th, I have Oni Village. I kinda like the map. It's a bit boring to watch, and sometimes it gets a bit boring to play, but I like the way you can like pass around the map because it's so huge. The barrier placement is like, you need to make the decision as a goalie if you drop one or not, because you have like the fear of losing both at the same time. So I kinda like playing the map.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Cookies? What do you have at 5?
I have Gates of Obscura. I would put it higher, but there's just too many good maps, I think.
The pain of choosing between specific ones.
Yeah, like, I like the map since it's more of like you can play with your goalie, you don't need the midfielder as much if you play portals.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's like faster and you can like do funny things.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. The portal play is always quite entertaining. I kind of miss the old one just because you could have funny little corner play interactions as a goalie as well. But it's definitely more healthy that we have the new and reworked version of a Gates in.
You really miss Asher sitting in corner, I see.
Yeah, he does.
I mean,
Of course.
Asher sitting in corner is one thing, but if you're then playing Atlas and go through the portal and just score yourself, that's also pretty funny, you know?
Yeah, but I take the trade about Asher sitting in corner.
That's fair enough.
Just kill Asher, easy.
Have you read the secondary?
Just do
Have you
wall
read the
across the map, easy.
secondary?
What do you have at 5 then, Nitron?
What I have at 5 is Night Market.
Okay.
The reason
Second
I have Night Market as 5 is I do think it again it's a bit compared to Taiko in the sense of especially midfield, the patterns for you to get the core through are pretty similar because you have to make use of the little object you have above you in the middle, and it's a rather straight lane. But it's the space that the middle object occupies is far less, which shouldn't make too much of a difference on paper, but that difference makes it so a lot of the angles you hit on that map in the middle are way more intuitive, or way more, not necessarily creative, but you have way more counterplay through getting through the middle without using abilities. And that's also why I think basically every midfielder is playable in that map. Because if you play it properly and if you're good enough with your positioning and your strikers, you don't actually lose necessarily core control, even without using any ability for it. The only reason why I don't like this map, maybe as much as I would, is because fuck double roller.
Well, you have Snake Draft now, right? So surely you can just deny that at this point.
X, Julie, Asher, and if you don't get any of them, you get Zenta on the face. I don't like that.
I mean, just take out Era.
You play Mako.
No, you don't play Mako.
Okay.
Let me cope that Mako is a good character, okay?
Okay, this guy is coping.
I noticed that you've teamed with Imac for a bit.
Oh no, I'm getting influenced negatively. Oh no!
He was the local
Okay.
Mako, though, thank God.
Moving on then. Cookies, what do you have at 4?
I have Atlas. I think
Ooh,
Atlas
first
map.
mention.
Yeah, it's a good map, but I think it's like the most neutral map. Like
Hmm.
when you look at bans and stuff, like in the tourneys, no one really bans it. Like it's usually the decider or like the last ban. Like many people just find it neutral. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Interesting to see Atlab outside of the top 3. I kind of expected that to be a top 3 for everyone. Again, mainly for the same reason that you just mentioned. It's just kind of always good, never hated by anyone. What do you have for yourself, Lucas?
On 4th, I have Demon Dice. I like the map because it's like so different from every other map. It's like a nice change of pace because it doesn't really feel the same as any other map. Like Nitron compared many maps to Taiko, but like you can't really compare DD to anything else. And I like KOing.
Based.
But yeah.
Yeah, Nitron, what do you have at 4?
I also have DD on 4th.
Ooh.
Yeah, but okay, guys, like what is going on?
Also, I just want to let you guys know that Cookies has Inkies in top 3.
Yes.
I just want to make
That
that
is
statement.
The
And how
worst
much
pick
I
I've
hate
seen.
it.
You
Yeah,
have DD at 4, you can't talk.
Yeah, I like DD because as seemingly chaotic and random as DD is, if you're good enough, you can make sense of the chaoticness, especially if you're a goalie. Because if you practice this map long enough, and if you're able to get good at this map long enough, it's a fucking night and day difference between. It's a very practicable map. It's a very, it's a map where you can, especially, mostly if you're goalie more than anything else, but that you can practice quite a lot. And I do think that it has a lot of, especially in attack dynamics, it's pretty interesting because your midfielder and your forward aren't necessarily traditional midfielders and forwards in positioning a lot of times. It's a little bit more mixed. Sometimes you have your midfielder farther up, sometimes you have your midfielder farther back. Like you do have a lot of. It's definitely 2K line for me. It's probably the part I like the least. Playing against Zen Vice Finney is absolutely it. But if it wasn't as kill reliant as it was, I think it would be such an awesome map. Mostly because it's just, again, as Lucas mentioned, it's so different from any other map. The dynamics are so completely different. And it's not, it's a controlled randomness, if that makes sense. And I kind of
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Now though, we're gonna go into the top 3 for each of you. And Nitron, let's stick on you. What do you have at your third place right now? What's your third favorite map to play?
I have a ridiculously hot take, which is Atten.
True, Auten
Okay,
hasn't
but-
shown up in your list yet.
Yeah.
Atten in third place.
Lucas, I think we can agree. This is not a good pick.
The reason why I like Atten in third place, I can
It's
admit,
because you're not the goalie.
yeah, I can admit it's absolutely AIDS if you're playing goalie because you can play Kai and you can play Kai and that's it. I mean, you can play one or two of the characters, but it's obvious that the Kai is 100% the prime goalie pick there. But it's a very, very biased opinion because as a midfielder, at least for how I play midfield, I think the map is so fucking insanely fun. Mostly because it has so much space that you can do a lot of things with. A lot of the passing you can do is not necessarily the same. You don't have to pass to the same spot. Your forward doesn't need to position in the same way. A lot of the corner, the dynamics to the side, where the way you get the court through forward is, in my opinion, pretty entertaining. It just allows. What I like the most is, from how I play at least, for the pool that I have, which is in that map, Estelle, Amy, those kind of characters. It allows for so much expression and creativity on how you play.
Yeah.
You can place your turrets differently. You can use your abilities in my opinion, particularly creative ways. And I just feel like when I'm playing that map and I'm having my A game, like I'm just doing things that the enemy just can't keep up with, and it's just, I don't know, man. I feel like it's very enjoyable for me, personally.
Yeah. I mean that is fair enough. I hope your opinion changes if Replicator ever finds his way back into the meta.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
We're hoping that's not gonna happen. Lucas, who do you have at your 3?
First of all, I want to say, ZZ looking for a new sub, Nitron is kicked. And second, I have Amy's on third, which probably has to do with me being a goalie, so I don't get cheese killed that much, and I can like do random Atlas kills with like one primary or like primary into secondary. The map is really fun to play for me. And I like KOing, which might be like a bit obvious with my number 3 and 4 picks. But yeah, I also like playing it on forward because I really like playing Julie. And Rasmus occasionally if he gets through.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's a moment of truth.
Yes.
Is Inky's in the top 2 cookies?
No, Inkis is third.
Okay. Why
But-
is Inky so far up for you?
I don't know, map just fun. Like you can beam people, you can just push people into the beam. And I don't know, I just like it. It's also really open, but at the same time it's not. So it's like you can change playstyles mid-game.
Mhm.
And yeah, I like playing Zen, and Zen on that map is enjoyable.
If you like playing Zen in this current meta, you're probably enjoying quite a few maps, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, but this one, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's like, maybe it's because, like, I don't play Inky that often since it's, like, not in the pool and stuff, so, like, once in a while when I play it, it's just fun.
The reason why you like Inkies is the reason why I hate Inkies.
Then moving on, obviously the games are on their way in a few minutes, so gonna move this forward a bit sooner. Lucas, who do you have at second?
On second I have Taiko. I really like the things Nitron said, that it's like really streamlined where you how you attack. I kind of find that fun because it's like just a skill check who does the thing better.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I like defending the corner for my life, so the core doesn't get pushed through. And I like the drums, they can be really funny as well.
What about you, Cookies? Who do you have at second?
I got Oni.
Okay.
I like the reason I like Oni is because like I think it's the most map with team play. So it's like really fun to learn, like especially when you play with like Estelle, for example, like comboing abilities.
Mhm.
And yeah, I just think it's fun to play.
As long as you don't have like an Atlas v Atlas or Dubu v Dubu game,
Yeah.
then it could drag on for a bit. And lastly, Nitron, what's your second?
I have Gates on second. I
Okay.
probably enjoy that map way more than I should. I have
Mhm.
a ridiculous amount of fun with doing ridiculous things with the portals. I do think that the stuffing in that map is, well, a rather boring attack pattern, but somehow I don't find it nearly as boring as every other attack pattern. It's really weird because it's stuffing, just stuffing, but I find it
Yep.
way more fun than I find other maps to be. And I like that you can do such a large amount of things on a map. You can play Stell, you can play Doob in goal, you can play Vice in goal even if you wanted to. You can
Mhm.
play quite a lot. You can play a lot of different. It's not even the picks necessarily, but just the strategies
Yeah.
you can play are far different.
Yeah,
And I enjoy it way more than I should because it's open, while still being a stuff map, which is a bit of a weird dynamic where I like it.
yeah. I mean, it's also just different to everything else, right? Which again, the portals can be a gimmick that people like or that people hate. Then I would go now to the last, your favorite maps, the maps that you would want to play for the rest of your life, surely. Cookies, what's your number one?
My number one's Tycho.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I just like the bouncy things.
Based. Based.
What can
Very
do?
insightful opinion.
I mean, that's based. I respect it, man.
I mean, in the end, that's what matters, right? So it's
Yeah,
okay.
true. It's enjoyment, right? What about you, Nitron? What's your favorite?
The same as Lucas's. Atlas. I love Atlas mostly because I can pick virtually every single one of the midfielders I play, and every single one of them is really fucking good on the map, and I love playing every single one of them on that map.
Mhm.
I do. The only thing I don't like about that map, it's that it is a bit too kill-sided, but past that, I love virtually everything about the map.
Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that, Lucas?
I mean,
In
I would
terms of
agree.
Reasoning.
I would agree with that. I would like to add that I like that you can basically remove the obstacle from the map, so you can play around it. You just hit it into the black hole, it's gone for some time, so you
Mhm.
can play around that. Or like you try to kill with it, or
Mhm.
damage, whatever. So I like that you can like play around it, remove it.
And it also enables for a lot of funny clips, like Luna dashing into the black hole and then dying, and
Yeah,
stuff
or-
like that. It's
Oh,
very clip
mama.
heavy, that map as well.
Or me losing double barrier to it like for the 7th time.
Oh, dude, I know the feels.
Or
It's
that one
too
clip
much.
of Sloth on goaling.
Oh fuck, yeah,
Yeah.
right. That's what I
Yeah.
had to say.
Yeah, that one.
Lucas, with this opinion, do I get my spot back on the team?
Lucas, he
You're
went
on hold.
second with Gates.
You
I
guys,
don't know.
you guys are agreeing on three separate maps. Both of you have Atlas first, Demon on fourth, and Inky's on last. So more coordination between Cookies and your opinions.
Previous teammates does wonders.
But the
Alright.
arts and pick is the most horrendous to me though. On first.
But overall, I think that would wrap it up for the map rankings. First of all, thank you, all three of you, for being here, sharing your opinions and putting yourself out there. I'm sure none of you would get any flame comments about your opinions leading out
Let
of
me
this.
change that. I put ketchup on pizza.
Okay. Before we get into that too
let's go,
much,
I think.
next matchups, we're going to start pretty soon. The games that are being played today are going to be Amy Haters versus Windows, KLB versus Packet Loss, TMCT against ZZZ, and Fury against Fingerless. Overall, just really quick, in like one sentence, out of all these matches, which ones do you guys think is the most interesting or the best one for today? Lucas, just one sentence.
My game, because we redeem our O2.
Okay, good. Cookies.
I think it's KLB Packetless. Because I think they're the two teams fighting for like 4/5 in the group stage.
Okay, Nitron.
I also think it's KLB packet loss because in my eyes it's the battle of consistency versus the battle of experience, right?
Consistency in my team, damn. That's crazy. Anyway,
In terms of
No.
you've been consistently playing for a long time. That's what I meant. Okay.
fair enough. But anyways, thanks all three of you for being here. Obviously, very much appreciated. And we're always welcoming you back in case you guys want to hop on another pre or post show as well. We will now be moving into a short break as everything's being prepared for Amy Haters versus Windows. So stay tuned. It should only be a few minutes, and be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to EUSL Week 3. We are getting ready for the first game here. I'm Kish again.
And I'm
So much life in your voice today.
I did not sleep at all this week.
We already can see the map buns.
Yeah, so we see WWD here with the Taiko Temple ban. I do not agree with this. Again, I don't know what EU is cooking, but Taiko Temple is a really
Whoa.
good map. I'll say it. Taiko Temple is a good map. To not play on it is certainly something, but we see the Clarion test chamber ban. I agree. I agree with IME haters here. The map is garbage. I think that, the fact it gives me eye strains, by default, it should, be bottom of the barrel. It's bad. Please ban it. Thankfully, they did. So, the first game here, we see IME haters picking Demon Deus, and I think if we, we're tuned in on the pre-show, we saw some people not really liking Demon Deus, and I wonder why. It's like it's a 50-50 type map. It's not necessarily the best, or it's not necessarily the worst. It's okay. But if you can really just hone down on killing people, I think you can make the most out of the map. Me personally, I do not like the bumpers that much. It's definitely like you have to be used to the map because the barriers aren't similar to any other map to BH. It's very different, so you'd have to both you and your you as a forward and you as a midfielder, you both need to work together to get that barrier, because if not, it'll probably just clear into the other lane. But what are your thoughts about Demon Deus?
I think you need to work together in any map. I don't think you're gonna be limited to Demon Deus to work together.
It's a different thing, though. It's a different type of map. It's gonna go around and around and around, bro. That's why the map isn't good.
You need to try out and plan.
At least for
out.
other maps, you can get the barrier by yourself considerably. But for this map, you have to run a little more than you should to get the barrier.
Next map we will be seeing is Gates of Obscura. Interesting pick.
Do you not like Gates?
Yeah, I don't like Gates at all. But it will be surely an interesting match.
I mean, I used to hate Gates, and I'm okay with it. It's not that good. It's not that bad. It's one of those okay maps. Again, if your team knows how to play Gates right, then it's gonna go a lot better. But if you're in solo queue comp and you have random teammates who don't know how to play Gates, it's gonna be a very long and annoying match. But surely if WWD took Gates game 2, right? I think they know how to play Gates. Hopefully they do.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah.
So
they might be.
Yeah. We do see the night market ban on coming from WWD here. I wonder why. I think we've casted for WWD before. I think they play a bit of damage. I don't remember.
Yes, they do, but I don't know, depends on what the Grim, the midfield, is wants to play. Usually it just changes a lot because Grim plays basically every character, apparently. Last time we learned they can play Luna, and I didn't know that. So, I don't know.
Yeah, interesting ban. But let's talk about the Atlas Lab ban from Amy haters. I don't know why we're banning that map, right? I think it's the best map in the game. Everything about it's beautiful. So it's interesting to see because from their first pick they chose Demon Deus, but then on their last pick for game 3 they chose Oni. So it's do they do KO meta? Do they actually kill? Why are they going to Onis? Please don't make me work overtime. I don't want to see a 30-minute game.
Last time,
9 minutes.
Yeah, we had a 9-minute Oni Village game, and honestly, if we get to Oni Village, I hope we see something short again.
Yeah, hopefully. But I would rather go on Atlas Lab personally.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's just a matter of preference and confidence about
Yeah, but these
maps.
preferences suck, I'll be honest. But yeah,
We'll now see what characters they'll be playing in Demon Day as his first game.
I mean, what would you play if you were a midfielder? You know what I mean?
If I were a midfielder, I have no idea. I don't play midfield.
Oh yeah, neither do I.
Okay, perfect. We are both
Oh.
equally qualified to talk about midfielders.
Yeah, I'd play Era. I love Era, guys. But we do see the stacks on stacks start and the peak performance start. You know, since Demon Days is more of a kill map, I probably wouldn't opt for stacks on stacks. I would genuinely just opt for peak performance, because also you got to consider the fact that they nerf stacks on stacks yet again. So it's like not even stacks on stacks, it's just a singular pancake. So you might as well just opt for peak performance. But we do see the Zentaro ban from WWD here, kind of understandable. We do see a lot of EU players run Zentaro, and kind of well, if anything. And then we do see the Vice ban from Amy haters, which also makes sense because Vice damage is stupid. They did nerf the character by some point, by some amount, but it is pretty common in damage comps. But we do see the Finny first pick from WWD here. Again, really solid pick. You know, Finny is good at kind of damage. But the other day when I was in a scrim, I had like reverb start. And then I ended up getting prime time and rapid fire, and I want you to guess how long my primary was, because it was traumatizing. You know?
I don't want to know, honestly.
It was 2 seconds, a 2-second primary.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was traumatizing. If I knew how to play Finny, because I can lab the character, I just can't play it. If I knew how to play the character, I think I would be very traumatized at a 2-second primary. But we see the Asher and Rasmus pick from IME haters. Honestly, interesting enough, I don't know if I'd necessarily see either of those on, forward as often as I would on Demon Days. I usually see maybe like any other brawler, you know what I mean, considering it's a, Demon Days. But, it's going to be interesting to see because it's an Asher forward and a Rasmus midfield, so and then the last 2 picks for WWD here are Drakkar and Kazan, both of which make sense. Obviously Drakkar and Kazan can both put damage in, especially if Kazan scales. This is a very damage heavy like comp. Honestly, I think maybe the goalie here is probably the Finny or the Drakkar.
Yes,
probably the
yeah.
Finny, yeah. And then we see the Atlas pick. Surprisingly enough, no now. So yeah, we're just gonna see how this works. How many kills do you think Mike?
How many kills? Last time we got it wrong. Last time we said like you said like 12 or something on Demon Days.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, we got it wrong because currently they were playing damage core control. So I'm interested to see what Windows will do this time again on Demon Days. Mostly because last time Wood the goalie played Vice, but now it's banned. So I'm really curious about the Finny now. And of course, I do see the Atlas pick also to counter the massive damage that Windows will output.
Oh, that Luna game.
You're still thinking about that.
I'm still thinking about it. I love how the pre-show everyone was just flaming Luna for getting nerfed, and then
then
they just basically said nah, I'd win, and it was certainly a game.
Yeah, they said specifically Luna midfield, and then Green plays Luna midfield and kills everyone out of spite.
Yep, it was a massacre.
It was really fun to cast and watch, to be honest. I don't know as to play. Must have been, honestly.
But we're finally getting into the game here. Let's take a look at the gears and then the awakenings that everyone took. Hopefully, peak on practically everyone. I like peak performance a lot more than one singular pancake, but that's just me.
So you'd rather eat a clock? That's what they're saying, than a pancake.
Okay, but it's better though. It's better than a singular pancake. I don't think you get that much speed from, stacks on stacks, I'll be honest. Especially with that nerf. It's not, I don't think it's crazy.
I feel like a stackable item against a damage heavy comp might be a bit of a problem, to be honest.
Yeah,
So,
that's why I would opt for Peak.
And Peak also gives some stagger, so
Yeah.
that might be the preference, especially for imitators.
And you can also go for a stagger build, which we have seen before multiple times. So, but yeah, you have to keep in mind it also scales with like Stinger or whatever, and that
Yep.
if you have a lot of stagger, you're gonna be a little more susceptible to like Stinger. But yeah, let's look at the gears when we get into them.
Okay. We have for our first game, as it's starting, we have Peak on everyone, and both goalies with power as pauldrons, and on Heliators, both forwards with slick kicks, and on Windows 7-1. We see actually Atlas forward and not goalie, which is interesting. What do you think about Atlas forward? Do you think they'll cook?
Honestly, I didn't think that I'd be seeing Atlas forward here. I'm gonna be honest, I genuinely thought it was goalie.
Same.
I was like, wow, I've never seen Rasmus and Asher both together on Demon Days.
But hey,
yeah,
it's working so far.
I
They
never
got a
thought
better.
Asher and Atlas forward.
I mean, that's kind of base, to be honest. I love that the Atlas goalie, the Atlas forward pick. The bear on Windows is gone. Their nerf is dying. They're gone finally. We can see that the bear on in either side is are still up. They managed to get it. Yes, Green manages to waste Alex's burst and go on to open the barrier. Nerf comes back. Will they manage to either of the teams score? We can see both Grim and Mood have burst, so that can be really threatening. Nerf almost putting it in, but Alex with the hook taking it. Rekowicz's burst might be an issue here. We'll see how that turns out. They're trying to get the opportunity to just get the ball, the core over to Alex's goal. Wood is trying to avoid Rekko with energy burst, but here it comes. Will they save it? No! Wood even wastes burst to try and stop it.
I mean, what a good hook save coming from Alex, and I was going to say that there was energy advantage from WWD, but I guess not anymore, considering that Ricost, flipped and even got a flip out of Wood there.
No, we're seeing Rekko dying and Grim chasing in a barrier. Nerf finishing it off, and basically everyone is trying to bully Rekko to get him off the game here. And here he goes with a Fini primary. It's gone. Venom with first cool gains some advantage back. Nerf almost has burst as well. There it is. Venom with burst tries to send it away from Nerf and opens a barrier with bounces. Nerf with the burst blocked by Asher ult, but the barrier is still up. Windows just trying to get the ball in, the core in, but actually Atlas and Etcher are doing pretty good defensively. Rekko finally opening the barrier on Windows side. Grim almost dying there, but evading at the right time. Grim using the roll to get it away from the goal. And Venom sending it down where nobody can save it because they didn't have cooldowns, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the entire round, Ricost was kind of getting passed around like a blunt. However, because it does make sense because Asher forward onto a Finny goalie, there's not much you can do once that Asher comes to you and has an option available. So they are kind of doing, WWD is kind of doing the best they can to put the damage onto the Asher, put that pressure.
Yeah.
And, in the end, they're a bit tunnel visions, and Veno Yami ended up scoring. So, you have to keep an eye, not only on the Asher, but, on the Atlas as well.
And as we're talking, I got both barriers down from Windows. Alex running in, maybe planning to use that burst. in the end, it doesn't go in. And Wood sending it into Racco primary, and it goes in. The first set goes to Amy Haters.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying before, like, what can you do when an Asher is on your Finny goalie? So they are taking the killing approach that we would, normally see on Demon Days, but, core control is kind of thriving here. So let's just look at these awakenings here. We do see, Raz was opting for the rapid fire, which makes sense. Obviously, you don't want to see a card coming out, relatively low on cooldown. We do see Missile Prop coming onto the Atlas there. It makes sense. Also for a deny, it benefits Atlas there. Big Fish, obviously another good deny. And also benefits because remember, if Rico's did in fact take peak performance, which they did, they also get Sagger. So not only does that make them a little bigger, it also gives them a little more speed to work with. And then we do see the explosive entrance coming onto the Kazan, if I recall correctly, and that's pretty good for covering range. So let's just see how this works out.
Right now, they're just trying to get staggered down from everyone. Racco going in and opening the first bear down. Atlas sending it to Asher there. They're almost on life support. They're trying. Dream and Wood are trying their best to just defend it, but Alex with a whip sends it in.
I mean, really good conversion from Amy Haters right there. Alex perfectly pushing up, making the most out of that power play and putting the pressure on, It was very much so of a reversal because we did see Nereth kind of putting on the damage onto the Asher, but in the end it didn't really matter because at the end of the day, the Kazan died with the Asher.
Which is kind of a problem. We see Venom with low health, but they get an orb. Nereth with a hook, catching the ball back, the core back, and opening first barrier. And then dying, getting bullied by Asher there. Wood at burst, flips at the wrong time, and Asher manages to get it. Good save from there from Wood. Burst goes out on Grim and opens the barrier. Both Racco and Alex have actually burst here. You see the burst going out on Racco, but not opening barrier. And a good redirect on Nerf sends it in, and it is one goal for Windows.
Yeah, Nereth kind of just spawned in and ended up taking the goal for themselves. Unfortunately, the Pendulum Swim did not save the core there, maybe the flip, but they do have energy advantage. So let's just see how this plays out.
We can see a nice strike core from Nerf, but the advantage is lost immediately. Now both bearers have only one hit. They're trying to almost good primary from Racco, but it's wasted. But the pass down to Venom is unsavable because nobody was there. Racco just dribbling in between everyone on Windows side and putting in.
Yeah, I mean, low health or, full health, it doesn't matter because Rico's just gets it done. For not Amy Haters, but, rather WWD here, they're going to have to find a way to, get these kills since they are putting on the damage and, but also be able to manage core control because that's what, Amy Haters is doing right now and they are doing it perfectly.
Yep. The first barrier was won out by Windows, but it's again back by Racco, just doing a good job. And Wood missing the ult pop there and opening the orb barrier. We saw a burst event from Windows, but they still have it. Grim opening the barrier, magic barrier. Wood still has burst, so they wanted to use it to kill Racco, but it didn't work, so he used burst to finish off the job. Now they're trying to pass around Venom and Alex to get a score in. Wood is trying to provide any kind of support they can from back, but not trying to go forward. Racco is back. Will they manage to get positioning back into their advantage? But now in overtime we will see a lot of flashy stuff, especially because of Kazan here. They're just trying to shuffle the core back and forward to try and get it in somehow. Racco again low on health. They're trying their best to just score it in. Racco again on low stagger. There's a lot of shouting there before. Racco will not die in any way. They're trying their best, but they can't. Maybe they should focus on advancing and trying to score. Racco does not die. Nerf is trying all their best to just finishing the job off, but they're still almost scoring, but Wood saves it. Nerf with a nice pass with primary gets the core to Nerf and scores in.
I mean, they're just permanent red core that entire round.
Yeah.
And, you know, even though WWD did not find the kill that they were looking for, they did find the goal that they were looking for. So we are on set point here. Hopefully, they can take the sets and, you know, grab something for themselves to take.
Venom waiting doors and also Alex. No, not really, because they're trying to kill Nerfak, so they're getting revenge for Wreck earlier, and they managed to get the kill. Wood trying their best to just shuffle, probably waiting for respawn. Nice save from Grim there. Burst from Wood saves it at the last second before touching the barrier. Grim trying to sneak in an ult, but doesn't work out for them. Wood gets in a weird position with the secondary there and accidentally opens a barrier. Alex is a bit too forward, and one of the two barriers are down now. Grim just trying to send it forward somehow, even if there is extra wall death. Rekko with burst, bounces off the wall and gets it in.
I mean, what a good angle from Rico's right there. You know, perfectly
Yeah.
sinking the core right in. Unfortunately, no flip coming from DF Grim there, but you know, it's safe to say it wasn't really expected to come out. But you know, let's look at this draft right here. We do see Might of the Colossus, we do see Reptile Remedy. Will you know, the Asher go for a full stagger build, or will they cop something else? We do see the Hotshot, however, they do opt for the Reptile Remedy, so you know, you have more stagger and more speed, which you know is really good on Asher. Hotshot is just good in general for Jakar. Stinger coming onto the Finny is a little bit scary. I'd say at least prize fighter onto the Razos, which does, you know, make sense since we have been seeing KOs on both sides rather. Monumentalist pick on the Atlas to put in that little bit of pressure and damage, and then we do see Might of the Colossus coming onto the Kazan there. So a little bit more size and some power to help with KOing and, you know, putting the core in.
I think Stinger already provide plenty of support for damage there, but Rekko with even more stagger now might cause some issues being killed. But we see instead Venom being killed there with a primary from Nerf. Will they get the advantage and get the first barrier back from Amy Hater? Grim tried to advance, but Alex stopping him by going forward themselves. Nerf with the hook, throwing it away from Rekko. The great defense from both Wood and Nerf trying to just get the ball away from them. Nerf with Burst opens the first barrier and tries to squeeze in the second one, but it's saved. We see Burst ready on Rekko that uses it immediately and opens the first barrier. Will backfire? It doesn't. They turn Windows starts to put as much pressure as possible to just open it, but fails. Nerf with the dash there almost stops it. The ball going back to Windows side and again onto Amy's other side. Will they use Burst too late and the ball the core goes in?
Yeah, unfortunately, the Finny there gets punished and ends up, you know, whiffing their flip, and the goal does go to the side of Ivy Haters there, who also has energy advantage, so we will be seeing some flips coming online there.
They might wanna try and waste them because both Alex and Venom are really close. Alex already has it. They're opening the first player actually, so Alex might wanna use it in defense instead. Grim opening the second one, and now he also has Burst. They're trying to just pass it around, trying to get it forward, but Venom and Rekko are doing a great job. Venom uses their Burst to try and get it in, but it's saved. Will they manage finally to get it a bit forward? Alex advances to make sure that does not happen. Rekko almost opening and Venom backing them up and opening first barrier. The ult there from Finny sends it forward. Will you see? And the core is back into Windows side, and Rekko manages to open the barrier and almost score in, but the secondary from Wood saves it. Now again we see this point of soul where both doors are open. They're just trying that opportunity to go forward because Amy is putting a lot of offensive right now. So it is kind of hard for Windows to just get it in, but Grim with a burst chases it away from Rekko and scores!
I mean, yet again, the Pendulum Sling does not find the save there. And, you know, with the comp that Amy Haters is kind of running, it will take a little longer to, you know, find that goal since, you know, they don't really have a designated midfielder, or rather a midfielder with, you know, good midfield potential. But, you know, as I was yapping right there, beautiful primary, you know, puts the core in, and we do see strike energy advantage onto the side of Amy Haters.
Yeah, two of them have burst, which might result in some problem with Windows. But we'll see how that turns out. we are now on match point from any other side, actually. Will they manage to get this set as well, or will we see a reverse whip? Maybe that can happen, but there's burst from Rekko, just opens the verse barrier, wanting just to end it all. The core is saved there by some incredible action, but he sends back to Rekko and opens the barrier there. In the meantime, Nerf dies. Venom with burst sends it in, and it doesn't work out for Windows, and the first match goes to Amy Haters.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. I totally did not expect whatever to happen on this game, you know, considering it was Demon Days, but as I was saying previously, you know, with the comp that I Mean Haters was running, they don't really necessarily have a designated midfield, so both the Asher and the Atlas tend to walk back and walk forward. You know, they convert a lot more, you know, rather than the Asher, you know, staying up a lot more. So, but, you know, again, it doesn't really matter since it is a Finning goalie, you know, you get that one opportunity, you can just sink the core in for fun. Not as much damage as I thought, or rather not KOs I thought would come out from the side of WWD there. You know, they did have a very damage comp, you know, damage heavy comp, but they just didn't, you know, be able to find the KOs that they were looking for. And, you know, a chunk of goals, I think, from both sides were, you know, kind of red core based. And since it is Demon Days, you can also influence red core from the sound waves, I think that's what it's called, in like the middle. So you do have to keep an eye for how the core changes its trajectory there. But, you know, really good first game. So I high-key forgot what we're going to on game 2. Oh, it's Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, it's Gates. I mean, I think the main reason also because they weren't allowed, they couldn't kill was because there was a lot of stagger play in that game, especially for, like Records had a lot of stagger awakening, so it was also alt kill, and then the Atlas could just save them, and the ult was used to heal a lot. So I think that's the main reason to not that it didn't manage to find in the kills.
Yeah, that is true. If it did end up, you know, going to a set 5, they definitely would have scaled and probably would have taken the game. But, you know, now that we're going to Gates of Obscura here, I wonder if they're still going to run somewhat of a damage comp. You know, maybe a different goalie pick, considering it is Gates of Obscura. But, you know, we're going to have to see because, honestly, with how, you know, Demon Days went, I don't want to say, you know, if I think KOs are coming or, you know, rather core control is coming. You'll never know until we get into the game, I guess. But we see a prime time and adrenaline rush start here. So will Zentaro be banned yet again? Or
I think it might be, honestly.
Yeah, with these awakenings. What would you pick here, considering these awakenings?
Probably. Oh, this is our question. I really enjoy Obscura, so my pick always varies here. I was used to playing Dubu here, but I just cannot play Dubu anymore. So now I'd probably pick something like Kai, especially with that prime time. Could really do wonders, I think.
I mean, those are very valid pick options right there. I do have to agree. I've heard that Dubu is oddly good on Gates of Obscura now as a goalie pick, and oddly enough, I've seen it on forward. So we do see the Luna ban coming from WWD there. I think maybe it's the IME haters ban, but we will never know until we get into the game. Wait, I think they are swapped actually. I think IME haters and Luna. Yeah, it happens. And then Zentaro got banned.
No.
No. Wait,
it's not.
No, it's not.
It's correct. It's Windows Blue.
But yeah, we were expecting the, you know, Zentaro ban there. Makes sense. It's adrenaline start, and it's also prime time. You know, it's pretty good for Zentaro. And then WWD banning Luna there. I wonder why.
If I'm not mistaken, player the midfielder in any haters can play Luna pretty well.
Oh, I see. So that's interesting to see banned. We do see the Excel pick, you know, first pick from WWD there. You know, makes sense. It's primetime starts. You know, depending on the midfielder you choose, it might be a little hard to win midfield considering Excel can, cover a lot of good options. But we do see the Drakkar and Kai pick from Amy haters right there. Honestly, I don't think I've seen Drakkar on this map, oddly enough. Not often. But it is primetime starts, and both of those characters do well with that start. So we do see Atlas pick and the Rasmus pick. So we see Atlas, Rasmus, and Estelle. I'm not really gonna say anything. I would think that to be Atlas would be the goalie, but I guess we'll never know until we get into the game, I guess.
This time I'm pretty sure Atlas is the goalie.
I hope it is, because it's Gates of
I
Obscurity.
mean, imagine if it wasn't, it would be really funny. And I'm kind of for that.
Like, imagine matching Atlas forward, Atlas forward for Atlas forward, band for band type of thing. But yeah, Rasmus and Estelle, really solid considering its primetime starts. Midfield is going to be a little hard to win, but not necessarily, I guess, because considering the comp of Amy haters there, you see Drakkar, Kai, and Asher. It could be Asher forward, it could be Asher goalie, you never know. But regardless, their comp is looking relatively strong. So
Yep.
or maybe we're gonna see, a chunk of Porta play. Maybe they do know how to play Gates and, can keep it in the court, the corner that isn't gonna, the corner isn't gonna go on their side. You know what I mean? You know how to play Gates? I think I have a small understanding of Gates, but at the end of the day, I think I low-key get annoyed when it goes in the portal.
As a goalie main, I do not understand portals and never will, because sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And my brain is not prepared to pass in the portal, see the ball come back and die. So that's usually how it goes. You just have a heart attack in the game.
Pretty much, yeah. I think sometimes I try walking in a portal, and then I'm like, wow, I need to go back to the other portal, but then the core comes through that portal. I'm like, wait, I have to go back to the other portal. But it's very confusing at times. And then sometimes the portals can serve as a safe point in the map, compared to the blast zone. So sometimes you'll die if you get sent into the portal. Sometimes you won't. You kind of have to hope for the best, I guess. But yeah, let's see what gear let's see the comp rather, because you never know what could be goalie. And
we're starting now. Let's see, of course, what we expected. I think both teams have really solid comps. They both look pretty solid. I think it will be pretty tough on both sides to try and score, to be honest, and win. Because I feel both teams have picked the good choices for this map.
Yeah, both team comps are good. I don't know if I see them common on this map, but that's just me though.
I think they're pretty normal, to be honest.
Yeah, they're normal.
I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary here. And let's see gears and awakenings right now. We see Slick kicks on all forwards, strike shot on Drakkar goalie, and momentum on Atlas. And everyone has prime time except Recto with Adrenaline Rush. And we will go with the second game of Cure, which we'll see how this goes. I'm pretty interested. The portal there almost changes it in, but both Grim and Wood are ready to save it. They're trying to put pressure there, but Alex just easily saving it. Nerf getting the core back with the Pendulum, but Grim sends it to the portal to avoid Imitator staying care control. Grim dying by that from Asher there. They get both barriers on Windows side because they just put insane pressure there that the Atlas wasn't able to get it there. Now Grim with the primary gets it in there, but Wood isn't ready for Kai's barrage and fails to save 4.
I mean, what a redirect coming from Ben Oyami right there. At first I was debating on the, Adrenaline Rush pick, on Ricoste there. But it's up for debate because, you know, even though it is primetime start, you can obviously just get rapid fire later. But, you know, primetime rapid fire is pretty solid. You know, but we were seeing in the, you know, Demon Days game that Rikos was kind of finding those KOs relatively, you know, comfortably rather. And, you know, they are still finding those KOs, so they are making use of their adrenaline rush, undoubtedly. But we do see some energy advantage coming on both sides.
I think Windows did a pretty good core control there to get both barriers open. Will emulators get the advantage back? Burst comes out of wood. For sending Bolaga, of course, Rekko had a lot of advantage, and a great redirect from Rekko gets the first barrier. Nerf trying to fish Rekko away to get the ball away. Grim wasting Burst there to try and get it, but doesn't work. Rekko then opening the second barrier, but a great pass by Venom. There it's kind of awkward position because both forwards are on goalie, but Dream comes back and helps Will with this. Nerf now has some kind of advantage, but Alex sends it right to the portal. Nerf kind of needs some support there, but they're trying to get what they can with also the hook there. Grim advancing, trying to give support to Nerf, but Annihilator is putting a lot of pressure and they're not letting Grim advance. They kind of want him always on the defense there. Both sending it to Rekko using primary and it goes in.
Yeah, both teams have, you know, really good patience as we could see, but, you know, an unfortunate clear from Wood, you know, lets Rikos kind of just set the core right in.
Now, sorry, my voice dying. A lot of pressure from Initiator side. They get the first player out. Nerf almost trying to get a Chiz kill, but with the spin opens their own barrier there. They now have Burst, which might come into play pretty soon, honestly, because they're trying to open the barrier here. Ult from Alex takes the core away from Nerf. Now with Burst, tries to get it away, goes right back, and Rekko kills Wood with the ult there. And Alex is not ready to save the ball for the barrier. Rekko has Burst, which might be problematic, but Venom with Barrage just sends it in because Grim is able to reach it.
I mean, that pad splitter split the goalie away from their goalpost and, you know, ended up in a KO for a set of IME haters there. But, you know, both teams are using portals relatively, you know, often, oddly enough. So it's going to be interesting to see how both teams kind of cover. I do think, you know, the team comp for both teams, you know, can cover portals relatively well, but we see the perfect form pick coming onto the Chakar there. Makes sense, you know, for that cooldown, especially with prime time. We do see peak performance coming onto the Atlas there. You know, it's going to help them, you know, catch a lot more. You know, speed's always good, especially on like mobile characters. Rampage on the Asher. It's always good to take some size. We see Catalyst, you know, a good pick in general, and then Castle last for, you know, a little more speed. And then I do not recall what the last pick was for Rasmus.
They got 1-2 punch.
Oh,
which we can see did help you with kill on Venom. No, we can see a lot of pressure from Windows side. They get the first barrier down. Will they manage to get the second one? Wood going forward to try and just get it, but the kill on Rekko gets Grim away from the game, and the first barrier is down. Nerf was also on low health, and also the second barrier is gone. So this might be a bit of a warning position from Windows side. And we have Grim, nice save there with the Blade, stops Rekko from scoring, and now they have Burst, which might be a problem. Burst goes away while Venom is killed. This is a really back and forward. Now they're just trying to somehow get it forward and get the second barrier on Alex, but he's doing some great predicts and not getting it in. The primary there from Wood saves it from him not being there. We see a lot of energy advantage from Windows. They hold that Burst, but the portal pass there goes to Rekko instead of Grim and scores.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to keep your eyes peeled on this map with, you know, a core coming out from any direction. You know, if you're not paying attention to where the core is, or rather the enemy, you might be dead, or the core is just gonna sink right in. But really good patience coming from both sides again. You know, considering the team comp that, you know, any of these players could just stuff the core right in, and you know, having that patience means you can be able to bait an ability out and, you know, safely put the core on their side.
Yeah, we see both very open on Amy Hater side. A great job by Grim by using their ults before her there. Now they're just trying to get a good position to get it in. A hook from Nerf was great, but is saved by Alex Burst. Wood also has Burst, which might be into use soon, but with the portal saved, it isn't needed. No, Nerf has the port, never mind. Now he has it again. They're trying to probably get a good position to just score on Alex, but Alex is kind of omnipresent at the moment. They won't let the court to get in. The hook there, sending it back where Drek was while invisible, and it gets in.
Yeah, I mean, really good play from the side of WWD right there. You do have to realize that this Ricard did take strike shots, so obviously his range is a lot longer than it would be, you know, if it were to be any other, you know, gear. But as I was saying, that really good KO onto the Asher there. Unfortunately, no burst use, but again, another good KO.
Yeah, double kill, not double, but you got it. We see teamwork from Windows side, we just get out damage just by single Giga Blast by Kyder. But both barriers now on the Windows side are open, so this is a really weird spot to be because enemy hitters have both of them. So that might be a problem here. Now using burst, that opens the burst barrier, great. Grim almost trying to open the second one, but is killed before and just passing around, gets overwood with Barrage as well, who charges Venom's burst for next round.
Yeah, I mean, KOs were just thrown all around. Rico's there, really good patience on waiting for that Atlas shield and then going into a passing play. And, you know, if that barrage didn't stick it in, they had course to back it up, so really good play.
Yeah, we see a little pressure here from Windows side. We see the first burst going out for Venom, but Alex is close. Good Giga Blast from from Venom there. Opening the second barrier, but Alex is on the portal and doesn't save the second barrier there. But he has burst, so he might use that to do something. Grim is killed again by Asher. There the adrenaline rush really comes in play. They're trying to pass around Wood, but Nerv is doing a good job of stopping passes. Giga Blast there almost sends it in, but this is Tureko who sends it in goal.
Yeah, I mean, Kroos is just finding the KOs that they need to take on that Estelle. You're gonna have to be a little bit wary of that adrenaline rush to stop Asher, because if you're a little too close to the edge, you might just die. But so we're looking at the draft here. I wonder if Catalyst will, I wonder if Quickstrike will end up falling to the Estelle since they do have Catalyst, but we do see the Asher taking Quickstrike right there. It makes sense, you know. We've been seeing a lot of energy advantage coming from the side of enemy haters. And, you know, a little more energy doesn't hurt. Extra especially coming onto the Rasmus and Aerials, you know, both reasonable picks here. Chrono Boost for, you know, that extra speed on Kai. More range on, you know, the Drakkar. Obviously could be a deny as well. But it's going to be a little bit harder for, you know, the side of WWD to find the golds that they've been needing to find. And the Monumentalist pick, I believe, oh my god, I look away and suddenly the barriers are gone.
Oh, yeah, oh my, insane! Play there from AB and Joyce to just put a lot of pressure on the barriers and then just pass around and get the goal. Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I look away as I was talking about Awakenings and the core was just being put, but again, you know, if they want to find these goals, they're gonna have to be even more patient than they were, and not trying to die to Rico's yet again.
Yeah, I hope to see a lot of like pressure from Windows and just I do not want to go to game 3, but at the same time I do want to see a reverse sweep because that's really entertaining, to be honest.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
And Nerf almost dying, but evading at the right time. The portal there almost opens the barrier, but with a primary it's safe. I did not see how Venom died, but I'm sure it was great. We see a lot of energy advantage here from Windows. Both Grim and Wood have burst, but Grim cannot manage to get it through portal. But Nerf in the end gets through it and opens the first barrier. Both bursts on Windows side go out, and now Alex has it. Will they use it to attack or to defend? We'll see that soon, because at this time they are kind of in a disadvantage here with one barrier open. But Reko restores that advantage by just simply stacking it in. Great hook from Nerf. Wait, this is Alex's burst. What they're trying to pressure. Grim is kind of staying distant to open to probably get a good TP or primary. The portal then was a bit worrying for Windows, but they get it. Great hook there, a bit of a misdirection from Nerf there, but it was still a good play. Grim with primary just trying to send it forward. The portal, they're trying to just interfere with passes and such. But then you're back on Amy's offense. They get the second barrier through portal, and Reko is low stagger, but it does not matter because he dashes in and sends the core in.
Yeah, I mean, in overtime, anything could happen with red core, especially with the portals into play. You know, if you're not fast enough, or rather, if you don't predict the trajectory of the core, you're not going to be able to catch that. But you know, really good defense just coming from both sides. You know, both teams were holding on to you know, their barriers for a considerable amount of time. But you know, unfortunately, you know, low health or not, Tricos just puts the core in.
Yeah, that was insane. With Bottom now is the one on low stagger. The burst there from Grim almost sends it in, but it isn't enough. Reko predicts that primary there and just shuffles around both, making fun of her with all of her abilities. Venus barely saving it, but then sending it right through their barrier. That was a bit of a weird play there. They're still low on stagger, but I don't think Windows here will go for a kill, but just try to get advantage because Venom just runs in with primary and wins the game from Amy haters, and consequently today's first match.
Yeah, I mean, really good speed from the Kai right there, and just the barrage to sink it right into the goal. Pretty close game, undoubtedly. You know, both teams did really good at defending, and you know, but in the end, it's the team that can, you know, put on that pressure even more, and then you know, find that one opening just to sink the core right in. And you know, Urkos did a beautiful job at, you know, finding not only the goals but the KOs that they needed. And that adrenaline rush proc really helped, you know, considering that they get speed, and not only that, but they do get you know, cooldown. So yeah, really good gameplay.
It was much faster than last times.
Yeah.
While what were you saying?
The redirect count is pretty similar. Like it's pretty similar. You know, almost everyone had, you know, over 100 redirects. So, you know, considering it is gates, you know, both teams did really good at just, yeah.
They're both good at, yeah, I agree, to be honest. This was a literally first game. I think the second match will be a lot more interesting because I do think it's a bit more equal ground in terms of players. So we'll see about it after a short break.
Hooray!
Hooray! we are back from our short break. We're ready to see the next match from today. I believe the map choice is already in the making. And here it is. We're waiting to see bands. Last match was really interesting. I'm really curious to see what will happen now. I think this next match will be a bit more of an even ground. And I'm really interested to see which maps will we see today.
So we see a Demon Days ban, first ban rather. Oh, my throat. Okay, but yeah, we see a Demon Days ban coming from Packet Loss right there. You know, I guess they don't really like KO maps. Rather, they don't like Demon Days in particular. Neither do I too much. Again, because the core can go round and around if you're not covering the other clear option. But you know, Gates of Obscura ban coming from KLB there. Makes sense, you know, considering we did see Gates of Obscura, you know, pick, you know, not too long ago. It can be a little annoying to catch, you know, the core as it can go into any portal and out. But, you know, Tycho Temple first pick, first game, KLB picking that, you know, I'm pretty happy with that pick. I love Tycho Temple. You know, really good map. And, you know, as I say that, I see a beautiful Atlas Lab pick from Packet Loss. I love both of those maps. I think, you know, this will be a very fun match to, you know, cast for, because both of those maps are maps I really, really enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
But we see the Night Market ban from Packet Loss. You know, it makes sense. It's like a 50-50 type of map for me personally. I sometimes like it, I sometimes don't. Clarion ban though, you know, I agree with that ban heavily. I hate the map, it's garbage, but we do see an Only Village game going for game 3. Again, hopefully we don't see a long game and we can probably see a 9-minute game, but you know, considering this matchup, I think we might be in for a 30-minute game. What are your thoughts on this pick?
We'll see.
Yeah.
This team saw that they wanted more content for the stream, of course, so that's why they chose to play different maps. That's probably not true, but it's funny to think that the first 2 maps banned were the ones we just saw.
Yeah, they're not that good either.
Yeah.
Oh, you go.
Okay, sorry. I dislike them both on an equal level. They're not Inky Splash Zone level though for me.
I mean, but Inky's is fine. You get to push people into the water and watch them die. How is that not fun?
I know there's the super laser of Piss, but I don't like it. The goalie barrier is too large, and me with small hitbox cannot handle it all, and it's problematic for my brain.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to defend that big barrier, but oddly enough, I do struggle with getting the barrier sometimes. I don't know. It depends on the goalie matchup and my forward matchup. But you know, Tycho Temple here, the Awakenings are aerials in perfect form, so we might see a, you know, Zentaro ban, or rather we might see an Asher ban, because considering it is Tycho Temple, Asher is really good on this map. Can find, you know, the corner shoving options relatively well, and you know, you don't necessarily need a midfielder as present as you would, considering the, you know, drums can cover some options in midfield. So yeah, some, and you know, you can make some really good plays coming off of the middle drum. You know, I don't think a lot of people utilize it as often as they should. It's like the night market angle, but you know, with the drum. You can also do it with the IME's app circle. I'm trying to figure out if there are others. You could do Atlas, yeah. You could probably do DPS as well.
I feel like this is a bit more weird stuff because the bongos do what they want. I do assume Zentaro is getting either first pick or banned because perfect form can cause some trouble, but we see a Amy ban instead.
Can you inform me on that Amy ban? Do any of these players pick it or play it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I gotta be honest.
Well, I'm clueless. I'm from NA. I wouldn't know.
Imagine.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's me.
Amy is a pretty solid mid building option, and then the
Oh.
Finny ban.
Do any of them play Finny? Okay, well, I'm not gonna ask you anymore.
Don't know
I guess.
Team Lore Surge.
I
Maybe.
mean, okay. Well, I don't know about a Finny ban solely because I don't think Finny's that good on this map. To be honest, you can't really cover some bounces as well as you could. But yeah, we do see the Zentara first pick coming from packet loss right there. Makes sense. It's literally, it's literally perfect from starts. But what is a little bit traumatizing is the opposite teams, pick Vice and Juno. You can we gotta realize that Taiko Temple is a pretty kill map. I would say you can obviously, I mean, yeah, you can opt for KOs. So it's gonna be a little traumatizing, and not only that, but we see the Juno pick. So if you thought getting the core, past midfield and that small concluded space was hard enough, it's gonna be a little bit harder because you have that Juno slime right there that can 1v9 for some reason. But we see the Estelle and Kai pick. So I will never say anything. You never know. It could be Zentara goalie for all I know. Probably not
Hopefully.
though.
I will pay to see a Centauro goalie in a competitive tournament. It will be
I mean, people have played it, so.
not on I don't think on EUSL yet, but I would be really entertained, and I would support that person every single second of my life if they just pick Centauro goalie. But sadly, I doubt that's gonna happen. We see a really a kind of general meta come from packet loss, which is probably Kai goalie, Estelle for midfield, and Zentaro forward. Meanwhile, in KLB side, we might see a lot of KOs, probably, mostly, yeah.
I mean, both teams can KO because we gotta realize Estelle can put on that damage. She can quangle and get that kill. Pretty easy, I'd say. And her damage is it's good. It's not the best, but it's pretty solid, I'd say. And considering that's Ariel's perfect form, right? I'd say both teams. It's gonna be a long game. It's gonna be a long game, definitely, because you gotta realize that these midfield picks, right? It's gonna linger a little bit back and forth, but we're finally getting into the game here. Let's see what awakenings everyone did choose, and then the gear picks, of course.
I'm kind of hoping for the Zentaro goalie now, but I know that's gonna not happen ever in my life.
I mean, yeah, well, maybe we'll see an EUSL, but obviously
No, I don't think so. I don't think we will, sadly.
I really want to see it. Don't you?
I do want to see it. It's funny. Funny equals good. It doesn't, but it's funny, so that's what matters.
I mean, we did see Atlas forward, so you never know.
Yeah, but Atlas forward is more solid than Centauro goalie, probably.
Okay. Well, that's up for debate.
And now we're gonna see Gears and Awakening picks. As the game is starting now. We'll see, yeah, of course, perfect form on everyone. Eject button on both goalies, and every forward has siphoning except for X, who has Vicious. Wait, who is? Oh, whatever. We are starting off with a lot of pressure into KLB side. We'll see how this plays out overall. Honestly, I kind of expected. No, never mind. I didn't expect it. No, I was kind of saying probably Juno goalie, but no, it's not. I don't know why I was expecting it, to be honest. Lana there is almost dead because they're putting a lot of damage on her, but they're collecting orbs. They're eating their greens. Zoe, the passive, opens the second barrier. Lama almost on that, but also Lila is gone basically. But it doesn't matter because Zoe just sends it in.
I mean, I low-key blinked and then suddenly everyone started, dying. But, the Vicious Vampire pick onto the X It's understandable considering both teams can run that KO comp, and not only
Mhm.
that, but Fanbrace was buffed rather recently, so it's gonna be a little hard to KO that X. If anything, you really have to be pumping that damage out. But you know, double siphoning on the opposite side, no one took aerials. You know, I mean, how could you let go an opportunity of perfect form to slip past? But as I was saying, we do see a KO coming on to the side of KLB right there.
Yeah, and also flip versus on KLB side, but I think it's kind of equal right now with Lila also coming back. Zoe is a bit on weaker side. Block not working out with the Giga Blast and letting Kekle open the second barrier there. Though still not in the best of shapes. They use Burst to just leave it out. While Lila tries to provide enough pressure there to score, Zoe now baiting on the offense as well. And opening the second barrier as they get bounced around into the Taiko there. The slime they're passing to Kekle, but does not work out because they go quick up and Sloth is there to save it. We now see a lot of offense from KLB, who Sloth by tipping back leaves the top open for Kekle to send it in.
Yeah, I mean, really good patience right there, and that slime dude ends up going for a dribble, and that patience really, sets the stage for that goal. The score is even here, but going back to the Awakenings, it's gonna be interesting because again, KOs can kind of just happen from both sides, but you gotta keep in mind that since ours low stagger, it can just get punished relatively easily.
I think both teams have an insane damage output also because of perfect form there.
Yeah, I randomly got a call while I was casting. I think that's horrible luck, but
yeah, that's I noticed that because you were lagging at some point. Kekle using Burst to leave out and Zoe just bouncing on a Taiko and dying. KLB manages to get both players. Sloth just running up. As the goal is not covered by anyone because Lila is dead, but Sloth is just trying to get it in. Zoe coming back and trying to cover the top side. Sloth using their Burst to save it. Dodging Balu there to not die. Kekle with ult accidentally passes to Zoe, who sends it in.
I wish I stopped getting a call. I don't know why. I put it on streaming mode. I don't know why I'm still getting the call, but I hope they leave me alone. But I kind of just looked away, and kind of everyone was dead. So honestly, I don't have much thoughts except for I love KOs, but Sloth there is kind of looking a little low.
Yeah, but they're doing a great choice by just staying there on top of core instead of TPing back. Lama is also low. Balu using their burst to pass to them. Now, nobody in that team has a lot of energy except for Kekle. And you can see Zoe immediately taking advantage of that and getting a kill there. Will they put enough pressure to open the barrier? Yes, with Zentaro primarily. They get it. Will they use burst here? Or is the ult enough? It actually was, but the burst never is overkill because this is the last one.
I mean, brothers get it done. Holy moly, that 2 KOs right there, kind of just flopped right there. You know what I mean? But we're getting into draft picks, so that's always interesting to see, especially with perfect form starts. Kind of everyone taking it. Hot shot coming onto the Zentaro.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Obviously, you can also reduce some cooldowns, so lower cooldowns than before. But Castle S onto the Vice, does make sense because you can TP and then you can still go for that KO. I think TP into primary or whatever. But Unstoppable coming onto the Juno, I don't think that'll save them from the damage slaughter that will be coming on. We do see Glass Cannon pick coming from the Kai. It's an odd pick, but they are goalies, so it makes sense. And I do not remember the other two.
We see Rampage on X and Dorp Wanderer on Lila, and as we are talking, Bucket Loss just do their thing and score in. We are yapping about Awakenings too much. Of course, the hotshot is to lock out the Juno because Juno hotshot is a menace in every map, in every society, and in the world in general. Even on every planet, actually, because she's an alien. We can see here Balu getting again bullied. They want them out of the game. Zoe just taking the last stop of the kill. Like almost when you strike work, Kegel doesn't good enough to save. Zlov walking in and blocking it in for Zoe, who just flips and sends it in, getting the second goal for packet loss.
Yeah, I mean, that eject button play right there from Kekla didn't quite find the save, as Zoe did put the core straight into the net.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice combo there to kill Lama. I'm assuming they will get a lot of advantage here exactly as Lila opens the mirror and lights up both players and the core to score it in and win the second set immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I need to stop blinking because every time I do, suddenly the core goes in. But, you know, a really good stunning both, you know, of the characters that were there. But we do see explosive entrance coming onto the Zentaro, which, you know, really good because we've been seeing Zoe kind of just find those dash, you know, goals relatively easy. Deadeye coming onto the Vice can be good for damage. Catalyst onto the Kai, you know, makes sense. We have been seeing damage, and 1-2 on Juno, so we're gonna be seeing some red core coming out, maybe near overtime. Reptile Remedy onto the Estelle. I don't think it will save them from the damage that KLB has been putting on, but you know, maybe it'll just score a little bit quicker. And I don't recall the last awakening.
On who? I don't. Okay, never mind. We've got. Do we talk about Catalyst and Slav? Whatever. As we were talking, Zoe's out of the game and Balu is getting both barriers there with a nice positioning. The Taiko almost sends it in, but Slav uses dash together. Zoe opening the second and the first and second barrier. Now with passive, will they find a nice cut? But they don't. Slav would burst while Lila dies. Zoe tries to dash in, but Kekla sends it into the corner and scores.
I mean, what an angle.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't expect that, so I don't blame Slav for losing that one. Ooh, great save from Slav there with the primary, but Balu is there to just get it and fix that save. Getting the second barrier as well, and charges their core flip actually, which is used immediately and to score, while Slav hopes they will send it down, but it doesn't.
I mean, really good patience coming from Die Intuition right there. Going for that down option, but quickly core flipping, and then, you know, just sending it straight at top.
Yeah. Slav is forward, but Lila saves it with a blink. The Taiko gets the first barrier on the KLB side. That's the magic of Taiko Temple, to be honest. Great choice by Slav by not TPing, so that with the Giga Blast gets the second barrier. Juno with her slimes blocks the ball there and opens the second one, and then sends it back to Balu forwarder. Slav with the burst, finding the opening and putting it in.
I mean, really good flip coming from Slav right there, but I wonder what Die Intuition kind of took to be so huge, because if I was playing, I'd be kind of traumatized by that huge bell ringer, as it does practically take up an entire lane. Even.
Yeah.
And they're as big as the Taiko middle drum, so we might be scaling a little too hard here.
Yeah, that rampage on 6 is causing some problems, that's for sure. While both barriers are gone, Pakilots might need to do a kill on them to try and get the size away from them, because that's really a menace, and he's getting all of the barriers in. Joey's focusing more on killing Llama right now, and gets killed by Balu there with a dash and a spin. Lila is probably doing their best trying to not get the core up to Balu, because that might be a menace, especially because he's extra big. But Slav with burst wastes Kekla's one, but dies as Lila opens the second barrier, but with a nice dash wins the stack war against Kekla and sends it in.
I mean, KLB has been finding these KOs, rather. Die Intuition has been finding these KOs somehow. I don't know why they're so big, but, you know, it doesn't matter, as Zoe kind of just pops right in and dashes and find that goal that they, you know, needed. We are set point here, probably, at the end of the game, but I would love to see, you know, a set 5.5.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much that X can be big. To be honest, they're now on 6 as a rampage. Can they make it 7? Is the question. Zoe's putting a lot of pressure, so the core is not getting to Balus. They get the first barrier, and the dash is kind of too long to get in a good position there. Lama is low on health, but the slimes try to put a lot of pressure on Sloth there. We can see Lama dying immediately because of the bouncing of the cycle. Balu kind of wasting burst, and with a nice dash, Zoe manages to send it in. Kekeleb ult to get the ball away, and probably by sometimes for Lama to respawn. Now they're just trying to get away the good opportunity to get some offense, but Pakelos is not giving that opportunity, and with an ult from Estelle, it just confirms this first match for Pakelos.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. Even if there is a big X right in front of you, Pakelos just held out so good, you know. The moment that they spawn in, they're just able to convert and put on the pressure and, you know, immediately sink the goal in. Both teams did a good job at finding the KOs. It was, you know, kind of close. I really wished that, you know, it did go to another set and I could see what this X did take to be so huge so I could know for future reference. But, you know, 5 KOs from the side of Pakelos to 10 on, you know, from KLB. So maybe KOs aren't everything.
Maybe maybe getting the ball in is the real thing of this of this, but it doesn't.
I mean,
yeah, KOs sometimes aren't all, but honestly, I think the highlight of that was Big X. I love seeing huge X on my screen. I am interested to see what would have happened if they got Might of the Colossus. How much damage they could output with that might have been insane.
I mean, Pakelos just did a really good job at being able to kind of convert from, you know, they just had a good balance, you know, with taking KOs and then core control. And, you know, that's what we want to see, especially on Psycho Temple, you know, having that balance really just set them apart. And, you know, they did take the sets. So we are going to Atlas Lab, Pakelos, of course. And I'm curious to see what the comp is going to be here. Will we still see some KOs? I definitely do think so.
Yeah. That's probably going to happen, honestly, but I'm curious of what the comps will be here. Are you expecting any character pick in particular?
Honestly, I've never seen Era in the days that I was casting for EUSL. I would love to see Era. You know, I don't think a lot of people play it as a midfield, though. It makes sense. It's not necessarily the best midfielder out there. But, you know, we do see Prizefighter start and Glass Cannon as well. So, you know, we might be seeing some KOs yet again pop out. You know, it makes sense considering the Psycho Temple game that we just watched. And if you do have a forward kind of just sitting on the goalie and they do take Glass Cannon, we might just be seeing a very, you know, useless awakening at the starts because, you know, the thing is with Glass Cannon, I'm not really a Glass Cannon liker. Like, I understand that, you know, goalies do pick it, but at the end of the day, if you have a brawler sitting on you, you won't be getting the power and speed that you would be needing. Like, you probably get it for like, what, 1 second or something, and then boom. But, you know, I wonder if we're going to see a Zentaro ban here. It is Prizefighter. We might be seeing a Humongous X again. You never know, but Pakelos is banning Vice. You know, makes sense because it is, you know, Prizefighter, Glass Cannon start. You don't want to, you know, pour that damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are seeing the Atlas ban though. It is Atlas Lab. How can win without, you know, no Atlas?
No big man.
This might be just a lab at but Zentaro first pick, wow, I'm surprising. I'm surprised that, you know, we let that through. We're gonna see some slaughter again, but you know, we do see the Luna and Aimi pick. This might be either Luna or, you know, Aimi goalie. It might be, yeah. If it's on midfield, we might see the Walk of Shame occur. You never know, but this might be a bit of a damage comp because, you know, both characters can put on that damage if they want to. Kai and Juno, kind of the same comp that we saw last game, except
Yeah, almost.
you know, instead of Estelle, it's Juno here, which it's Atlas Lab. You can place a slime and cover a little more than you could, but I guess it's preference pick. Then we do see the Kazan pick, for last. Practically any of these characters can be goalie. We never, I guess it's gonna be Kazan forward. So yeah, this maybe KLB here will find the KOs that they have been finding, the KOs they have been looking for, of course, but can they convert and find the goals that they need to win here? So let's see once we get into the game.
We'll see about that. The game is starting right now soon. I am curious on. I think, to be honest, that with that Luna and Kazan, KLB might output a lot of damage, but again, Zentaro and sometimes Juno with the Light Awakenings can do a lot of damage. So we'll see if this is a slaughter or more of a control game. Here we're seeing picks, of course. From Bucket Loss we see, of course, Kai goalie, Juno midfield, and Zentaro forward. I'm curious to see who's the goalie on KLB side. And right in, we'll be seeing the Gears and Awakenings picks from both teams. So the goalie is in fact Luna. We see Prize Fighter on everyone but Slav with Glass Cannon, and we see Set winning one on all forwards, as well as the eject button on both goalies. So we're ready to get into the second game of this matchup. The Juno's line there getting the first bear down for Packet Loss. Balu getting a nice angle to overrun Slav with the core and winning the first barrier as well. Again, it's not really, it's not as, barriers are not as important as other maps, but it's not really Oni Village, so they're still important somewhat. Zoe is getting targeted by everyone. They want their gone of these of this match, but Zoe getting some damage off on Balu here. Balu opening the second barrier. Lama putting some pressure with Amy there. The latch from Kekle tries to get it in. Slav saves it from Lamacraft. Now they have burst and use it immediately, probably to not die there. Balu is probably trying to get a good opportunity, but Layla is on defense. But Slav chokes the Giga Blast, and the first goal goes to KLB.
Yeah, I mean, what a play. Zoe was just getting passed around yet again. Unfortunately does not get to level 2. Still level 1 though, but speaking of packet loss, I'm getting packet loss from viewing this game. This might be an NA moment, but as I say, that barrier comes down on the side of packet loss. Nice
primary there from Balu, and nice teamwork from Lama and Balu, just getting the core where it needs to be for Balu to score.
Yeah, I mean, what a redirect from Balu right there, setting the core right in. We might see a game 3, but it's too early to say, at least. Hopefully we can get level 2, and as I was just saying, that level 2 comes onto the Zentaro.
And with the primary also, with the passive, he gets the first barrier. Slav losing the first one to Balu with burst now, as well as Kekle has it. Slav is really close to burst as well. Nice slime from Lila, sent it to Zoe to open the barrier, but is killed by Luna ult there. Zoe is really close to burst, there it is, but they're on low health. The touch from Kekle stopped by energy burst, double energy burst, burst into goal for packet loss.
I mean, I know they nerfed Luna, but why did that rocket do so much damage right there? Unfortunately, energy advantage is not there for packet loss, and both flips had to be used, considering that Zoe was staggered. But we do see Balu there, out for blood, but retrieving for now.
Zoe instead trying to go for Balu instead of the core, and it works out. Balu is dead. The ult from Luna takes advantage of Lila and Slav not having energy at all. Lila jumps in and with his slime opens the second barrier. Will they manage to get a goal before they die? Because with this energy they might meet an unfortunate hand, as we see with Zoe there. But Lila with the jump sends it over Luna there and gets the second goal for packet loss.
Yup, I mean, everyone's just kind of low, but you know, really good secondary from Lilith right there, just putting the core right in.
Yeah, Zoe's already low, and this round has just started. Give her a break. Lilith trying to put some pressure on the bottom barrier, but it's not enough to open it. The ult there is a lot on damage from both Zoe and Slav. This barrier is open. The primary is saved by Slav there. Zoe's getting jumped around by everyone right now. They're trying to get her off the match, but Slav almost opened second barrier, but the burst from Kakla is enough to save it. And while that was happening, Zoe is finally gone off the screen, but the jump from Lala opens the first barrier for Pakalas. Will they manage to get that back in? That from Kakla does not manage to get the core in and just gives an opportunity, but that doesn't matter because Fluff is a bit too forward and the core gets past him.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe was just getting passed around like a blunt right there, you know, getting jumped from all directions from that Kazan. That Kazan's really putting the die and die intuition. But let's look at the draft here. Luna MVP, so let's see what they take here. Probably the Deadeye.
Yeah.
Maybe even Venturance, so we'll have to see. But yeah, the Deadeye pick comes onto the Luna, so you're going to have to keep an eye out for those rockets because they're going to put the damage, you know. Explosive Energy comes onto the Kai, you know, obviously good for speed, especially with EB, you know, you want to go for speed Exodia. 1-2 punch on the Kazan though, on that's gonna hurt, but you know, even with that Explosive Energy pick, you also deny your Zentaro that pick. But Stacks and Stats onto the Juno, it's gonna be a little risky because, you know, this is a KO comp on both sides here, so you might end up losing that. Reverb for, you know, that little bit of stagger and CDR, and then we do see the Adrenaline Rush, which will come into play, you know, considering these KOs have been coming out.
Yeah, I'm really scared. This Love guy managed to get that cheese kill with a Giga Blaster, but Luna with that might be really a threat for everyone because they have a lot of range, and of course Kazan 1-2 punch does not need to be mentioned. Great ult from Zoe sending it in a weird direction so that Ketle does not expect it and doesn't manage to save it.
Yeah, the Shrek doesn't quite find the save there, and you know, KOs are coming onto both sides. You know, the match is starting, and you know, people are already almost dead.
Yeah, that's kind of a bad thing. I mean, probably it depends on who's getting killed and what team is getting there. But the Juno line opens the first mirror, but KLB won't let that slide and combos Rela into a note there, and there is just a massacre. He was his love with energy burst and no help. The energy burst was the last cry for help. Lila tries to sub in for Slav here, trying to defend it, waiting for him to respawn. Will this be enough? The dash from Luna actually does not send it anywhere, and it just goes forward. Did that dash do nothing? Did I see that right? They redirection it right after, I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a weird interaction.
Yeah. I mean, taking stacks was a risky option because, again, you gotta realize that stack just got reset the moment Lila died, and yet again, Lila died.
Talking about it.
Right there. But, you know, if we did see last game that, you know, if Kekla's primary was a little bit longer, Lilac would have died yet again before in that goal box, but you know, it wasn't as long, so
yeah, we're seeing a lot of, honestly, a lot of them from both teams actually. Lama is getting bounced around by both Lila and Zoe, actually also Slav. But KLB is doing a lot of juggling around with the core, but the dash from Kekles does not save the core and let them open second barrier. Zoe finally manages to kill Lama, and now they have burst, which is not even needed because both Lila and Zoe managed to win that strike for and now Zoe also has passive. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Packer Loss has been doing a really good job at, you know, converting and, you know, putting on the pressure when it comes to these power plays here. We might see a set coming onto the side of you know, Packer Loss, and as I say that, both barriers are down and die intuition kind of low. Yeah,
we see a lot of a good play by Zoe to passive out of the Luna ult there to survive a unit's burst to open the barrier. Balu is pretty low there, but they're trying to get some, I see some cheese damage in to just try and get it, but they're finally killed by Zoe. Will Pakilos use this advantage to their fullest? Lila is kinda low, so they might get the kill back, but Zoe is good enough to just glide it in between Lama and Kakle and gets this round for Pakilos.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying before, Pakalos has been doing such a good job at, just putting on the pressure when it comes to these power plays. And, we're finally getting to the draft here. Kala's coming onto the Zentaur, a really good pick considering the amount of damage that has been coming on to, both teams here. I wonder what this Luna will take here.
There's not any.
Unstoppable. I see it. Yeah, that's a pretty good pick. We do see the Reptile Remedy coming onto the Kai here. Makes sense considering the damage that has been going on. Big Fish, though, onto the Kazan, has that stagger, has that size. Monumentalist onto the Juno. It is a pick. Those slimes are going to be lasting a little longer, so, they can have their benefit when it comes to, some damage. And then, lastly, I don't recall the last pick.
It was Might of the Colossus from Amy.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Kai is kind of like underrated when it comes to midfielders, but you can also get that size and have that chance to win the strike war.
We're seeing right now Balu just trying to bully Lila, but Slav is kind of taking the place and advancing when they see Lila just standing a bit back. Zoe does have already burst and passive, which is wasted immediately. I guess the Catalyst is really putting in a lot of work there. That from Kekle almost sends it in, but it's not enough. Zoe is under last breath, and Kekle with the primary opens the second barrier. Zoe bursts immediately to save herself, and players under the edge there. Wow.
I mean, yep. I mean that I need to just send Zoe to the point where they can use their flip, and that sent them straight. That's a them to send the core straight into the goal right there.
We see energy advantage on KLB side. We can see both Kekle and Lama had burst. They used it immediately. Zoe almost opened the barrier beforehand, but did not manage to get it in. That from Kekle probably covering the bottom pass, but it's enough from Aldo and Lama to put enough pressure to open the first barrier. Zoe wasting burst there, probably hoping that the core will go to her to open the second barrier. Pakalos does not have much energy at all, while Balu has flip here, and with a jump in, sends the core in and opens the second barrier. The Juno's line there goes a bit back, so and they're trying to put pressure. Zoe, the perfect passive, opens the second goal. The dash from Kekle just tries to stop in. The actually ult from Luna does not manage Balu to get the core. Nice redirect from. They were just ping-ponging, but Lama at the end manages to put it in and get the pressure from the turret, who also was in, so they couldn't do much. Stuff couldn't do much.
Yeah, I mean, it was a risky clear option to send down if you really got the timing right, but with the way that overtime was running, unfortunately, speed did not help too much when it came to sending the core away.
Yep. And now they're just trying to get bullying. Almost good ult by Zoe, but it wasn't enough to open the barrier there. Balu is really low right now. I wonder if Zoe is just gonna go for that. Burst from Zoe almost opened the barrier, but it's saved by Kekle. The slime was hoping to put pressure, but it's not enough. Nice slide in past near the turret actually. And it opens the second barrier. They're now trying to get some good opportunity to attack Pakalos. While Balu is staggered, they can't do much at the moment. I wonder if they're gonna do some play, but Sloth is just sending him away with the primary. But the hook is good enough to open the second barrier, but he will be killed by Zoe soon probably. There we go. The burst is used by Sloth to allow the kill and set it in. Nice strikes from Kekle, predicting when to strike. Zoe first sends it in by aligning Lama and Kekle perfectly and gets the second goal for Pakalos.
I mean, yeah, Zoe did a beautiful job at flipping. Obviously, could have flipped a little earlier, but it didn't matter because they flipped and that dash just perfectly aligned a stun for the both of them.
Burst used by Lila to save her life, and also from Lama, which is kind of bursted at the start there. Lila is now in a good position. Sloth as well, now staggered because of Luna and all of her shenanigans. The passive from Zoe is enough to open the second barrier. Lila tries to defend instead of Sloth trying to get some advantage, but Galu opens the second barrier and Llama shoves it in the goal, and Slime is not enough to save it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much damage kind of being poured onto the side of Paculos right there. KLB did a really good job at, working on that, kind of just applying pressure from that power play and onto the side of Paculos right there. Unfortunately, that jump did not quite catch the goal.
Yeah, we can see a lot of old Zoe dying. That Deadeye surely did wonders to kill along, like, the whole map. I was gonna say that Catalyst was doing a lot for them. Nice. Oh gosh, the dash in opens the first barrier, and then the patience by Balu to wait to then send it in with burst.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, damage that you can take with tank with Catalyst, but really good things from Balu there. We do see Balu, or Die Intuition rather, first pick here. So I wonder if they're going to take Perfect Form here, or even Rapid Fire. But they do not. They kind of wait a bit, but the Zentara does opt for the heavy impact right there. Perfect Form does come onto the Kazan. That is pretty scary. Hotshot as a deny, but it also works for Amy there. Rapid Fire to also deny, but again, it works on Juno. Extra special coming onto the Luna, so that's going to be a little bit terrifying. That damage is going to be pouring out, and we do see the Twin Drive coming onto the Kai right there. Good for that speed, that speed Exodia that you want on the Kai eject button.
Yeah, well, especially with that extra special, now we will see ult round start every time, which will be pretty scary for Packet but they're not letting them one face them. They kill Llama, and Balu is also pretty low, so Zoe right there just killed their Balu. Kekle is doing a vacation, but it's good enough because the core just goes around the barrier, but again, they put enough pressure there, and the pass to Zoe just sends it in, and it cannot happen.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just do really good when it comes to power plays, finding that goal that they need. So I wonder if we might go to a set 5.5 and maybe a game 3. Or, maybe a game 3 or, 2-0. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, Zoe doing a lot of work there. Both barrier open, and the directions toward the bonfire slides in past Balu and sends the core in with a barrage.
Yeah, I mean, triple forward or what? Who needs your forwards when you're an eject button goalie with speed Exodia right there? Really good play from Sloth.
We can see now that 3-stack prize fighter from Zoe is getting into play. Sloth opening, is walking up a lot more, and is working out a lot. Llama is kind of low. Sloth dodges to rob them of the orb, while the dash from Kekli gets the core away from Lila and sends it to Llama, which manages to open the second barrier and kill Lila. Zoe has burst, which is wasted because it does not hit the core there. Sloth is ready to win the strike core. Llama is almost dead. Lila comes back right now, and now Pakilos has the advantage, but Balu hits flip, which is used immediately. That's from Kekle, which is a bit scary because the core was going down there. Balu dies. The black hole there almost saves it from going directly into Pakilos' goal. Zoe just kind of waiting there for a green pass, and there it is. Sends it in and wins the 4th set.
I mean, really good hold from both teams right there. But Gigablast just sends a pass straight to Zoe, and the core is just set right in the goal. But we do see the Singer coming onto the Zentara right there. Kind of interesting. Quick Strike, I wouldn't really take it on Zentara, even though there is Catalyst on the Zentara. It's not really something you would need that much. But Singer coming onto the Zentara is really good. We see Bulk Up. Bulk Up is just good, for that power, for that stagger. Primetime is going to stack with that Rapid Fire. We're going to see a lot more slimes coming out. Mr. Prop, though, stacking with that Deadeye, that's going to be traumatizing, to say the least. But Quick Strike coming onto the Kai, never hurts to take Quick Strike, especially from a Kazan right there. And we do see Rampage, so this Kazan can scale if you want to, and can hopefully, save their Rampage stacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty scared now about the Luna, with now that also has missile problems. Their ult is pretty damn dangerous right now. They can reach everywhere and kill anyone. So we'll see about how that works. Also pretty good, right? A lot of support with primary there. Sloth again trying to walk up and it's working out a bit. Trying to put pressure as Lila is getting bullied. Llama is also low, but Sloth wins the strike war against Balu and manages to get in. Sloth almost dying by just primary from Luna. It's really scary how Luna can just do anything. Balu opens the second barrier. Lila is already at Tiger. She just came back. They can't give it a break. The passive there almost opens it, but Kekla is ready to wait it. And the glitch pop from Llama finishes it off and gets the first goal.
Yeah, I mean, what a good dribbling play coming from Zoe, but the unstoppable on that Luna kind of just shut that, barrier, that getting that barrier down kind of quickly. But it's really good glitch pop from Lamacraft, sets the core right into the goal.
Yeah, we can really see Lila getting bullied. They don't want them, her stacked items to do anything at all. They're just completely destroying Pagelas right now. The damage is too much. They managed to open both barriers, Love dashing in, opening to get the barrier, and he manages to get both. Lila dodges by a millimeter that ult, and Zoe focuses on killing Balu, which is a big threat right now. That dash by Kekle does not save the core there, and the core flip is enough to score for Pagelas.
Yeah, really good synergy from Pakelos right there. Sloth allowing Zoe just to kill the Kazan while Sloth, kind of just takes their place. But unfortunately, that dash doesn't quite find, the save, and it's 1-1 right here.
Mm-hmm. This is kind of even right now, even with the intense damage KLB is doing. Lila is again close to dying, but Pakelos manages to get the first barrier down. Lila running for that orb that is kind of deserved. Lama is also low. And almost killed by Gigablast, but he's still alive. They're bouncing on the corner a lot. Lila opening the second barrier, and Sloth waits for the black hole to just finish off Llama. Zoe's really close to burst. Again, that catalyst is putting a lot of effort there, and it's not even needed because that shit just redirects the ball down, and it's in.
Yeah, I mean, what a checkmate situation right there, that patience coming from Lilith and, Zoe, even if, that primary didn't necessarily work, why is the goalie dead, though? Hopefully we see the burst coming out.
Yeah, Zoe's dying now. That kill is incredible. Now Lila is left alone to fend for herself, and it's kind of working because they managed to get the second barrier as well, the first barrier as well. Sloth runs in, gets the second one, and that's from Luna, gets also the second one on Pagelos' side. Lila has no energy now, and the burst from Balu sends in the nice projectile from Luna as well, which is Sloth, and gets in again into Balu's burst.
Yeah, that rocket's a good option for a rebound, and Balu right there just sends the core right in, but using that flip though, we do see a flip on Kekle, so we're just gonna see how this goes. Maybe it goes to game 3.
Yeah, ooh, close one, but it's saved by Kekle's burst. Zoe killing Kekle. This might be a win for Pakelos, but we'll see how maybe Balu and Llama proc that goalie. The nice save from Llama predicting when the passive was gonna arrive. And Kekle is back. They did not manage to score in while they were gone. The ult from Luna, of course, wastes a bit of Sloth's energy. Nice hook from Kazan, just taking it away. And it finally goes in! While Llama was getting bounced around, Kekle was not in a good position to save that. And this is a victory for Pakelos with the second match of today!
I mean, what a play from Pakelos right there. That Juno Slime just set the core, into the goal, and unfortunately they didn't find the KO on Llama right there, but really good play from both teams. Both teams did really well, when it came to KOing, defense, everything really. Let's look at the stats right here. 102 redirects on Sloth. I mean, is this guy the redirect Blizzard or what? But yeah, let's look at the redirects. Both boards did have, pretty similar redirects, but 13 KOs to 12. Yeah, that's 12 KOs. Math, yeah. But when we look at that save count, oh my god, 47 saves, but 10 assists onto Sloth. I mean, is Sloth Sloth is just a third forward at this point. I mean, eject button Kai Speed Exodia is just so real. But
And-
yeah, when you look at the stat board, you wouldn't think that's, that would be the stats board. You would think like, oh, maybe the scores would be a lot closer because the gameplay was definitely close.
Yeah, I honestly thought KLB. I think KLB did more damage, but Pakalov managed to confirm more kills here. I think for the not many tips from Slav is given by the fact that Slav was standing slightly outside of goalie area that game, trying to intercept the ball before it arrived to the barrier. So I think that's why he doesn't have as many saves as Kekle, for example. But I think, honestly, this was a pretty close match, but in the end, it just goes to Pakalos.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
Yeah.
what was the opposite team's name again?
What? What do you say?
What was the opposite team's name again? I low-key forgot.
KLB?
Yeah, KLB, they had 91k damage. We can say at least maybe 92. Yeah, 92k damage on, yeah. And then it was, Pacalis had like, maybe 76k. So, that is a lot of damage, compared to the KOs that were, went down. But, unfortunately, it did not go to a game 3. And if it did, we'd be working really, we'd be working overtime. But really, really good game. That was by far one of my most favorites to watch.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Like, we saw how people can live when the only rule there in that game was dying. So, so we will now go again into a short break. We will change caster. So, bye.
Bye.
And welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
It is I, Sloth. I'm not sure if the reactives are set up properly yet, but it is I, Sloth, and joining me forecasting these two next lovely games is Bear. Hello.
That is me. Hello. I'm excited. It's my first time, so.
Yeah, there's some good matchups in here. I would argue they're decently like they have a clear favorite in both of them, but there are some interesting story. Well, I wouldn't say storylines, but there's some interesting angles that can be explored. The first one being with our upcoming match right now, TMCT versus ZZZ. I'm pretty certain TMCT is playing with a substitute.
Yeah, so from what I've noticed, that would be Yankate instead of Cookies, which might actually be kind of a, well, I wouldn't say a hit, but it might be a different lineup for TMCT, because Cookies is, of course, the number 3 goalie in EU. So that might
quick correction,
be interesting
it's
angle.
Atsu. That's not here, not Cookies. But still, very correct.
bad.
Atsu, she is one of the top 3, 100%. So it's gonna be interesting to see how much this is gonna affect TMCT's performance today. And we're already going into map draft as well. What kind of maps do you want to see coming in today, Bear, and especially in this kind of matchup?
Well, we saw Temple earlier in Atlas Lab, I believe. So I'm curious to see if we can see some of the new maps. Yeah, I don't know. I think Amy's Lab would be a good one for today.
Oh yeah, Amy's app would be interesting. I don't think it's currently within the pool, but I mean, who knows what's gonna come, right? I mean, there's a map change during the season as well at one point, so maybe that's gonna come in. Overall, I think it's a bit interesting to see, like, playstyle wise, what these two teams are gonna try to go for as well. I think Cookies and Geo from TMCT, they're really well, like, coordinated in a team playing environment. They can execute kill, but I wouldn't necessarily say they are known for it. I'm curious to see if they are also going to start drafting more towards maps that benefit control, something like an Oni Village, and see if they want to pursue something like that, or if they're just going to play the game of we think we're better at KOing than you, so we're just going to run it. But as I expected, Oni Village the first pick from TMCT.
Oni Village,
ZZZ
of
banning
course,
out Gates, and TMCT banning out Demon Dice.
Demon Dice. Ooh.
Yeah, Demon
Gates
Dice
of Obscura. It's a good ban as well, I think, because of course we've already seen it today, but the portals are just they're quite something to deal with.
Yeah, they require a very unique playstyle, right? That you kind of need to grasp your head around, and if your team is maybe not the one that is all too comfortable with that, always a fair ban to get rid of. ZZZ now coming in with the Atlas pick for the second game. Atlas, overall a pretty light map, I would say.
Yeah, Atlas Lab. I mean, it's a good map to play. It has of course the black hole in the middle that you gotta keep in mind, but it's not too much of a gimmick, I would say. Like the portals in Gates of Obscura, of course. Night Market is also a pretty good ban, of course, because the middle obstacles can be quite something to trip over.
Yeah, 100%. It's also enables a lot of, like, immobile forwards to be playable on a map like Night Market that wouldn't be able to play it on other maps due to just the pure speed up that you can get in there. They do end up going to get rid of Night Market though, and getting rid of Clarion, which puts us on Decider on Taiko Temple. Yeah, Bear. Unlucky. You're going to see another Atlas and Taiko, maybe.
We seem to have some clear favorites in maps today.
Yeah, this is actually, funny enough, the exact same 3 maps that we had in our map draft before, if I don't misremember. We just had a different order. So that's fun. We love different maps, for sure. Trust.
Trusted scenery. We like to see it. I'm curious what they'll pick today. I wonder if they're going to pick like a KO team or more movement speed. I think on Oni Village, the goalie at least is going to have to have a lot more movement speed with the distance between the barriers, of course. In Atlas Lab, that's a little bit less of a factor, but we're going to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at Oni Village already, it's going to be. I'm going to be very intrigued actually what the picks are going to be. If this was TMCT with Atsu, I would be even looking at it like a wide range of different goalies, because Tatsu, even though I'm not very much a fan of that pick on this map, Tatsu it does enjoy a little bit of Luna on Oni Village as well. Jan Kate coming in for Atsu here might be a little bit of a different vibe in terms of a goalie pick. I think if I'm looking at both of these teams, though, with ZZZ, with Lucas in goal, and Jan Kate on TMCT's side, we're probably looking at more defensive options. We're probably looking at Atlas. Obviously, Kai is always really good here. The question is, does it go through draft? Because it is also a very liked ban.
Definitely, Kai's always a good pick with the mobility and just the projectiles you can shoot. However, yeah, I'm curious to see if that's one of their favorites too.
Or if maybe some of them are already picking up the picks that Fang and Alex do enjoy in this map, which is the Era goalie as well.
Era goalie, ooh.
Yeah, it kind of mimics the way you play Kai. It's just more difficult to execute, obviously. But
yeah.
with the Awakenings being seen here already, we are looking at Might of the Colossus and Primetime. With Primetime, I'm expecting either a Kai ban or pick. And also Era, Estelle, both are looking like really good midfield picks with that Primetime together.
I think Juno might also be a very good pick there because you can span the slimes a lot more.
Yeah, 100%, right? Especially depending on what kind of goalie the opposition is playing. If they are playing something that can't deal well with the Juno Blobos, that would be a really, really strong pick to be behind that. But ZZ has none of it. They do not care.
Fair enough, fair enough. And the Kai ban, okay.
Yeah. The TMCT not willing to give Lucas that strong pick on this map. ZZ still gets an Estelle Prio.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I get a feeling they have a pretty strong idea of what they want to play on here. An almost immediate Era Erasmus looking.
They're very certain of their picks, it seems, yeah.
I do think that Era is going on to Giovanni. They've been an Era Erasmus forward combination. Very strong if executed correctly. Gio being a really good Era player as well is certainly going to make that pick shine. And Cookies on Rasmus. He can just make magic happen on those playmaking picks up front. So interesting to see what he's going to be delivering on there.
Plus those double secondaries are going to come in crazy there with Era and Rasmus working together.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, go on.
Something interesting to note, Zentaro has been basically had 100% presence in every game, so he's a very dominating force within this tournament.
100%. Yeah, Zentaro, obviously, even in week 1, already 100% present. Week 2, 100% present. So far, I think I wasn't able to fully watch the first game, but for our game, also 100% present. He's just, especially with the changes that have happened in the last week, he just becomes such a dominating force, mainly within EU, right? The EU meta always was a fan of Zentaro. He is very strong, he is very versatile, and especially with the addition of something like Perfect Form back in the meta, it's very... I would be surprised to not see him anywhere here.
Yeah, I agree. Zentaro, I mean, if you're looking for a new main, just go for Zentaro at this point.
Ooh, wait, Young Kate. I just took like a second to think, like, why is there a Kazan as the last pick? Yeah,
oh.
I don't know, little known, but not really little known fact. People know it, but Young Kate actually a player coming into Europe as a Kazan one trick in goal. He obviously nowadays... He's got plenty of an arsenal to play, but I do believe that is a pick for the Kazan in goal. So I'm curious to see how well he's going to be able to deal with Nestel's and Taro attack as a Kazan.
I think Kazan is definitely a good counter against Zentaro because you can kind of stop the bullying Zentaro can do with his damage. But we're going to see how that plays out.
It's just the next best thing, right? Oh, the forward is just killing you when you're a goalie. Oh, fine, just kill him back.
Kill him back, yeah.
What's he gonna do?
So we're going into draft now.
Yeah, very interesting to see how that is gonna be playing out. I'm actually kind of excited to see Ankate on Kazan, especially because I don't think I've seen him played on Oni anytime recently.
No, I haven't, so that's definitely going to be quite an interesting match. I do wonder how he's going to like hold up within the team and how well they're synchronized, because of course he is standing in. So I wonder how that's because the clear favorite today is of course TMCT, but we're going to see how that's going to work out.
Ooh, a Might of the Colossus is being picked only on Kote as well, going Pauldrons on him as well, which means those little pokes he can do with his umbrella, those are going to hold some power. That is like one of the strengths of that pick as well, right? Especially if you get something like Team Player, the sheer amount of force that he can put out on that pick is insane. But
Absolutely.
Oni Village Gaming, first 2 barriers fall, no one really cares. Because that's you just need to hold down to 1 barrier, and especially with Kazan and Atlas being picked, both being a little bit more defensive-minded goalies, they're happy to just have to deal with 1 barrier. Geo here taking a lot of damage though, just passively off of those Zen and Estelle characters.
Something to note, of course, is that Yankate has to deal with the top barrier, because for them the map's flipped, of course, which is a lot less advantageous, I would say.
Yeah, it's very like a thing of seeing it correctly. So what do you like more? Obviously, while we're yapping, TMCT. Clean
Yeah,
goal.
it didn't matter at all.
almost taking out Lucas with that as well. I think for the rest of that comp, right, to get away from a little bit of the Kazan pick here as well, I think everything is pretty standard from what we would expect from the EU side, right? Estelle being a pretty high prio pick on a map like Oni, Rasmus also being really good, Era being able to support that Rasmus pick, and then Zen again, Zen's just being Zen, while Atlas is a hold it down goalie. But again, who would have guessed? Both barriers gone almost immediately.
Absolutely. The pressure is definitely a lot on ZCC's side. They're getting kind of bullied a little bit here. Oh, and the core flip gets stopped by Lucas. That was beautifully done.
Yeah, Cookie's tried to cook a little bit with that hook flip, a little bit of a wait, but well defended from the side of ZZZ. And Neff finding the bottom barrier here as well, putting us into 2 open goals. Who's going to be able to hold out longer here?
Who's going to win the strike wars here? Okay, Lucas has that core flip ready, but he's going to save it for a little bit later. Oh, and that is another goal on TMCT side.
Ever so slightly late on that secondary from Lucas, which puts the core into his own goal. Unfortunate, but that is the life of an Atlas as well, right? For every time that you get a good secondary, there's also got to be one bad one.
Yep, absolutely. He still, of course, has his core flip ready, so... and now, on ZCC's side, they have the favor. However, are they going to be able to maintain that pressure? We see Zentaro walking up to the goal. Oh, and that is a KO on the side of ZCC. They definitely have to take this chance if they want to win this round.
Yeah, Cookies is doing a good job time wasting here, making sure ZZZ can't just walk towards the goal, but they do end up getting past them and set up nicely to beam that in. It is only 1 goal. They still need to make up for 2, whereas TMCT just needs 1 more, so it is still an uphill battle for the specific set. But they have an energy advantage, and if executed correctly, obviously nothing is over at this point.
No, it's anyone's game still. And that is the beauty, of course, of Omega Strikers. Anything can happen.
Lucas doing a good job holding on to that barrier there, though. He does need to be a bit worried as TMCT are getting closer to their flips. Neff and Kitpan getting the core forward here nicely, taking that first barrier, but as mentioned before, the first barrier doesn't really do that much. Really nice
second barrier does.
From Geo, though, sneaking in between Kid and Neff here.
Kitpan trying to use his mobility to get that core to the other side, and it seems to be working. Nefarious Deeds is pushing up.
This could be a rather difficult situation, though, if TMCT isn't able to find this core, mainly just due to energy advantages, right? They both use their flips. They're pretty low on evades now, meaning if the ZZ is able to find this last barrier and able to find that much-needed goal, well, don't matter. TMCT finds
already
it.
over.
Yeah, well-placed primary from Geo there to deny that clear angle. Taking set 1 for TMCT. Now we're going into... Ooh,
Cookie.
there are a few things.
Has that prio on the Chrono Boost. I wonder if he's going to pick it. I would assume so.
Ooh, this is interesting. I'm expecting a quick strike. Probably rapid, yeah. Oh, this is dangerous, though. Because Zen now gets explosive or perfect form.
Explosive,
as a guarantee. Oh, he does get explosive.
That is a massive win on their end.
Man, that is going to be rough for the side of TMCT, because obviously with that explosive, it's outside from just the damage that is being given. It's also a lot more mobility from the side of the Zentaro. Also, really big, I didn't even notice that, the rapid fire pickup from Estelle. Because obviously, as TMCT is just finding those angles really well, Estelle does have prime time rapid fire now, meaning her primary is going to be like, what, 5 seconds? It feels like it, probably. So
Kid
that's going to be
have a lot of snipes there, yeah, for sure.
Very impressive. Obviously, still though, Cookies being like a control warrior up front, being able to use his abilities to force well, and again being really good on that Rasmus pick, is not going to be upset about picking up a quick strike himself. As we're now looking at an open goal again from the side of ZZZ, and
the KO to do extra damage there. That can't be good for the morale.
They just find their way through to push that, to just push it through the goalie. They played it quite nicely around the defense of ZZZ, then find that angle that they need and just force it through. And now they're up 2-0 again in this set.
Yeah, with Lucas wasn't looking at the bottom barrier there. Now he has the top one to deal with. It seems Yonkate has the bottom one, so that is quite an advantage. But so much pressure on the ends of TMCT there.
Cookies is getting that flip out and does get the barrier. He does need to be a bit careful because he is no evades, 1 HP. If Neff does have abilities to force that through, it'll be lethal, but Geo just
there they go,
forcing it through all three of ZZZ and taking set 2. Very dominant set.
0-3 round. That is, yeah, you can definitely tell those awakenings were working out for them. Now let's see what they're going to be picking in this draft. We have Zentaro looking at the Twin Drive and Heavy Impact there. Rasmus, of course, has that prio again on Hotshot. Let's see what else.
Siege Machine from Atlas is not what I would have expected. I would have expected Atlas to go for the Twin Drive here. But Siege still being a good option, right? Giving you a little bit more range on your abilities and more oomph behind your creations. Then getting Heavy Impact, though, is...
Be more aggro there, yeah. Heavy, oh my god, Zentaro just... He has to make use of this.
It will still be difficult, right? Oni Village is the least kill map of all the maps, I would argue, that we have, so... Just having explosive and heavy isn't necessarily going to kill everyone immediately, but it opens up avenues to try pushing through a low HP enemy. Question is he going to be able to find it, or is the very strongly playing TMCT just going to get through their defense before that Zentaro can even get into playing state, right?
Yep, right now Kid Pan is putting on a lot of pressure, trying to desperately get that second barrier, and if they do, that would help them out a lot, because they really need to pull it back right now if they want to win.
Really good interrupt still from the side of TMCT. Neff almost dying here. Geo also very low, but no evades. 2 flips being used from the side of ZZZ here, not optimal, but Geo is down to 1 HP again. But I don't think Neff has any cooldowns to necessarily finish this off.
Oh, and Giovanni looking at 1 HP there, already ready to be knocked out of the map, and there it goes. Yeah, Zentaro did not let that one slide.
He finds that crucial kill. The question is, can they do something with this power play, or is Yonkate and Cookies just going to be able to stall enough time? It looks like they're just going to be able to wait out the respawn of Geo. And ZZ now back on the back foot again. You can also just see how well TMCT, Geo, and Cookies are playing together if you start to observe the levels a bit, right? The whole of ZZZ is on level 5. Cookies level 7, Geo level 6. Their goalie on Kate barely has to play. He hasn't hit at level 5 yet, because the cores just usually get caught before it even gets to him.
Yeah, and the energy advantage is definitely on the side of CCC there, but they can make use of it, sadly.
And here we see the strength of that Kazan pick as well, right? Overtime, Glass Cannon, Might, Powerhouse. Such a strong, like, immediate red core pass up to Cookies that just sets him up for a really nice goal angle. Oh, the Aeronado unluckily griefing a little bit, but will happen. Geo again, no evades though.
2 core flips ready to go on the side of CCC though. Oh.
Ooh. forcing through well from ZZZ. They do need to start finding goals though, right? We're already in set 3, they're 0-2 down. And at this point, you just need to find goals, even if it's not to necessarily win. It's also part of the morale, right? The more you just get scored on again and again and again, it can affect your morale a bit. So it's important to find this as soon as possible. They find the kill on the Rasmus. They play through the power play and do end up getting that goal now. Geo still no evades.
Definitely needed this goal. I wonder if that's going to affect their morale. We see Atlas still having a core flip ready to go. Kidpan trying to definitely use his mobility to get that core on the other side, but TMCT is putting on so much pressure here. And that's another barrier ready for ZZC. Oh, this is a beautiful chance. If they can pull this through.
This would be quite important. So Atlas misusing his secondary a little bit, but uses the flip to get it out. ZZZ is looking at looking like they have the advantage as of right now for this set, though. Can they execute on this attack, though, before TMCT does find a way through the defenses of Lucas?
Yeah, those levels are evening out again, and the forward and midfielder, of course, for ZCC are having an energy advantage here.
Ooh, Kidpan looking for a flip, gets blocked from the side of TMCT though, but again, look at the HP bars. And look at Zen doing Zen stuff. Explosive entrance, dashing straight through Yankate with the flip. Not much you can do about that. Ooh, and this is important for the side of ZZZ, right? They do need to find this. They do need to find sets if they want to have a chance at winning this. And they're starting off well now. They are 2-1 up. Lost one barrier, but again, ultimately it's only village. First barrier doesn't really matter as much. Second one is where it's at, so as long as Lucas can hold it down, they should be fine. Cookies now has flip, looking to use it now, but well defended from Lucas, and Kidman and Neff using their abilities well to take the kill, and now also take both the barriers. Yankate has to flip, gets it out barely, but it's still a power play from the side of ZZZ. Lucas not really able to find the core past Geo there, though. And now we're back in an even state. ZZZ still has an advantage. Yankate finds the nice hook there to defend this core. Team CT needs to be careful. They are being pressured quite a bit, especially considering that if you look at the energy bars, the entirety of ZZZ is close to having flip. Kidman has it now. Lucas is about to get it. And Neff is also about one strike away from it.
Right, but ZCC should definitely not get careless here, because that is where you can usually trip up on this map.
100%. Neff is just kind of doing Zentaro things right now, though. He's getting some good damage and really nice save from Lucas to dissolve that situation. ZCC is just trying their best to get that angle up to Neff, so he can flip it in. Really well defended again from Lucas to shut down that flip from Cookies completely. Just barely misses the dash, but still holds on to that flip. Has it now, tries to flip, and Yankate hooks it really nicely. The Kazan play that we usually don't see in Europe here normally being well executed by Yankate, but he finds that crucial last hit and
there it is,
takes that set.
There's the set. So the game is not over by far. This might turn out very interesting depending on the awakenings they get here. We're looking at the awakenings right now. That big fish might be a good pick for Zentaro, and he's looking at it. Yeah, there it is.
Ooh, I'm eyeing that team player for Kazan. Oh, these cores are gonna start flying.
Oh, stacks on stacks for Estelle. That is quite an interesting pick, because you do get the bonus speed, of course. Rasmus with that extra size with the barriers, and I'm wondering what Atlas is doing here with the primary focus.
Yeah,
he's trying to play a bit more aggro, I guess.
The missile prop for Atlas overall is really good. Obviously, already has some range with I forget the name of it. The Siege Machine pick from last draft. But missile prop obviously really enables Atlas to start interrupting the core a lot sooner, create more pressure with that primary. So, and also Atlas has a surprising amount of damage as well as a base level. So he could also assist with that little bit of that killing pressure that ZZZ is looking out for. But both teams here playing really well, getting both barriers. Lucas just barely getting it, but not quite able to get it past Cookies there.
Yep. They had to play a bit more defensive there, but it didn't work out quite well. Giovanni was very low health, so it seems like they were really trying to put on the pressure of killing there.
Yeah, I mean, the Zentaro does so much damage at this point, right? Zentaro has explosive entrance, has heavy impact, went Big Fish with the Might start, so he also gained some benefits from Might. Meanwhile, Kitpan on Estelle, a lot of primaries, a lot of movement as well on that Trin Drive and stacks for stacks, meaning you can kind of have both your forwards dedicated to one thing, right? Zen is just trying to be as annoying as possible, trying to kill people over and over again, while Estelle's making sure that the core's always under control.
Yep, and Estelle was a really good pick for that, so they definitely had a strategy going into this game.
And
Zentaro
almost gets it in. Really well tried from Neff, but Yonkate just able to get there in time. Lucas holding it down though. They still are holding on to one of those barriers. I think overall these drafts, even though it looked difficult at the beginning for ZZZ to play out, I think the drafts have benefited them quite a bit. Because they just are able to just start forcing with low cooldowns, a lot of damage. And they find the hit to Neff here as well that just puts it in and setting us into a 1-1 situation for the set.
Yeah, they're definitely pulling it back right now, which is quite surprising. I didn't think of it when we were seeing that first set. However, in the second set, they've been doing crazy good.
Gio's just trying to contest the core normally, but he just loses HP so fast as well. Only Village is a control map, but I beg to differ if Zentaro gets explosive entrance, heavy impact.
Zentaro is absolutely dominating right now with that ult as well, trying to bounce it back, and then Kitpan is trying to get control over that core, trying to get it into that fully open goal there.
Gio is just not able to play. ZZZ is kind of just taking him completely out of the game with just constantly dumping abilities on them and just making sure his HP bar is low. And if you keep him low all the time, his energy is going to be low. And if his energy is low, what's he going to do about being damaged? Here, the missile prop from Atlas even being used to get that little bit more damage through. Cookie's very patient here, but it does get flipped away from Lucas. Also misses his own flip, unfortunately. And now
There's
again, Era is out. Cookie's also no evades. Is he going to die or is Sakura going to go in first? Well executed from the side of ZZZ again. They found their second win.
We were right into overtime, but now we're going to start with that third goal or the second goal for TMCT. Where that ult by Giovanni definitely was a good call there, but they're currently pushing forward to TMCT's goal, and it's just going back and forth.
It is just being bounced around, but there's one thing that's being more shoved around than the core, and that is Gio. Just again on 1 HP almost immediately. And the strength of the core, the side of TMCT, right, is that strong control, that strong force that you have with Erasmus. And the Kazan pick also being really good at setting up attacks with just fast cores. But that doesn't really do much for you if your connecting piece, your midfielder, isn't really able to partake.
Giovanni's just getting bullied right now. He's trying to buff his teammates with that secondary, but that's basically all he can do right now.
There is a bit of a little bit of space that Team CT has worked for right now, as Gio has been able to kind of get a little bit more energy, get full HP. So the question is Team CT going to be able to take advantage of that they have their full set now, and get that last barrier, or is Lucas just going to continue to hold it down as he has been? Again, missile prop really showing its strength there, being able to stagger, or not stagger, stun Cookies as well as he was trying to get it out of that corner. ZZZ finding the barrier again looking to play against an open net, and Kazan just ever so slightly too far up, not able to reach that with his hook. And we're going into a set 5. Yeah, I'll be honest, Bear, at the beginning of this game, I did not believe in that.
Me either. I thought TMCT was definitely the clear winner and favorite, but they're getting dominated right now in these last two sets.
Yes, ZCC has just been finding everything they need, and now they get a catalyst on Zentaro as well. So there's just going to be flips flying out one after the other here as well. And a Deadeye on Estelle, so she'll always passively do more damage. I'm convinced Oni Village is a kill map at this point.
I was gonna say they're not getting the chance to kill, but they do get the chance to kill here. God damn. Atlas as well with the Monumentalist. That is huge for him, literally.
Yeah, Cookies and Yonkate opting for Stagger Awakenings here, which is not bad. But I would say they weren't the ones that were in need of them, as Geo is definitely still struggling, just dealing with Zen doing Zen stuff. Right now, it's pretty alright. He was able to avoid the cooldowns. He also did get Castellast himself, which is a pretty big pickup for Arrow, right? Keep in mind, if Zentaro is just running after you all the time and trying to kill you, if you just beam him, he does, well, not no damage, but, you know, negligible damage. So being able to perma-beam...
being able to run more.
100% as well, getting more area control for the side of TMCT as well with that. Really nice beam from Kitpan, almost takes a barrier, but Yonkate is awake and gets it out. Flipping used by Kitpan here. And Neff just takes out Geo. This is so difficult to play for him.
Yeah,
Or barely rolls past that. Oh!
And the double KO just for extra insult.
Yeah, Yonkate being a bit close to the edge there and just being taken off as well. Ooh, TMCT need to find those angles to go through the enemy's defense before anyone can really get low enough to get taken out by the Zentaro. But again, that is so difficult because the side of ZZZ has that Atlas in the back. They have that character that's just going to sit on one of those barriers and it's just going to make sure that that barrier never drops. Really good interrupt from Kitpan here as well, and Neff being in a perfect position.
Yeah, TMCT has to find their footing here because if they don't pull it back right now, it's literally over. The final goal.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're going to pull this one back.
They went up with a 2-0 lead in sets, and ZZZ found the awakenings they did. They found the place that they needed to find, and they're now in a position where they're looking at game point. They took both barriers out again. The Kazan pick again, really good defensively, but I'd say not the best if it comes to open goal play. Geo being taken out again. Cookie's trying his best to stall that core, but Neff trying to
so bad for Geo.
Play around a bit with Yonkate there, but the defensive side of TMCT are holding it down really well, making sure Geo's going to get back on the field here. Can TMCT find that last barrier though, right? Because it doesn't matter as long how long you can hold defensively. If you can never get that last barrier, eventually it's going to go in. Cookies with the hook.
Push out a bit more, yeah.
Trying to set up an attack, but again, Geo can't really get involved. If the moment he gets a little bit too far up, he's just going to get hit by everything Zentaro has to offer. He's trying to get it past Lucas here, but Lucas holding it down. The team player hit, immediately putting it to the opposition side here. Good patience from the side of Yonkate as well. Good flip as well. Almost takes barrier. Again, the power of Kazan with that strong hit. Just barely mistimed that beam from the side of Kitpan, but he wasn't going for core anyways. He's looking to take Geo out. And Geo has to leave his position, needs to go survive, and ZZZ finds that last point, taking game one.
Game, set, and match. I thought Yonkate was definitely holding his own there in that last set, but it wasn't enough, sadly.
That is very really well played from the side of ZZZ. Drafts were in their favor. They were giving a lot of utilities to make this happen, right? Neff being able to just pump out damage, and if you look at the stats as well, by the way, I feel bad for Geo. 42, almost 43,000 damage on Zen, and a little bit of the sleeper damage coming out from the side of Kitpan as well, sitting on 43,000 damage on his own. Geo just didn't really get to play.
No,
but
those 8 KOs, they definitely weren't helping for Geo there. I feel like all of those 8 were in Geo almost.
Very likely. And even if they weren't being KO'd completely, just being low HP is essentially the same as taking them out of the game. So ZZZ finds that crucial awakening draft. A bit unlucky for TMCT. Would have to review if there was a more optimal way to approach those drafts, or if it's just the game allowing kill comps to just thrive as well as they did there. But ZZZ definitely deserving of this win here.
Definitely.
Being able to find those picks, find those kills when they need it the most. And that is very, that's gotta be huge for the morale of ZZZ as well, right?
For sure. Like something to note as well, Estelle had 84 shots on goal, which is she definitely had the control over the field there. And then Zentaro just clearing the way basically for Kitban. So that's definitely very well played on CCC's end.
100%. Now, I'm a little bit worried, Bear. I'm a bit worried because we were on Oni Village now. You know, the map known to not really be kill beneficial, and this has happened. Our next two maps, next one is going to be Atlas's Lab. I'd say there's going to be a few kills, depending on how this draft will go.
Yeah, that Atlas Lab is going to be a murder scene, honestly. And if TMZT is smart, they will ban Zentaro here, but there's still so many damage picks, so I wonder what the drafts are going to look like.
Yeah, or maybe TMCT is also going to take a book out of that kill comp, right? The Atlas Lab being the map pick from ZZZ allows TMCT to choose which side they want to be starting off. There's a good chance that they also want to go first pick here and just go play that Centauro themselves, right? Be that damage manager themselves. But we'll see in due time. We'll see in due time what they're going to go opt for. Definitely huge upswing for ZZZ and just difficult for TMCT again. That game, you're playing around to control, to pass, to go through, play around that Atlas and take barriers and angles that he can't protect due to his low mobility. But if you just can't pass because you're low, it's just so difficult. So
yeah, you can defend all you want, but if there's no midfielder, there's no way to go forward.
Ooh. Oh no!
Oh no! We have.
Okay.
Oh no, we have the First Awakenings ready, and that is, of course, the Impact and the Monumentalist. But that Centauro has to be the first pick right now, unless he gets banned, of course.
Okay, yeah, TMCT did opt for blue side, and also quick roster update. TMCT did opt to sub out Yankate again, and Dinfar is playing for him. So that's going to be interesting. Another goalie now coming into the field. Dinfar also being a really, really good player, obviously. More known for his midfielding capabilities. But going to be intrigued to see how well he does in goal himself as well. But this draft, I would be very surprised if CZ does not get rid of the Zentaro here.
I would be very surprised too. And it's looking quite interesting on TMCT's end, because this is the second swap out they've had, of course. Well, I mean, Yankate was there from the beginning, but yeah, Dinfar, I'm curious to see how he's going to be doing. And what their comps are going to look like. So
yeah.
Let's see what the bans are going to be.
Oh, this is actually like, if I was a player in this game, I would not want to draft here, because this is so difficult to draft correctly. There's so much that can go wrong, because yes, you have explosive entrance, you have the Centauro to consider. Vice is also really good with that explosive entrance. So is Amy. So those are already three very strong picks that need to be considered. But then you also need to look at Monumentalist. Then you need to look at picks like Now, which is insanely strong with Monumentalist. You need to look at picks like Juno, which will just do massive damage just passively if she does end up going Monumentalist. This is so difficult to draft correctly. And I feel like whoever handles this draft better is going to be able to get such a huge advantage going into this game.
I mean, a good draft is half the work, honestly. And for example, Atlas would also be a crazy pick with Monumentalist here. To defend both of those barriers, of course. And we have our first ban by TMZT, which is Zentaro. Understandable. I totally get that. I would also ban Zentaro after that game.
Yeah, they are just taking out that Zen. They're not looking to play it themselves by the looks of it, and completely justifiable, right? Neff had a huge game on Zentaro beforehand, and if you're not looking to pick it away, it is just better to just take it out, especially considering we are looking at an explosive entrance start. And here we see the Now ban from the side of ZZZ, shutting down that Monu play, but that leaves Vice open.
And there she is, straight off the bat. Vice, yeah, that's definitely one of my the banes of my own existence. I don't like playing against Vice, so I totally get the pick. We're gonna see that second and third pick here as well by ZCC.
And that Vice is gonna do so much damage-wise with that explosive entrance. And Oh, that is going to be difficult for Decided Easy to handle. They do
Amy,
opt for the Amy pick, which is still really good, right? Amy with explosive entrance, also a very strong kill threat.
It's a decent counter pick too against Vice.
Yeah, they kind of like to do the same thing, although I think Amy's a bit more versatile in the way she can control the core as opposed to Vice, but Vice just pumps damage like no one else. If you're looking at the best damaging characters, right, you're looking at Vice and Finny. Finny not really being having a very strong place in the meta right now, but and then the Estelle pick as well.
Oh, the Estelle pick for that that explosive entrance as well, I would assume. I wonder if Amy is going to go with Monumentalist or explosive entrance. I assume explosive entrance, but Monumentalist is a pretty decent pick on Amy as well with her ult.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because the Amy is most definitely going into goal now, so we're going to see another game of Kitpan on Estelle. And they have damage output. You saw how much damage Kitpan was able to do by just playing core, right? Being on par with the damage output from a Zen. But the side of Team CT now going for a Kazan pick, most likely going on the forward, and then a Kai to round it off.
Kai as well, yeah.
Also, I did say beforehand that it's going to be Din in goal. I didn't say that 100%. I'm not quite sure on that. I'm assuming it because he's subbing for Yonkate. But Gio also has been seen playing a bit of a goalie every once in a while. So it could be that Din is going to the midfield and Gio's in goal. We'll see once we're in game, actually. But going back on the draft, ZZZ now closing off this draft with the Asher, making use of the Monumentalist and just trying to force it through as well as they can.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if Vice or Kai is going to be in goal. I would assume Vice, but we're going to be seeing it, I guess.
I would lean towards Kai being the one in goal, mainly just for comfort reasons, right? Kai is a lot more clean and easy to execute in that goalie position, and judging by the fact that we do have two midfielders essentially on the side of TMCT, being Dinfar and Gio, I feel like whoever of them is going to end up being off-roll and in that goal is going to be a little bit more comfortable being able to play that Kai. Also, the thing is, right, with a pick like Vice in goal, it's really good if you can pump out a lot of damage. But if you are playing an eject goalie, you need to use abilities to defend. And those are all abilities that you cannot pump into the enemy, and then you can't optimize the damage as much. Which is why I also think this Vice is going to go into the midfield position here, because then she can just deal damage over and over again, put everyone into a stagger range, and you'll have Cookies end up on that Kazan to just kill confirm over and over again. And we do see it now. It does end up being Gio in goal, with Dinfar being in that midfield Vice position. Again, I have a little bit of knowledge. Was fortunate enough to play with the GOAT yesterday in a weekly tournament. He's quite an enjoyer of the Vice midfield, and he can do a lot of damage if he's being put in that position. So very excited to see how this plays out.
Me too. I mean, Dinfar is the one playing Vice, so then they definitely swapped out the goalie. Oh yeah, of course, we have Giovanni on goalie now.
Exactly. And decide, overall, if I had to decide, I would favor the team comp that TMCT went for here, right? It's a lot easier to execute. You just kill and score, and you have a lot of damage to do so. Whereas, aside of ZZZ, they do have kill capabilities, but it just doesn't really quite compare. But we'll see how well this ends up going. Both sides going for aggressive moves here. No barriers being found, with the exception of a funny black hole one. But again, one barrier drops on either side. Not the end of the world. There's always two to it.
It's pretty equal right now. A little bit more pressure, of course, on CCC's side. And there we go. That is our first KO of the match.
Really aggressive and good positioning from Gio there as well, to be able to take that second barrier off of the side from ZZZ. But ZZZ again making the kill comp just work. Putting Cookies down into 1 HP. Making sure he can't really partake. And Lucas finding a huge jump to take him out of the game. Neff forcing well with Asher. Gets flipped.
Patience.
And just puts it through.
Absolutely beautifully done. And of course, Estelle and Amy and Asher as well, they all don't really look like they're damage dealing characters, but they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, because it's also like a strength, the type of damage they do, right? Someone like Vice is usually going to do a lot of damage. Oh, really nice passing plays from the side of ZZZ there, by the way. But the way that characters like Vice and Zen are gonna do a lot of damage is just single out a target and execute that damage onto that target, right? Make sure that the damage gets optimized as much as possible. But characters like characters like Amy, like Estelle, like Asher are gonna do a lot of damage just by playing around core, right? They have a lot of AoE abilities that they will use to contest the core, and while doing so, they're also gonna do a lot of damage output. Unlucky little death from the side of Kitpan here, but Lucas being able to hold down the barrier, still in that man deficit. Are they gonna be able to find that goal on Geo though? He's playing in open goal, looked for a run up here, but needs to be careful around the edge.
Still has that core flip ready as well, and Kazan having that mobility is actually pretty huge. Makes him able to put a lot more pressure on the side of CCC.
And Cookie's HP bar just melts. You can also see that Cookies was very aware that this is going to happen, while going for a Vambrace start on his own, trying to survive, but it's cool if you survive, but if the core goes into your goal, it's going to be difficult.
Yep, you're still going to have to put on that pressure and make sure those barriers are destroyed. And there goes one barrier on the side of TMC. Oh, there we go, another barrier gone. Cookies putting on some nice pressure, Din doing some good damage. Good dodge there by Deeds, and we're pushing forward with a core flip ready on Cookies. Gets denied by Lucas, and then that core flip goes in, and there it is, the goal.
Well executed from the side of TMCT, being able to get it through the defensive capabilities from ZZZ. Still down a goal, but it's looking like an even state right now. ZZZ is being able to find a lot of these damage, good damage, a lot of kills, but
those KOs just flying all around this match.
Really good run up from the side of Geo here, though, by the way. Definitely, one of the things you can definitely see by him just playing that Kai goalie as well is the fact that he does usually play in the midfield position. He's very offensively minded, right? He's using his eject buttons very aggressively, being able to find barriers that maybe other goalies wouldn't be able to find. But really well played, again, from the side of ZZZ here to find that damage.
KO. Yeah.
And find that KO.
Giovanni is looking to push it and actually gets the barrier. I did not expect that. Vice back up, ready to push towards that open goal right now. And
Neff is just dead.
just gone.
Now, are they going to be able to play an advantage off of this? No, Kitpen gets it through. Geo just barely. Does have flip. It does go the waste though. But we're back into a 1v1 3v3 situation. No real advantages here. But Cookies finds the demon angle off the edge.
That overtime really really kicked in right in the moment when we got the goal. Let's see, the next round is going to start. Here we have Din walking up to the core. Lucas doing a nice defensive move. But it's still on the side of ZCC right now, and actually crazy push by Deeds there.
Geo doesn't find the correct angle, and on Atlas's lab, as much as we love it, sometimes you just happen to lose both of your barriers like that. Yep. Finding a nice little angle there, then releasing a bit wrongly and just having it bounce away. Geo is able to save it. Really nice combination from the side of TMCT there, and good steal as well with that core flip. Cookie's finding both of these barriers.
Both goals are wide open right now, and it's just up to Giovanni right now if he can push it to Cookies, and there it is. Lucas pushes it back. It's going back and forth right now. It could be anyone's goal, and it's also 2-2, and there it is on the side.
Find it.
Yeah, TMCT picking that set. Beautifully done.
And that is a very important set, right? Because you want priorities on all the Awakenings, and you want priorities on Awakenings like Heavy Impact for that Kazan, right? Yeah. You wanna be able to be the team that kills more, that kills better. In a matchup like this where both are looking for KOs, you just want to get these Awakenings in. And that first set, that is very important for the side of TMCT, so they can confirm that Heavy Impact. ZZZ still gets 2 picks before any other TMCT player, which allows them to get that missile prop, to get that extra special, to add a lot more pressure on that Amy as well. But overall, I'd say TMCT definitely happy with this draft. being able to get that heavy impact, get that adrenaline rush for Dinfar as well, which, if they do end up getting a kill, can solve a little bit of the mobility issues that Vice naturally just has. Geo going for a run up here, almost dying to edge, but well positioned. Good Giga, but even better glitch pop.
When there's the
TMCT just so oppressive. Geo almost got funny angled. Doesn't... They do try to get the core up. They do find the angle though. Meanwhile, Cookie's just taking out Kitman. And really good run up from Geo here as well to play with Cookies to push that in again.
Yeah, they're definitely very in sync. I would say Cookies and Giovanni.
Yeah, you can just kind of tell that they've been playing together for a while now, right? And again, you can tell that Geo is that midfield player in most situations, being in the right position offensively when he needs to. Neff not quite able to find the push through Din and Geo here. Core flip received from Geo up top again. He just commits to it, lets Reject run out. Cookie's getting a bit low again, but he has Ram Braces. He immediately gets it. Great save by Dinfar. Still takes a barrier, but great save on that top barrier.
Yeah. Great teleport there. Cookies is getting kind of bullied right now. He needs to get those orbs. There it is.
He's dead, but the core does go through. And again, we're looking at 2 barriers to none. Geo has flip, might be looking to run up and use that offensively. We'll see.
Din definitely working as a second goalie right now. If that core flip goes through, it could make this match look a bit more in their favor, and there it is.
And Kazan just barely poking it away before Kitman gets to touch that core. Really well executed again from the side of TMCT, and you can start to see what I wanted to say at the beginning, or what I said during the last draft, right? You just want to be the team that kills faster. And TMCT is executing on that pretty well. Again, Caster Cursed, Cookie's down to 1 HP, no evades. Does have Van Braces, so he's going to be able to get it back, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. On the other side, Kitman, again, low. Lucas has flip at half HP. She's going to try to look up here, to run up here. Almost find the kill on Amy there, but Lucas uses flip to evade that situation.
CCC definitely is having a hard time. It looks like their mental is a bit down after those 2 goals, but they are trying to pull it back. They have that goal wide open, but both of them are open right now, so I wonder if they can fight against those core flips, and it didn't seem to be working out.
Then takes a flip and finds the angle to take that second set, and ZZZ is now praying that there's no good awakenings in this draft.
Those awakenings looking I don't know. There's some good ones in there, but
it could be worse. It could be worse, but there's still very, very like clear choices that TMCT can be going for here, right? Hotshot being a really good contender to get cooldowns low. Twin Drive being a strong awakening overall, because more abilities equals more kills.
Especially after the buff of Twin Drive, of course. It got half the cooldown right now, so.
Yeah, exactly. Might on Dinfar is interesting. Obviously, it gives a base level of power, which is always good for him, but that also opens up, in case they don't close it out in this set, that opens up size awakenings for Din, which will also just apply a lot more damage then. Cookie just barely not able to, just barely not able to get that out. Goes for a run here. He's low HP, he can't really stay on his goal line anymore, right? Because if he does, it's just a steady duck. And goes up, finds the barriers, and Cookie's cleanly controlling the core, getting it through Lucas there.
Absolutely. It seems like Din and Giovanni are swapping out goalie a bit here. Din trying to hang back when Gio is running up. Ooh. There we go.
Risky self-dribble, but it does pay off. Core is in a very dangerous position there in the middle of these 2 barriers, but ends up just losing 1 to it. Gio again looking for a good run-up here. And ZZT's kind of struggling to find those kills, right? They almost getting that in, really good flip. But they're kind of struggling to find it, because there's just a limit to how much damage. Again, the goalie on Aimi, really good for damage output, but there's a limit to how much you can use offensively. Because again, you need to use some abilities defensively. Really good pushing from Kitman here though. Good flip, takes out Gio, and Din is not far from dying as well.
They have to take this chance here.
Is Cookie's gonna be able to stall long enough? Then oh
the misplay!
No wait, Neff misplays! And the flip goes back to the side of TMCT. And we are back in open play.
What is this? What?
CCZ looking for the kills here, but they're about to die themselves. TMCT just cleanly now being able to take out Neff. Gio being a bit too far out though, and Lucas finding the angle. Oh my god.
That was the weirdest match. What? Okay. So that Amy coming in with the secondary and just sniping it in the goal. Beautifully done. Din trying to defend there, but that didn't go as well.
Yeah,
Cookies
really
is
nice angle from Lucas. Oh,
absolutely.
And this is good. This is good. It changed a bit of momentum again. Oh, the explosive entrance being funny. Dashes past the core, walks back and just hits it.
Seems like CCC was definitely panicking a bit there with that core flip.
Yeah, most definitely. But there's enough reason to panic, right? We're looking now at a game point here. If TMCT finds this point, they take this game and we go to a game 3 situation. And obviously, ZZZ wants to close it out as soon as possible. They don't want to have to play a game 5. So they're trying their best to get it through now. Din getting dangerously low, but not quite dead yet. Really good defense from the side of ZZZ. Good flip from Gio to avoid that barrier being immediately taken, but good jump from Lucas as well. As Kitman dies, they do find that second barrier though. Now, can ZZZ hold out?
TMCT definitely has to pull through if they want to win this match, like right now, but CCC does not give up that easily, it seems. This match is definitely rising above my expectations.
Really good primary usage from Din there as well to take that barrier. And ZZZ trying to get something out of this. But Gio again doing what he does best, runs up, barely misses the goal, but just sets up Din perfectly to put it in. And then finding that primary to go through Lucas and taking game 2, we're going to a game 3.
Game 3 coming right up. Well, this is definitely a close match so far. I wonder how ZCC's end is doing right now, how their mental is. They should definitely not forget that they won that match 1, and they have to keep their head cool.
Yeah, I mean, overall, again, right, there's a lot of changing factors between game 1 and 2. They had a really good execution of game 1, finding those awakenings when they needed it on Oni Village, and taking the game. Now you have a different story on Atlas's lab, where the draft off the beginning, like I said, at the very start of the draft, whoever handles this draft better is going to be able to have an easier time executing, is going to be able to find these wins. And TMCT did just find that Vice pick, did find that Kazan pick that just enabled them to do so well. And even though the beginning stages looked very, very confident for the side of ZZZ, over time TMCT just did find those damage awakenings, find those sets, and in the end, it felt nigh impossible for ZZZ to defend that properly.
Was definitely. I mean, if we're looking at the saves on Lucas, he definitely gave it a good try there with the 48. But it was not enough. It seems we had those 5 KOs on Kazan as well. Cookies definitely was going for those aggro plays. Yeah, I'd say that was a beautiful match, and it keeps this whole matchup definitely exciting.
Yeah, most definitely. And the huge call from the side of TMCT as well, right? To look at what happened in Oni Village to when it didn't go as well, and taking that risk, right? To swap in Din, put Gio off roll in goal, and just hope that it ends up working out better, and it completely paid off.
Yep.
And now we're going into a game 3, which is Taiko Temple, very similar to Atlas's lab as well.
Yeah, the newest map on the roster, and I mean, those barriers are very close to each other, so trying to defend them both is definitely very possible, but those angles in the back are going to make it pretty hard for them. We do have we have 1 aggro awakening and 1 defensive unstoppable, and 1 to punch. So we're going to be seeing what kind of picks. It's really anyone's game here.
Yeah, it's not quite as indicative as it was last time with what were the clearly best picks. There are still going to be picks that I am eyeing, right? Amy is still a pretty good pick. Obviously, again, Zentaro, especially with that bug being fixed now, where he wasn't able to dash through solid walls at times, just gets caught on it. That being fixed now. Then also getting decently good on a map like Taiko here. Obviously, 1-2 benefiting him as well. Going to be interesting to see what approach which team is going to go for. If both are just going to, again, try to kill, or if one side is going more control. Which, if they do, we're looking at stuff like Era most definitely being a prior pick as well.
For sure. Yeah, I just want to see Octavia once. I don't know. I haven't seen her one time this whole tournament, but you know, I am.
Yeah,
biased, of course.
that is a dream situation, but I think we need like only village for that. Octavia on Tycho would be fun. You know, I'd be all for it, but I wouldn't recommend it to people.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But hey, it is a game after all, so fun is prio. Let's see, we have 2 bans coming in. Juno and Era are banned. Good bans, of course.
Juno with that 1-2 being a pretty big threat, right? So not want to deal with that, just take that out. And Era being banned out, so to kind of deny all controlled heavy compositions, right? Everyone that's just kind of controlled and trying to force it into a corner. All of these comps really love having an Era in that midfield position to enable the X in the forward, the Asher up front, even a Kazan. So that pick immediately, that ban immediately destroying most of these plans. ZZ then obviously taking Zentaro as expected.
Yeah, 1-2 punch is going to help him a lot there. Amy and Kai have been picked as well on the side of Team CT.
Just looking like comfort picks, right? Kai again, Gio had a really good showing on Kai in this last game. So I'm expecting that to go into goal again. And then again, also being a really good Amy player, being able to execute well, and 1-2 being, again, a good awakening for Amy to work with as well. Vice did go through until pick 4. I just forgot about that. ZZZ looking like they are just trying to kill as fast as possible. Then Vice Centauro is a really dangerous combination to have on one team.
And just then now as
sheer damage output. Then now to save it. It's interesting. I'm interested to see which pick goes where. Because I think for a map like Taiko Temple, I'm not really a fan of something like now in that goalie position. Mainly just because it's difficult to really make good use of it. However, if you have Vice in goal, right, you don't really get the most damage output that he could. So, going to be interesting to see how that draft is going to be played out from the side of ZZZ. And again, Cookies, Kazan, he's just going to do his thing, play up front, style around, kill a few enemies. Always a solid pick from him.
Yeah, I also wonder who they're going to be playing at goalie here. As well on the side of Team CT, because Kazan goalie probably again.
I mean, TMCT, I think, is still playing with Din, so I think the Kazan is going up front. I think the goalie from the side of TMCT is going to be the Kai, most likely. Again, because Gio did have a good showing on it last round. Right. But, I mean, Kazan, good that you bring it up, though, because I think Taiko Temple would be one of the maps where Kazan goalie is the best. At least those are the maps where I feel like it's the most difficult to really score on a character like him. But I think due to just, again, who's still playing, who's still on the board, I think that is going to go on to Cookies in that forward position. And it does look like that now is going into the midfield and the Vice is in goal.
Goalie, yeah.
That could be good and bad at the same time, right? You're losing a little bit of damage, but it's still good damage. But you have a lot of midfield control with that now. Now also being able to heal and make sure that their Vice and Zen stay alive as long as possible against a combination like Amy and Kazan that will still look for damage and kills. But it's going to be interesting to see how well Vice is going to be able to defend against a Kazan running up to him, an Amy jump, right? An Amy glitch pop or an Amy turret. Or even Gio on that Kai, right? Playing aggressively, running up. Kai running at you with a barrage when you're playing Vice is not the easiest thing to defend as we're now going into Game 3.
I would argue that is more terrifying than an X walking up to you. Lucas, of course, having a bit of trouble with that mobility here.
Yeah, they do get one barrier, but immediately answer it themselves. Or get it answered. Gio just barely missing those strikes as it goes through and both barriers are down. ZZZ now looking to get that attack going. Lucas overstepping a little bit, allowing Cookies to play over him. Then finding a huge jump, though, to take out Lucas. Is Hitman and Neff, are they going to be able to hold it long enough? Cookies almost misses the goal, but he just teases us a little bit as he does find it eventually.
Cookies is just showing off at that point.
Something interesting to point out, everyone in this match went 1-2 punch, with the exception of Kitpan going for that unstoppable. So in hopes that he's going to have as much survivability as possible. Talking about survivability, the side of Team CT is just dead. Didn't 1 HP. Neff finding really good angles and now getting bounced around. Not able to really get taken out here. Lucas trying his best, but needs to be careful to not overuse abilities and lose both of his barriers for it.
I think CCC is definitely going for a kill comp here, but they're getting so much pressure on them that they can't really execute it very well. Kid running up here with that core flip. There it is.
Good flip to stop that Kai run up, but again, even though you're not taking a barrier, look at the HP bars from the side of TMCT. Din and Cookies just being low. Cookies again has Van Braces, so he's slowly going to start regenning as the more he just uses abilities for damage and the more he hits core. Din needs to be a bit more careful, but he's navigating it well. Kitban now pretty low. Is able to survive it for a little bit longer though. Huge damage output from the side of Neff. Again, the reason why I just need to be so careful of that pick is Zen just does do so much, and especially on a player like Neff, it's gonna do so much overall. So much damage, so much pressure. Takes that barrier with a clean flip, almost finds the goal as well with that dash.
Ooh, that teleport on Lucas was a good opportunity. Didn't pull it through. Yeah, I mean, if they keep this up, they might get a 3 KO at some point in this match.
Ooh, nice angle being found there, being able to play around Cookies with that flip. They really do not want him to be able to use that to take that barrier. Or maybe Cookies is even trying to greet it, see if he can hold it. But doesn't matter. Again, really good kill from the side of Neff. The game plan seemed pretty strict or pretty simplified from the side of ZZZ as well, right? You just have Zen doing whatever he can do, whatever he does best, meaning just a damage menace, putting ability after ability into the enemy, while Lucas can assist from a distance with primaries, with secondaries, putting everyone down to low HP, as now is just playing hold it down in the midfield.
Double barrier.
Cookie's finding a huge barrier though. Lucas barely not able to get that properly, but a good flip from Kitban puts it into the enemy side again, and Neff finds
the goal.
Finds the way into the goal past Geo there.
Deeds with his primary, just stopping that goal or stopping that core and then passing it in a goal. That was very well executed.
Cookies needs to be Cookies and Din need to be a bit careful, because do keep in mind they don't have evades. A Visalt like this is gonna take a lot of damage out of them. They can't get out of it. Both now at half HP, difficult to really
those orbs, though.
Get into the play.
There we go. Lucas running up. They're really teasing us here, getting ready for those cores. There it is. No. Yes.
And he
there
gets the kill, and he gets the goal as well. And if you would have a look at levels, this is looking like a Zentaro first pick. And a Zentaro first pick opens up stuff like heavy impact, maybe.
Adrenaline rush as well.
Don't worry, it's not heavy. It's just perfect form. It's just the best awakening for Zentaro that he could possibly get.
Going for that perfect form would absolutely.
This is difficult now from the side of TMCT. You're now dealing with a very impressive Zentaro off the get-go. Having a 1-2 punch already, being able to do a lot of damage with that siphoning wand as well. And now on top of that, you do get a perfect form on him. Kitban then going just for survivability. This is his job, right? He just needs to shut down the midfield, make sure that the core doesn't get into their side, because that's what ZZZ struggles with, right? If the core is on their side, they don't have a lot of good utilities to really get it out again. But they're really good at just keeping it on the enemy side and just slowly but surely killing them. Obviously, CNCZ is still finding some good awakenings. Quick Strike on Kazan is not bad. Deadeye on Amy is also really good. Again, allows Amy to also do a lot of damage. And Missile Prop for Geo allows for some funny gigas every once in a while to just take someone out.
Yeah, it definitely looks like ZCC has taken a page of the book of match 1. Because that Zentaro first pick is huge, and then just the bullying around the whole match is helping them out a lot right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the situation, right? Sure, ZZ is down both barriers, but look at the HP bars from Din and Cookies. They need to be so careful to just not get taken out any second now. Kid able to use his ultimate to get out of this. Cookies no evades, gets bounced into the side of the map and dies. Din again close to 1 of 8, doesn't quite have it. Kidman finding a nice little angle there, though, that gets that barrier. And Core just immediately flying back forward to Neff. Then again on no of 8s, this just looks like a free meal for Neff, but he doesn't even go for the kill. He tries to go to score. Geo tries to get that Giga, but just barely misaims it and just puts it in himself.
Yeah, Kitban is definitely being quite oppressive as now here. Just throwing out those drones, trying to heal his Centauro. There we go, Lucas.
They're just going so fast each time. Been no HP, no evades. Geo does find a nice little angle to take one barrier there, but is it going to be enough as Cookies is trying to get that force through? It's a bit difficult because both team comps there are just looking. Ooh, Lucas misstrikes. Ooh, it could be a bad mistake, but I think it's fine. But again, both these team comps are just looking to kill, right? They're just looking to take out the enemy faster than they get taken out themselves. But the side of ZZ is just executing it ever so slightly better. And again, a lot of that is also thanks to that perfect form on that Zentaro and the Vice just constantly being able to take down and deal damage as well as Kipman finds a huge angle through Cookies and Geo there.
What an angle. It looks like we're playing Omega Smash Bros right now.
Yeah, it really is. There's always two different aspects to OS, right? You either just get the core through the enemy and just, you know, score on them, or you just make sure there's no enemy to play against, which is what ZZ is doing really well right now. Again,
absolutely.
Just another kill, and again, what's Cookies supposed to do? Because he only has 1 of 8. Geo's doing his best to hold up defensively here, but I think at this one it's just overall so difficult, right? You could be one of the best goalies in the game, but if your forwards are just always dying, and if you're always just in that position where you need to be worried to even stay on the map, how do you properly defend? It's just so difficult.
Geo is really doing a good job defending, but you can't play against that. It's just too much pressure, too much damage. We do have that explosive entrance ready to go for Centauro right now, so I don't know if he's going to get denied here.
This is so difficult, isn't it? Explosive should be denied from the side of Kai. There might have been a bit of a better angle in terms of draft here, though, right? With now maybe going for a hotshot herself, because that would leave Stinger open for Zen as well. But either way, they get so much damage because the Stinger now does really good at applying that Stinger, right? Her mines, everything just has such a huge area to it. So she's constantly also going to be able to burr the enemy and start adding a lot more to that kill comp as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like what Juno can also do with her slimes, now also seems to be able to do with her drones with that Stinger.
Cookies does find it, but
the goal is wide open right now on CCC's side.
Again, ZZ's just kind of playing it really well. They're making sure that both sides are shut down. Kitman doing his job at just holding down that midfield and making sure the core doesn't get freely to Lucas. Oh, but Din
nice
finds
save
the
on
angle.
Lucas' end, but then, yeah, got the angle on Din's end. Well played.
There are a few aspects, right? Obviously, TMCT it's a tough game for them to execute, right? It's a tough game for them to win because there is just so much damage being pumped out from the side of ZZZ. It's difficult to just stay on the map without getting punished. So, if we put ourselves in their shoes, what are you really looking to do here, right? Because you can't really just out-control them because, again, look at their HP bars. If you try to just control against them, you're gonna start dying. And then before you get the core into the enemy side or into the enemy barrier, you're probably already out of the game. Again, Cookies here, really low, no evade, has to hope that he somehow gets out. Slight misplay from the side of Lucas and Neff there, pushes him just past. Really good flip though, saving that barrier. But what are you looking for the side of TMCT? Because it's not only the damage aspect alone, right? It's also the levels. If you look at the levels, both forwards for TMCT are sitting at level 5, Geo being in level 6. Really well played though from the side of TMCT.
Get the goal there, wow, okay.
Yeah, that is well executed. They do find that niche angle through, and they're able actually to hold it in the enemy side now. If they keep up their strategy, it's really good. But I think what would really help them here is maybe even find... It's going to be very difficult to execute, but if the side of TMCT is able to find a kill on their own, that would do a lot of work for their XP disadvantages here, right, as well. Because kills do give a lot of HP and could allow that 2-level difference on the forwards, a 1-level difference in midfield and goalie to be kind of evened out a bit. But again, how do you find that kill with now just doing what she does best, keeping people alive?
Yeah. It does seem that we do have a wide open goal on the end of ZCC. So honestly, TMCT is doing really well this set. And they might actually be able to pull that one back, which they kind of have to. If they don't, then the game is over.
Yeah, and it's also very important for them if they do find the set, because keep in mind that forces another draft, and that gives them priority on that draft. There are still plenty of awakenings that can make their lives a bit easier here, right? With some kind of stagger awakening, or maybe even some damage awakenings on their own, so they can start returning those kills. And a huge pass from Din to Cookies to put that goal in, and putting them into a set 4. Now they they need a good awakening here to kind of solidify their chances. And there are really good awakenings, but
yeah,
I mean, Vice is getting heavy rapid or extra or twin. There's so much good stuff.
There's so many candies for Vice here, and there it is. Took the extra. Cookies definitely took the angle there, making use of Lucas's lack of mobility. So that was really good on his end.
Yeah, most definitely.
We have that chrono boost on Kai, very good. Primary rapid fire on Now. Yeah, there's some really good picks here.
There's some really good picks for this ZZZ, but what I want to especially highlight is Dinfar being able to pick up that Catalyst, right? Catalyst, again, as we know, gives you energy as you're being hit, meaning it's going to have more evades, meaning it's going to have flips more regularly as well, and meaning it's, if executed correctly, ZZZ is going to have a much harder time actually taking Dinfar out of the game, right? Because if he just gets hit and every like 2 or 3 hits that he tanks, he gets another evade ready, that's another hit that he can avoid. And that's another ability that is going to be wasted from the side of ZZZ, as Cookies finds the angle past Lucas again. And here we can see the weaknesses of the comp of ZZZ as well, right? As I mentioned before, if the core is on the enemy side, they're really good. But as soon as it's on their half, it's so difficult for them to defend it properly. And TMCT does find those angles to put it into the enemy side and just hold it there, which means eventually Lucas is not gonna be able to hold down to both the berries anymore.
CCC definitely losing their footing a bit here, and there is the kill on Zentaro. Both barriers down.
Huge kill to be found there. They do have a man advantage. Kitman trying to do his best to hold it down. Good evades though coming out from the side of TMCT. They're still low, but they're looking to force that final barrier down as ZZ is doing God's work holding that down.
Great stalling there, yeah.
It does slow down a bit. Again, Cookies with that Van Braces does himself a favor being able to stay up. Cookies now Geo now trying to run up here, but has to hold down. Has to be careful, because again, if he takes a step too far upwards, he could just potentially die. Good flip from the side of Geo here.
Almost a misplay by Lucas there with his ult.
Well handled from the side of ZZ still. TMCT doing a really good job holding that core on the enemy side. It does just get barely forced through, but you can tell a difference in the way the TMCT is playing a little bit, because ZZ is not as comfortably just killing them over and over again. Again, TMCT, in large part due to that Catalyst on Amy, making sure she can avoid every single or evade every single time she needs to, and Cookies being on that Vambrace pick.
Yeah, that Catalyst was definitely a huge pick on their end. Yeah, I mean, it's 1-1 right now. They definitely, CCC is getting back in there, but TMCT is playing very aggressive right now.
Yeah, they just need to keep the core on the enemy side, and that gives them so many chances to really find angles here. And ZCC needs to be a little bit worried, mainly just if they can't close out on this set. If there's another draft that would happen if TMCT finds this set win as well, there's again a few awakenings that could just make their life a lot more difficult to actually execute their kill comp. And talking about kill comps, Neff does what he does. Does what he does best. Finds the kill on Geo, sets up an aggressive angle now, but is he not able to find that final goal?
Interesting core flip by Cookies there. We have Lucas pushing up now. Oh, there was a great ult by Lucas.
Really good push up from Geo, but immediately being shut down by Lucas. And again, you can just see like the HP bars, they're still tanking a lot of damage from the side of TMCT. They're still losing it, but Ram Brace is doing so much for Cookies, and Din being able to evade a lot more. Also being in a quite good position, but Lucas jumps forward, gets the flip, and gets it past Geo, and now we're looking at match point for the side of ZZZ.
TMCT has to pull it back here if they don't want to slip here. There it is.
I think they need to make sure that Din is able to get his flip out and get a barrier pretty soon, because the longer you're holding onto that flip, right, the more catalyst value you're not getting. He does get it out, doesn't really get a barrier for it though, but again, as he's now being hit again over and over again, that's more energy that he can farm, more energy that he has available to evade abilities when he needs to the most. And Neff needing to be a little bit careful here, actually. Cookies is actually able to find that kill, and that's a huge man advantage that they end up finding here. Are they going to be able to get both barriers for this as well, though? They're not going for the barriers. They're almost taking out Lucas. Still find the barriers, and we're in an open goal situation.
There it is. We have... Oh, Cookies almost got it in. Lucas doing God's work here for some reason.
Lucas just barely getting out.
Gets knocked out.
Slight miscommunication, but it doesn't matter because they do get a kill. And again, we're looking at a 3v2 situation. Huge ult from the side of Ice. Nice primary again, finding the barrier. Flip wasted from the side of Geo is... Oh, they find it! And we're looking at a 2-2 situation. This is a massive, massive, massive point for TMCT if they do find it. And even though Geo and Din are really low on evades, you need to remember, Din has Catalyst. He's gonna get these evades pretty soon, and Cookies does have Flip. Din finds a huge kill off of the edge, creating man advantage right here. Can TMCT capitalize on that properly, though?
TMCT need this one if they want to have it. Well, in general, because otherwise the match is over. But here, Cookies is pushing up here, and Dinfar as well.
It is a one-on-one situation for barriers. It does go through Lucas, though, and the HP bars from the side of Team CT are looking better than they have at some point already. It looks like there is an angle to attack here, but...
Geo struggling a bit.
Neff finds a huge barrier here. We're looking at 2 open goals. Who's going to be able to take this forced set? Kid has Flip. Neff has Flip. Are they going to be able to defend it? Giovanni gets a great strike to defend that situation. Cookies needs to be a little bit careful, though. He's a bit low. Sits in front of the goal, has it open, and he finds the goal!
He gets the corner, absolutely making use of Lucas's disadvantage there with the mobility.
What a massive goal from the side of Cookies here to get that goal, pushing it into a set 5. And we're going into this last draft now. Both sides need to be careful here. There's 2 different situations that can happen. But what is... Monumentalist is on the board. That needs to go. That can't be on now, right?
I mean...
That can't be on...
It's on now, okay.
Okay,
That's
we'll see.
Not looking good for Team CT.
Okay, Amy, huge for prize fighter pickup, right? It's going to help so much with damage. Bulk up, again, really good damage from the side of Cookies, and Stagger as well to keep him alive for even longer, making it more difficult for the side of ZZZ to actually execute on those kills.
Centauro as well with the aerials for even more range, more mobility, more damage.
But TMCT finds those nice barriers and nice angles. And again, right, TMCT's entire game strategy is, hey, we're just going to take them out. Kidman, you just hold down the midfield. Lucas is going to do damage. Neff is going to do damage. We're just going to play off of kills and man advantage. But TMCT continuously found more Awakenings to give them survivability. They found Catalyst in the last draft. They found more Stagger in this draft as well, which makes it so much more difficult for ZZ to actually end up finding those kills. And that's really the difficult part for ZZZ right now. If you don't find those kills, what are you really playing for? And a huge Giga from Geo takes out Neff as well, putting TMCT in a man advantage situation. Again, they do find 1 barrier. Are they going to be able to find a second one?
That is the question. I mean, yeah, they definitely went for those counter picks in terms of Awakenings, and it seems to be working out perfectly for them because... Oh, and there goes 1 barrier. I did the caster curse. There we go. Giovanni is struggling a bit against Deeds there. Din also not looking too healthy right now.
Yeah, ZZ did find a lot of damage that they really needed to find here. And they do get a kill. Man advantage, open goal. Sure, they need to be able to find this goal here and put them into a 1-1 situation. Blip tries to get it, but Geo patiently holds it down. Again, finds the angle here as well. Cookie's also winning that strike war, putting it into the enemy side again, and Dinfar is back on the field.
There we go. Lucas ready with the ults, and Deeds is trying to push up. Didn't get the core. Gets the angle though, Lucas there. And Kitpan is getting ready to also defend apparently.
Oh, just barely misses that, and the barrier's down. Puts up in an open goal situation, and Cookies does half flip. So does Geo. Cookies flips early, tries to find an angle. Lucas calm and collected though, taking that clear, and then on no evades needs to be a bit careful here. Has one again because again Catalyst, great awakening for him. Almost jumps into the device hold. They do find the kill on device, and that's an open net.
There,
Oh,
and it didn't
because Net finds
matter.
the ultimate.
What? CCC not giving up at all. It is literally equal right now. I don't know what to say.
And the game that we all went into this at the beginning, right, thinking that it's the TMCT dominated game. It's looking like an absolute banger. We're sitting in a game 3 situation, set 5, 1-1 from both sides. Both teams playing extremely well, finding those angles that they need to, playing towards their not their kill comes, their win conditions, but they're neck and neck. Neither side is clearly doing worse. Again, there's a lot of angles that are being found. Really good aggressive push-up from the side of Dinfar, again, finding that barriers, having an open net situation. And again, Vice is not the best at defending open nets. But
Definitely
maybe it doesn't matter, because if TMCT gets it onto the enemy side and can continue to hold it on that side, obviously we're looking really strong.
Misses that secondary.
Oh, really good primary from the side of Lucas there. Pushes some
ready.
good
There it
damage
is.
in. Oh, the huge core flip puts in a 1-1 situation for Neff in front of goal. Geo has to get it out there. Kid looking pretty healthy. Cookie needs to be a little bit careful, but Zen finds the dash, denies the up clear from Geo, and 1 point away from ZZZ to upset this match. Take home the victory 2-1. Can they find it?
That would be the biggest surprise in this whole tournament so far if they make this, and it's looking very good for them right now. Well, I cast the curse. I take it back.
The MTT does find the kill, and Kidman does flip, trades a barrier for it. Dinfar needs to be careful. Again, he's low. Zen is about to respawn. Zen is probably just gonna beeline directly towards him, trying to take him out. Cookie's trying to do God's work up front, trying to get this barrier. But the side is ZZZ putting up some good pressure, and again, Din is 1 HP. Cookie's trying to do his best to push it through, but now and Vice holding it down.
There
Death
it is.
on the side of Din, not able to evade it. ZZ has a man advantage. They still need to find one barrier. Are they going to be able to find it before Din is back? Or maybe are they setting up for another kill? Cookies is half HP, only has 1 of 8. Are they going to be able to push it through? Really good push up from Cookies, not from Cookies, from Geo to keep it on the enemy side here. But we're looking at 2 flips on the aggressive side from ZZ. ZZ pushes up, gets a barrier, Zen flips, doesn't quite get it. Really well defended from the side of CZZ, TMCT. And we're looking into an open net situation from both sides. Who's going to get it through first?
Almost has that core flip. There it is. Is it going to be able to do it? Nope. Okay.
Din does get the core. But again, he needs to be so careful. He is low. He has 2 of 8. Maybe he's trying to hold it down for a flip. Is he going to be able to save
fighting
it?
for their lives right now.
Oh my god. Din almost dying. Doesn't quite. And Cookies finds the angle.
Cookies get it in. What? TMCT still pulling it in there.
Game 3, set 5, point 5. It couldn't be any closer than this. Both teams looking roughly even right now. Both having about the same evades. But who's going to be able to find that final and most important goal of this series? Who's going to be able to take home this win? We will see. Oh, Zen gets funnied. gets to the side.
Oh no.
The funny Zenbug with the dash gets put out the map, and that is terrible for the side of ZZZ. TMCT finds that angle, gets 2 barriers. Are they going to be able to close out this game, or is ZZZ going to do everything everything they need to get this? Geo running up.
Oh, no.
Cookies has flip. Cookies is a goal, and Cookies finds
Cookies
it.
gets it in. There it is. TMCT gets the win after everything.
Oh my god, they gotta be so out of it. That was such a tough fought game from both of them. So much. Look at the damage numbers on Neff, by the way. 63,000 damage, 47,000 damage on Lucas, 31,000 damage on Kid. It's just a pure massacre from the side of ZZ, but ultimately it didn't end up being enough. as TMCT's found awakenings to keep them alive, to keep them in that game, and ultimately clutch out the game as well. Really well executed from TMCT to find this win, but no shame to ZZZ having a really good showing overall. And keep in mind, TMCT came into the set being into this game being the clear favorite, even with the sub being placed in instead of Atsu playing. They had Yankate in first game in and then subbed in Dinfar. They weren't running their main roster. They still were the favorites to come into the series.
Yeah, they were the clear favorites, but then ZZC definitely just swooped in there and somehow made it like the most equal match I've ever seen. Yeah, just absolutely beautifully played on both ends.
Hey, everyone in chat would agree. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Beautifully executed from both sides. And again, it's gonna sting a little bit for the side of ZZZ, right? Because they know they could have won this. They know they had capabilities to find it, but it just wasn't quite enough. But again, a really strong showing for a team that overall people are not really expecting too much of. And this puts them on the board. This tells them, right, hey, yes, we lost to Windows last week. Yes, we didn't have a great showing against them, but we went strong against TMCT and we contested that win with all we could. So all the teams that still need to go up against ZZZ, they need to watch out for them, right? They do have a lot of strong suits that they can play with and execute on, but today just wasn't quite enough to go through one of the top 3 teams or one of the expected top 3 teams of this tournament in TMCT. But even though it doesn't feel great that he ended up losing this, really good showing from the side of ZZZ, and they should take all the positives that they got from this game and move that into next week to make sure they win their next game.
For sure, the strategies were just on point, trying to get those kill comps, trying to, put a lot of pressure on that goalie. But yeah, it was barely not enough. But that was just a really good match overall. Yeah, in general, just very well played.
Yeah, no, that was quite the showing. But overall, we're not done for the day, right? It would be silly if we thought the EUSL is all that we have with this, right?
Done.
We're going into the last match for the day: Fierce Fury against Fingerless. Fierce Fury being a clear favorite, I would say, but again, what does clear favorites really mean, right? If we looked at the last game, you know what happened, and it is the 2 only teams with a Julie profile pick, so we'll see who's the better one, right?
Battle of the Julies, yeah. It's well, yeah, as you said, Fury definitely looking like the top contender, but CCC just proved that whole theory wrong. And of course, it is still pretty early on in the tournament. It is the 3rd week, so anything can really happen still.
Yeah, most definitely. But I think we will take a few minutes to recollect, to prepare for this next match. Again, don't go anywhere. We only got bangers up here. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes for that matchup.
See you in a bit.
And welcome back, everyone. I hope you all recovered. I hope your heart rate has gone down a bit ever since that last game.
I know I'm still recovering.
Yeah, honestly, mentally as well. So we are now going into Fierce Fury and Fingerless. As mentioned before, there is a clear favorite, I would say. Again, doesn't matter as much, but Fury is one of the teams that has been winning basically every tournament that they've been partaking in. And Fingerless being a newer team on the block, definitely playing an uphill battle again. But who knows, right? Maybe they got something cooking. Maybe they're able to execute everything they need to put the competition to Fury.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely love an underdog story, but as well, they have the advantage of not being so well known, so you can't really counterpick them that well, I suppose. And yeah, I'm just curious to see how they'll be doing. First 2 weeks haven't gone too well for them, but we saw with CCC just earlier that can go anywhere really.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely, yeah. The map drafts are going to start soon, so I'm going to be interested to see what is necessarily going to be played out here, right? What are we looking to play on? Especially what kind of maps are Fingerless eyeing playing against someone like Fierce Fury? Are they going to look for more control-heavy maps? Are they going to look for more chaotic maps and try to thrive in that chaos?
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder as well what maps they're going to be picking. I mean, from last match, I think we're going to be seeing the clear favorite maps again. We've been seeing them as well in the first 2 matches, then the 3rd match, so I'd be surprised if they pick anything else.
Yeah. I mean, surely we don't have a 3rd best of 3 in a row where we play only Village, Tycho, Temple, Atlas, Lab, right?
I mean,
surely.
Might as well right now, while we're at it.
Well, at this point, we're familiar with the map. We know how it works, so might as well, right? Gates being banned out from Fury. I wonder, I don't know if someone could check that really quick. Have we seen a Gates game yet in EUSL? Because I don't remember it, but I also haven't watched every single one. So I'm just kind of curious, because I feel like Gates is one of these maps that pretty regularly just gets banned out first.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Gates too much. I think most people just like to ban it, but I'm honestly not sure. Have we seen a Gates?
Yeah, I'd have to...
versus WWD.
Yeah, right, there was one, yeah. So it has been played out yet, but the bans are continuing. Tycho, again, we're not seeing the same maps anymore. Tycho out, finally.
Finally.
Demon Dice pick from Fingerless. They're definitely looking for that Chaos KO comp to overrun Fury here. Going to be interesting to see if that's going to work out. And Fury locking down that confident night market again. Fang being really good on an arrow and goal and having a really lot of good options as well. I do think Fierce Fury is one of these teams that does prefer night market over more than other people.
Mm-hmm. I mean, on Demon Dice, what do you think is a good goalie pick there?
Ooh, it kind of depends on the player, really, right? If you have Atlas, which is a pretty solid pick, defensively, again, because the barriers are also really close to each other, so even if you are something short range like Atlas, you can attack the enemy's side still pretty well with your abilities. There's also Rasmus that people like because of the versatility that he has. Good area control, can also deal a lot of damage. And then there's the less hold it down ones and the more, hey, we're just going to really lean into that kill comp area, right? You can play Finian goal if you're good with it. You just have massive damage output. That ultimate is really good as well on that barrier to be aggressive on the enemy side. And then there's the obvious one as well. There's Vice. Vice just doesn't really suffer from as many of the downsides that she would on other maps on Demon Dice, just because she's so close to the barrier. She doesn't have to move a lot to do damage, right?
Yeah, she can just stand in the middle and hold it down. I mean, yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to be picking as goalies. However, I wonder if Juno would be a good pick here on Demon Dice. I mean, it will cause a lot more chaos, I would reckon, with those slimes all over the field.
It will most definitely be a lot more chaotic, although I don't think... I mean, I can always be disproven, but I don't think either of the midfielders would be playing Juno on Demon Dice here, right? Czar being a player that has moved into the midfield role, right? Prior to EUSL, Czar was very much just a forward player, and I think Juno is not one of the characters yet that is fully settled into his character roster yet. And Oneka being more of a fan of stuff like Drakar as well. don't think would opt for a Juno pick. It definitely would make it a lot more chaotic as well. And we're looking at a quick strike start here as well, by the way. So it's going to be a lot of striking.
Yep. The strike wars are going to be looking a little more intense in this match. We also have that power up, though, which could work on bigger characters like, Atlas or Dubu.
Yeah, most definitely. And the quick strike also being in play opens up X picks, right? X being really able to thrive with quick strike on his ultimate, and X also being a really good character on this map because again, it's a very small area where you're really walking around in. So X having that lower mobility isn't really as affected on a map like this compared to more open maps.
Sure,
also,
yeah.
I think X is one of the characters that Sake does really enjoy playing as well. So I'm expecting either a ban or a pick on X.
Definitely some X presence, yeah. That is exciting, if you ask me. I'm sorry, I had to.
No, you're fine. It's something the character would say, so.
But yeah, we're getting into the ban soon, I would assume. So
yeah,
there it is.
Yeah,
Fury with
I
the
mean,
Zentaro, man. Understandable.
Who would have guessed, right?
That 100% presence still there. I mean,
okay, yeah, both damage managers are being taken out here. Fury banning that Centauro, banning out Yuki being a really good Centauro player as well, right? And then a Vice being taken out from the side of Fingerless. Because again, so much damage menace. There's just something to need to be considered. Fury opting for the now pick here could be a flex into midfield or goalie, playable on both sides. I'm not quite sure how Fang and Zar are really agreeing on that, who wants to play it, but interesting that the pickup is coming through. And
there, but yeah, Juliet, very good pick. Understandable with that that strike.
Yeah, I mean, and Yuki again, right? Yuki is a really strong forward. She has a few picks that are just overall really solid. And those picks do include a Zentaro, they do include a Juliet as well. So very excited to see how much she can end up doing with that Julie pick as well, especially on a map like Demon Dice where people are naturally going to be close to the edge a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder how Fury is going to counterpick this, because it looks like they definitely have their work cut out for them with the high defense, high attack. I wonder what that Atlas is going to be focusing on. I would assume just trying to get that core as far away from the goal as possible, but could also go for an aggro primary play.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also a really strong pick for Bingus, right? She is also very, very much a fan of those Atlas picks, and Atlas is good on Demon Dice. But I was proven wrong completely. A Juno pick from the side of Fury here.
I knew it. Caster curse.
The Juno gonna be a lot of chaos be tossed into this map. Being able to consistently put down blobs, everything, control everything quite well. And again, as I thought, Stacks pick coming in for the side of Sake. This solidifies though that now is gonna go on Fang in goal, and Juno is gonna be midfielding. I think Fury here is just kind of trying to thrive on the chaos and just letting Sake on X do his thing, just kill people, take him out, make sure that there's not really any counterplay to him. And as a last pick, Oneka also going on a comfort character with that Drakar, just to control and force essentially, right?
Yeah, Drakar is really good at just holding out that and the damage and trying to get that core on the other side of the field. Very good midfielder, good pick here. Well, that Juno is definitely gonna cause some chaos here. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how well Drek and Atlas can deal with it as well, right? Because the team comp that Fingerless went for essentially revolves around the fact that Atlas and Drakar are just consistently going to control the core, right? They're going to make sure that that you're not going to lose any barriers. You're going to try to force it into the enemy side as well. While Julie is just constantly hunting around those edges, right? Constantly waiting for that slight misstep that Fury could go for and just take him off the map. And if that doesn't get found, can still use something like a dash punch to just force it through an owl.
Yeah, for sure. And then on Fury's end, like Juno is just gonna have so many angles to hit that round barrier. Like it's very hard to play against that, I would say. And then X can easily finish that off, of course, with the pressure he can put on.
Yeah.
So we have all of our picks ready right now.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're gonna go into the stream shortly. And I mean, the bulk up being in play as well, by the way, is part of the reason why both teams are kind of looking for kill strategies less through just staggering the enemy and then taking them off, more so just pushing them off at full HP. Because everyone that isn't gonna go quick strikes is gonna go bulk up, and that's gonna give you stagger. That's gonna give you power, meaning it's gonna be more difficult to take you out through just the pure stagger damage. So gonna be intrigued to see how well this gets executed. I think it mainly will come down to how well Fingerless is gonna be able to hold up against that Juno X though.
Yeah, very interesting. Who do you think is gonna be picking bulk up this one?
I mean, bulk up. I'm not quite. I could see it on Juno, right? Because I've heard rumors that quick strike isn't really the best on Juno, mainly because she already gets strike resets through her blobs anyways, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I could see it on Julie as well, right? Because having bulk up sets you up to stagger stack, right? It sets you up to take those reverberations, to take big fish, to take everything, that peak performance, and just make you into a demon overall. So I could see it very much on Julie and Juno. Other than that, I'm expecting quick strikes though from the remainder of the roster.
Yeah, on X is just a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Drakkar as well to put on some more pressure. So yeah, I would agree. Maybe on Atlas to make him that bit more bulky, but it's kind of unlikely because he needs to win those strike wars when he's in the goal.
Yeah, 100%. Also going to be interesting to see how well Bingus is going to be able to make use of that Atlas ultimate as well, right? That Atlas ultimate being that last saving grace for someone that might have overstepped a little bit. And can change points around completely by having someone use abilities to get a kill and then not getting that kill due to Atlas just being Atlas with his ultimate, right?
Yeah. That is true, actually. Atlas is going to be able to save the whole team. She has that working for her. Especially against X, that's going to be a big factor.
100%. But we'll be moving into the game, and all these questions that we had, they're gonna get answered shortly. As we're now loading in, players are picking their characters, and as expected, both team comps again pretty straightforward with who's playing where. It's more a thing of who's just gonna end up executing it better, right? Who's gonna have that upper hand.
Yeah, to be fair, let's not forget about the Now as well, being able to heal their team a lot more. So it's just a very balanced comp right now.
Yeah. Both sides have goalies that just look to keep their team alive. Both sides have midfields that just kind of play to control the area, and both teams have forwards that just try to push the core through. So it's gonna be very great and interesting to see how this ends up being played out.
For sure. So we're about to move into the game. Let's see how this is gonna play out.
Okay, Quick Strike's not going on X, as to my own surprise. It does make sense, right? Because for the same reason that Julie likes stacking Stagger, X would do as well. So that Quick Strike not being on X, I guess, means that doesn't quite outvalue it, that the Stagger stacking for Sake, in his opinion. But good pressure being put out by the side of Fingerless here, finding a barrier. But they need to be careful, right? Because again, Fang is playing incredibly oppressive as well, moving up to that halfway line, setting down his primaries and secondaries to just keep core on enemy's side until eventually the side of Fingerless will drop a barrier.
Yeah, Fang is really like walking up and playing aggressively, and that did not work out too well for him over there, as we can see. Yuki stealing that orb, very good job on her part. And it's going all the ways right now. We have Fang ready with the core flip.
Dangerous ult from the side of Yuki there. If Zar or Sake did not evade that one, they would have ended up being dash punched off. So really good, but Yuki finds the miracle hit and uses the core flip to stagger Fang to make sure that core goes in. Really well played.
Fingerless is proving us completely wrong, of course, with who's the clear favorite. But it's still very early, so I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Here we have Fang pushing up.
That is essentially like what Fingerless is looking for, right? Just hold it down in the back and let Yuki do her magic. Make sure that she has the capabilities to just dash punch people when they're least expecting it. Because again, what do you do against a dash punch? Either you don't position on the core or you evade it. If you don't have evades, you can't get out of it. But it doesn't matter if Fang finds a beautiful angle up front to Sake that will use that his own dash to just push it through Bingus there.
Speak of dash punches, damn. All right. There we go. Juno jumping up, trying to get that chaos going on the map, and there it kind of worked out actually. So we're seeing some good strike forces going on right now. We have a KO.
Yuki again spotting the fact that Sake was a bit out of position there, sets herself up great with that ultimate and dash punches them off. But Fang finding the godly strikes to actually defend that barrier. Really well played, and now Yuki needs to be a bit careful as she's also getting a bit low. As Sake is doing well, doing what X does best, strike resets with his ultimate, gets it through to the barrier, and Zar finding the flip past Bingus. Bingus sadly a little bit late to react there.
Yeah. It when the core flip happens, it's always just a mental game and reaction timing.
100%. But yeah, you can see it immediately, the amount of pressure that Fierce Fury is putting down, right? Off of kickoff, almost the entire team of Fierce Fury in the enemy half. Just making sure they get that core as deep into the enemy side as possible.
Sure. And
trying to find a kill there, doesn't quite find it though.
Oh, there we go. That Juno ult also doing wonders on the barrier there. And both barriers wide open right now. We're going to be seeing who gets that goal. That third goal for Fury would, of course, tip it in their favor, but maybe Fingerless can pull it back here. We see Yuki trying desperately to get it over the half.
Yuki does have flip soon, so I'm curious if she's going to try to make use of that. No, she pops the evade to make sure she doesn't end up dying to X, as Sake finds a really good ultimate angle there.
Both of Fingerless
low
forwards not looking too healthy right now. Sake is just making sure that they're low health and that the core stays on their side.
Good patience on Zar, gets rid of the Atlas secondary there, but even now Atlas still has a flip on their own.
Yeah, Fang also has that flip ready, so they're both just ready to defend it. Question is, are they going to be able to time it right? And no, Bingus did not get to time it right. Unlucky on her end.
Yeah, sadly not quite able to grab that, and Fierce Fury will go 1-0 up in sets. Now, what are these awakenings going to be? And we are looking at a Monumentalist on now. That's not what you want to see if you're Fingerless.
Nope, that is just... they wished and they got what they wanted.
Yeah. Also, something I noticed that I want to point out really quick, Onega opted to go for Vicious Vambraces on Drakkar, making sure that he has as much survivability as possible. Probably expecting a lot more damage coming out just passively from Juno and now. But the rest of the draft playing out pretty much as expected, I would say. Monu going onto the now is obviously a huge thing. Perfect form on Juno is going to help her a lot as well. Not going to help her though if she's dead.
Nope.
Really good kill from Yuki there.
Absolutely. Juno not going to be able to help out a lot there and causing that chaos, but she's back ready to get it. There we go. Sake is pushing up.
Almost finding another kill.
Equal barriers right now.
But now mine going a bit backwards there, unfortunately, but still fine. Both barriers being up. Yuki needs to be a bit careful as her HP is a bit lower than she would like it to be. But again, she's just looking for those dash punches, looking for those miracle hits to gain that positional advantage.
For sure, yeah. Sake just trying to bully Oneka and Yuki, but yeah, it's working on Oneka so far.
Oneka just getting headbutted off. That mine, unfortunately, pushing Oneka away from Sake, though, making it denying that kill. But I mean, it's still fine. They're still damage jumping a lot, right? And Fury, after those first few kills, from the side of Yuki. Fierce Fury is getting a lot more aware of those edges, right? Because that is the lose con, right? Being dash punched out like that is gonna make you end up losing eventually. And a nice flip finds the angle on that barrier. Zar flips again, but Vingus sadly hits it into Saki there, and Saki just is able to find that goal.
Yeah, also did that Juno jump afterwards to confuse the enemy, of course. Very well played.
Overall, though, it seems pretty controlled from the side of Fury. Fingerless does find kills like these every so often, but even if they do it, Fang does a really good job just holding it down in the back, right? Just wasting time like this to get their full roster up again. Here again, just waiting really, really smartly. And again, defending against a flip from really close range, just executed really well. And now Oneka needs to be careful. Oneka doesn't have a lot of HP left. And that assault was used as well. But it just gets forced through the 3 of Fingerless, and Saki finds the angle yet again.
Saki just really knowing how to force it into that goal is helping out Fury a lot here.
Most definitely. Oneka is still a bit of a target, right? As you can see, Saki just using abilities to get his HP lower and lower. But again, Yuki finding a really good angle to take out Saki here, but it doesn't matter if you find those angles. If Fang is doing what he's doing so far and just holding it down so well, the man advantage isn't necessarily going to help you a lot.
Forcing out that X definitely makes the game a lot more quiet on their side, so they can really work towards that goal, but they did not pull through, sadly.
Yeah, and the side of Fury here, again, just forcing it through, winning strike war after strike war, using that X ultimate to maximum capability as well to take out that barrier. And now Fury on the back foot again, but they are able to find an angle out just barely. Oh, Yuki tried to go for a kill on Zar there, but sadly gets now mined, and we're in a 3v1 situation. Cleanly executed by Fury. It takes set 2.
Absolutely, there it is, set 2. Yeah, I mean, just Zar is doing really well on Juno there, just really making sure the pressure's on, which is what those slimes really are for, to make sure that you get those hits back to back, and they just can't really push back against that.
Yeah, most definitely. And the draft right now, it's going to be an interesting one. Getting Might for X is going to be huge because he already has Rampage, right? So he's going to get power out of it, but again, heavy impact for Julie is going to allow Yuki to find a lot more kills as well. If Fierce Fury decides to miss position. Then Catalyst overall, very oppressive for Zar, finding more evades, finding more flips. And the rest of the draft then kind of just dealing with leftovers, see what they can get. Glass Cannon also being really good for Fang though, to allow for pressure. But again, Yuki doing what she does best. Finds those kills, wins those strike wars, takes the barrier, and we're in an open net situation as Yuki essentially solo scores.
Yuki dominating this this entire goal. And emotes on them.
Biggest hitting with the best emote in the game, I think. Saki now looking to get a kill off of the edge here. Yuki almost finding Zar there as well, but able to evade it just in time.
For sure. Those Atlas ults need to be timed a little bit better here for it to work, but it's good effort here. And there we go. Now also walking up and using that core flip to get that goal open, and it's so ready to go in right now, but they just have to pull it through. And there's that kill from Yuki.
Flip. Oh, Yuki winning! One. 2 people down. It's a 1v3 now. They have about 5 seconds. Is Fang going to be able to stall enough time, though? Fang does drop 1 barrier. Zar is back now.
Zar back, yeah. This could definitely... Okay, they only got 1 barrier. Still a good start.
Oh, and Yuki again finds that massive kill. Oneka sneaking through, finding that flip to take that barrier completely down, and now we're looking in a 2v3 situation. Is Fingerless able to take advantage of that and put themselves in a 2-0 lead for this set specifically?
Fury is really going to have to step it up this set, because if they don't win this, then Juliet is of course only going to get stronger, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, and we're gonna look into a situation again then, right? Oh, really good strike from Aneka, saving that last minute. Oh, Sake almost getting it through, but again, Bing is really well timed with that strike. Needs to use
Bing
Flip
is
here
with
to
the
get it
core
out.
flip too.
It just goes back to Fang, but now we're looking at an offensive situation. Oneka trying to sneak through. Good pass from Yuki.
Oh, and
Fang
misses
miss
the core
flipping,
flip.
and Oneka finding the goal.
Damn, Fingerless really pulling it back and pulling a ZZZ here, basically.
Love the team dynamic of two team members just flashing a fingerless emote, then Bing is answering with the Duvu Rune one.
Yeah, it looks like they're just having a good time as well with the emotes. So yeah, that's just always
Yeah.
lovely to see.
Most definitely. But Fury taking those two goals that they just dropped out and just making a statement immediately off of this the start, taking both barriers out, putting Yuki down to 1 HP, and putting on the pressure. Fingerless
They're not
doing a
having any of
really
it.
good job though.
Yeah, Bingus is really holding her own here.
Yeah, and Oneka also
Oh,
positioning quite well
and-
to assist Bingus there, but Star finds the angle.
I cursed it, I think.
I mean, overall, it's still fine, right? Fingerless needs to find a goal here, and as long as they can hold on to their barrier, they have a lot of good angles, right? Because as long as the Fury needs to attack a barrier, they're going to naturally be closer to edges, which is going to enable Yuki a lot more to find those kills that she has been finding so well. Bingus with the Orb Dancer, doing what they do best if you're on goalie and have that awakening, just zooming around. Sake with the ult, finding the barrier. Zara
So-
flipping now as well for it.
Quick note on the energy situation. Fury is just having a crazy advantage there with two core flips. Zar just used his, of course, but he didn't really
And
play that one well.
A huge punch from Yuki, though, immediately shuts down the flip from Fang. They'd still end up losing on Eka, but it will be in a two open net situation. Yuki getting closer to flip herself, needs to be a bit careful. Zara has flip again, misses it as well, though. Yuki needs to be careful to not die here. Is she going to be able
X
to
is
outlive the
hunting for it.
X?
There it is.
X just barely gets it with the very last second of that ultimate. And now Bing is also getting really low. They need to start looking for some kind of miracle angle here, maybe. Have Oneka be up front and try to get an angle, but Zara just, with Juno and those blobbles just being so oppressive.
Yeah, Zara just holding that corner, making sure it goes in, and with all those abilities up, that's just very well done. Good management of cooldowns.
Most definitely. Fury finding that angle to take one of these barriers out. But Fingerless holding it down with the strikes, putting it into the enemy side again. And you can kind of see with the positioning of Yuki as well, she's just continuously kind of hunting, right? She knows these kills that she can get, they're going to be of huge value if you do end up getting them. But it doesn't really matter if you find the kills if Fury's just forcing it through your defenses like they are now. Really well played. A good ultimate from Fang up front to find the flip and find the goal to take game one.
There it is, game one. Yeah, Yuki probably had to hang back a bit more there to make sure that, well, the goal was defended. But that was just, yeah, good game. Well done.
Yeah, Fury just...
9 KOs.
Fury basically playing with zero mistakes there, right? Yuki doing a really good job finding KOs up to 9, as you mentioned. But
Yeah.
Fury's just being so oppressive with their positioning, with their abilities, that it was just so difficult for the side of Fingerless to really find those angles. It did end up finding a few goals, but it was never quite enough to take a set. And Fury looking strong, and Fingerless needs to be a bit worried now. Because Demon Dice was their map pick, right? That's what they wanted to be playing on. And
They did lose
that's
their map
how it
pick.
went on there. So what's going to happen on Night Market now?
That is the question. Night Market, of course, having that obstacle is going to make it very interesting. I wonder what they're going to be picking. I mean, Estelle would be a good pick, so you can switch to both sides. Juno might be a good pick there as well, because with the jump, of course, you can jump over that obstacle. But yeah, Sake did a really good job there as well with the 49k damage. So, you know, that's also a quick note.
Enjoying himself some X gameplay.
Ecstatic. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how Fury and Fingerless are going to handle Era on the map on Night Market, right? Era being a really good pick for this map because you can play it in goal and have a double brawler forward. You can play it in midfield and just still be very oppressive, right? Because even though there's a gate in the middle, it is essentially a wall that is difficult to really get plays through. So you're always playing through one side. Then having something like Era that can just buff their forward and just make sure that the forward has a huge hitbox, is able to get big like Julie dash punches or X punches or something. That can be the deciding factor for a map like this. So I'm going to be interested to see which side Fingerless is going to be picking here and what they're mainly eyeing to pick character-wise as well.
For sure. I mean, are we going to see that Octavia pick? I'm still holding out for it. On Night Market, actually, that might not be a bad pick because, of course, then you have more dribble potential. But I'm not holding out my breath for it.
Yeah, it's definitely playable on Night Market, I would say. If you're looking at Awakenings, right? If they do get fortunate enough to get something like a Chrono Boost or a Cast-to-Last or a Twin Drive, it could definitely be in the cards. However, I wouldn't be quite familiar with the character pools. I'd be surprised if either of them pick it, simply just because I don't think any of them play it. But on the topic of Octavia, I think Octavia is pretty underrated as a pick overall. She has a lot of power that she can use. It's just so difficult because if you play around the Octavia or you kill the Octavia, the pick essentially becomes a strike bot, which you don't want.
Yeah, I think Octavia is, especially if you're playing in competitive like this, it's a bit of a lesser pick since Octavia is very good at solo playing a lot. But of course, you don't want to do that in competitive matches like this. However, it's still a very underrated pick, I would say, indeed, as well, because she's very good defensively as well, going back with that movement speed and just winning those strike wars.
But overall, we do have our Awakenings, and again, there's an elephant in the room, or I'd say a Monumentalist in the room, which means now is gonna be a prio pick. I would be very surprised if Fury is not gonna take that away from the side of Fingerless here.
For sure, yeah. Finny might be a good pick as well with her ult there, but it's unlikely. I would say now is definitely a prio pick, but beyond that, we have the 1-2 punch as well. Could be good for Centauro if either teams want to play one, which is very likely.
Yeah, most
otherwise
definitely.
ruining that 100%.
Who's going to be the first two teams that do not pick or ban Centauro? We'll find out eventually. Am I thinking it's going to be this game with a 1-2 start? Probably not, but, you know, you can hope.
We can always hope. The Octavia pick and the Centauro not pick. We're going to see.
Most definitely. But 1-2 overall are really good awakenings for any brawler involved, really, which also will put some priority onto that Era pick again, right? And Fingerless is actually in a pretty dominating position right now, I would say, because they opt to ban Juno, but Fury now has to make a decision. Either they get rid of now Monumentalist, which they kind of have to, right? Yeah. Because it's Monu now, it's really good. But if you get rid of now, Era stays open, right? And then Fingerless will be able to pick something like Era on Night Market, have that potential for double brawler, and if you don't go double brawler, you still have that potential for stuff like Era Julie, Era X. Fury cannot deny all of that, right? They can maybe pick away an X, but one of them is always going to go on to Fingerless, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Fury will take out the Monumentalist, and Era is being first picked by the side of Fingerless.
Yeah,
also,
as predicted.
Not to mention, Monumentalist on Era, really good on a map like this. Monumentalist makes her tornadoes so big that it essentially covers half the map, so a really well-placed nado from the side of Era can also force barriers.
Yeah, with those two lanes, yeah, it's hard to get it away from that tornado.
Okay, Fury going for the deny picks. So as I was saying, you can't deny X Julie. I guess you can. Fury going for double brawlers with now an Era being off the board though. Now what does that mean? That means that Fury either is just extremely confident in their playstyle. They're just gonna, again, keep in mind, both of these forward players for the side of Fury, Zar was a forward main for the longest time, so putting him onto something like X or Julie is going to be to no detriment of that team. Both of them really know how to play that out. So I'm going to be very interested to see what Fury is going to pair with those forwards in the goal. Because you kind of need to enable them a bit more with movement speed. So are we going to see a Mako? But I don't think Mako's very great right now. So what are we planning to see here?
Mako is definitely, as we can also see on the stats, Mako is the third last picked character in this whole tournament. Below that is Octavia, and then below that is Rune. So yeah, that's gonna be quite curious if we can see the Mako, but I don't think so. Now there it is, the Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas obviously great pick from the side of Fang, right? Arguably the pick that he is known for, because he does play Atlas really well, and as you saw in Demon Dice already, he plays very offensively in his positioning, meaning playing Atlas on a map like Night Market offensively like that is also going to be very beneficial, as his secondary just, again, dots down a complete half. And if that is executed correctly, if the side of Fingerless plays this, not Fingerless, Fury plays this correctly, this can most definitely work, right? You have 3 very immobile characters, but if you're positioning in a way where the core, again, just never really gets to your side of the field, but is always stuck on the enemy half, it doesn't matter if you're immobile, because you don't have to move that much. It's just always where you want it to be already. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
For sure, yeah. I'm definitely scared for Fingerless here, because that Juliet X pick is gonna be, well, gonna be pretty hard to play against that, depending on the Awakenings, of course. Because their lack, or their like weakness right now is the mobility, of course. So the Zentaro is gonna have to play around that, and they do have the era to boost, of course, the mobility. So yeah.
Yeah, and as I was thinking during like the X Julie ban in the era first pick, maybe this is the first pick where we do not see Zentaro. I was proven wrong immediately. Zen and Era not really historically being a great combination in characters, but due to just the drafting that Fury went for, right? You didn't really allow that Era double forward combination, because X is out and Julie is out. Asher is still a really good pick to be playing on the Era team comp, right? But who's your other brawler? You only have 3 choices left. You have Kazan, you have Rasmus, and you have Zen, and none of them really fit really well, right? So just taking that Zen for his just overall really strong individual kit, and again, you have a 1-2 start. Zen also has angles of trying to be aggressive here, trying to go for kills. So it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic is going to even out. Again, though, Atlas being a good pick to deny that, because Atlas is Atlas, has ultimate, will probably go Monumentalist, meaning that healing's going to be so much stronger as well.
For sure, yeah. I think the Era mainly has to focus on trying to weaken the Juliets and the X to make sure that they don't just kill the entire team. So we're going to be seeing how that turns out.
Yeah, those are most definitely the picks that we're looking out for, right? Because the way Era defends against characters like X Julie, there's no way you can outstrike them. There's so much force that can happen just by them existing. So you just need to constantly beam them, make sure that they have no strike range, no power, and just get it through this way. But that'll be quite the task ahead of Bingus here. Let's see if she's up for it to defend against the two forwards.
Yeah, I think Bingus is someone to look out for this match, to make sure that she counterplays that X and Juliet's, because she's gonna have to. That Atlas do be looking a bit scary to counterplay that again. But I don't think there's any hope to knock out the Juliet and the X.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, as expected, Monumentalists on both the goalies with momentum boots to make sure they're as mobile as they need to be, and 1-2 punch on all the brawlers. Again, brawlers really like 1-2 punch, and having 4 of them in one game, not something you see every day, but they can definitely work with it. As Fingerless takes a good aggressive stance at this point to take down both the barriers. Socket almost able to find the second one there, not quite.
And there
Bing is slightly missing the strike, but now we're in open goal situations.
And
Bing is
just
not quite
the
able to get
pressure
it through.
from a Juliet and an X is, yeah, it's hard to play against.
Yeah, because it's so oppressive, right? Because you can think of the enemy like Fury's comp. You can think of like a moving wall, right? If executed correctly, you just have 3 characters that he can't really get the core through, right? Like, you see what Fang does here, just puts down a secondary, nothing you can really do against it. And Julie and X are passively going to output a lot of damage over time as well, which will end up in situations like that, where Zen is just dead. But Oneka finding a really nice angle past this Fury there. Saka immediately answering it though, with a nice angle himself.
Yeah, it's really Zara and Sake. Oh, there's the goal.
A
Like I
rarity
was
from the
saying.
side of Fang, being a bit late on that secondary there, putting it in his own goal.
Beautiful, yeah. Now it's really Sake and Zars. They really just have to trust Fang here to be that wall, so they can put in the damage and get those executes. But and there it is.
Yeah, the two brawlers just forcing so heavily, and now Atlas supporting with that ultimate. Still
The
a
double
lot
kill,
of damage
almost.
though. Is Atlas going to be able to find it? Just barely doesn't. Bingus does find that clear away, but they can't really make a lot of work with this. They did find the barrier. They are now back to a 3v3 situation here. As Bingus is going to try to force it through the Julie X, but we'll see how well that goes.
Yeah, Oneka is going to have to beat a brawler here and make sure to put on that pressure, while Zen is just being Zen. Has that core flip ready though, but does not have an angle, sadly.
Yeah, as I described before, right? If Fury is just a moving wall, and the Atler pick against that I kind of do like, right? Because it kind of answers the wall with another wall. Because yeah, it's going to be difficult to get it through the side of Fury, but it's not going to be easy for the side of Fury to get it through an Asher as well if executed correctly. Really good clear though, and Sake catches that flip.
There it is, the 1-2 for Fury.
This first set has a huge importance as well, right? Because what is the thing that Fingerless has the upper hand on, right? Because they're comp essentially. It's a worse type of force comp than the side of Fury has. Sure, Fingerless does have Era, but they just don't really have too good forcing forwards. They have Zen that doesn't really do well in forcing, but he's gonna do a lot of damage. So what is Fingerless really looking for here? They're going to look to enable the Zen as much as possible and just make it impossible for the side of Fury to really stay on the map. Get strong awakenings on the Centauro, make sure the Centauro get as much damage and kills out as possible. And to be able to do that, you need to get as many set wins as you can, right? If we go into the set 1 with Fury winning it, Fingerless needs to be a bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, Zen is really not being enabled to get kills here because of the Atlas, and yeah, it's looking rough for Team Fingerless here.
A lean triangle from the side of Fury as they do find 2 kills, and we go into the first draft here. Fingerless is really just hoping for as many good awakenings for that Centauro as possible, but Fury also doing a really good job shutting down that Centauro, pushing them all the way back to the draft, basically guaranteeing that none of these good awakenings are going to end up on him.
Yeah, basically. They, on the side of Fingerless, they just have to make sure to use that movement speed to their advantage, because that is what they have against Team Fury. But Team Fury is just a wall that is putting on so much pressure, just punching that core over and over again. And let's see, we have the rapid fire on Era. That is actually a very beneficial thing for Bingus.
Yeah, that is going to be very helpful in the defense, right? Being able to debuff those that Sake and Zar as much as possible. Ooh. The question is, though, are they going to be able to do it enough? Or is it not going to matter because the force just, again, it's so massive.
That ult on X, just forcing it in.
If you are on Era at that point, what do you do, right? You strike it out, Julie strikes it. You strike it again, she punches it. You strike it again, X just ults. It's so difficult to really hold it down if the core is already on your side.
Yeah, this is just extremely difficult for for Fingerless.
Yeah, and again, we see a good application of that aggressive Atlas as well, right? Crossing that halfway point, putting down a secondary and just saying, yeah, I know you want to get it through this side, but you're not going to be allowed to. I'm going to be here, I'm going to put down a wall, there's nothing you can really do to stop me from doing that. And here as well, Zara doing a really good job standing on that speed gate, making sure that even if Bingus does find that angle to clear it down, it just goes straight into him.
And the core flips just to make it even worse.
Yeah, 2 flips going out, and it's just so difficult, right? To execute this from the side of Fingerless.
Yeah, definitely. It's yeah, X just has the advantage, and Juliet also just pushing in. Zentaro just trying to be annoying, but it just gets denied by Atlas all the time.
Yeah, exactly. You had a slimmer of hope there with that Julie getting low, but it doesn't matter. Atlas puts down Monumentalist ult, and she's just back to being full life again. And
this match just has been very, not decided, but the draft mattered a lot, and you can tell this game is just going very well for Fury. However, as I'm saying that, Fury does get a one member down, and Fingerless is trying to push it through and use that advantage. However, the stall by Juliet's get used, and it's just now in the favor of Team Fury again.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, right, is really making sure that even though I wouldn't say that the comp of Fury is looking to KO, just having that as a starting awakening is going to still enable it, right? It's still going to open up those possibilities to go for those kills. And Fury is very aware of that. And like you said before, this game, it's kind of like a mastermind move from the side of Fury, right? Because they were aware that, hey, Now and Era are two really massive picks that we need to be careful here. So what can we do to shut both of them down with just one ban? They take out Now, and they say, yeah, sure, you can have Era, but we're just going to make sure that you don't have anything strong to pair it with. Yes, it might be difficult for us to play, but we know how to execute this correctly. And I think that's where Fingerless kind of fell into their trap, right? They didn't expect Fury to just pick the X and Julie away, even if they don't really have a goalie that can enable them as well, like an Era or a Now. Because they're just so confident that their positioning is going to be able to cover up for the fact that they don't have any movement speed. And you can see it being played out here. Fingerless just kind of caught in that kind of draft hell, essentially.
Yeah, got outdrafted basically. Zentaro does still get the adrenaline rush, but it's not really gonna matter if Yuki can't get the KOs.
Yeah, and the big thing here is stuff like the explosive. It's as silly as it sounds. The explosive entrance on X is gonna it's gonna do a lot of work for the side of Fury because it's more mobility. Sure, it's not necessarily an awakening you always want on X, but having it is just going to allow you to traverse the map a little bit more than usual. Quick Strike on Julie, again, just making it so much more difficult to clear through that pressure that Julie and X are going to exert. And then ultimately the Castellass and X just solidifying the wall in the back, saying, hey, I have Monumentalist, I have Castellass, my secondaries are going to be here for a hot minute. And even if you try to get someone to, if you're able to get someone low and kill them, I'm just going to put down an ult, which also lasts longer now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Zara and Sake really like working in sync here, making sure they move up together and make sure to cover those angles, while Bingus is just fighting for a life. Yeah, just not much they can do here. Just the Atlas walk up as well.
And the snowball, it's just in full effect, right? Again, you can see a level differences between the two teams, so yeah. Overall, just a masterclass from the side of Fury here. Fingerless weren't really left with a lot of options anymore, and it's just even if Fingerless is how do I say this? No matter how great Fingerless ends up executing their team comp, right? They're always going to be on the back foot against what they have to play against. That is something you can take this game, you can VOD review it, but you can't really take anything away from it in terms of actually being played out, because the cards that you have been dealt are already so difficult to actually work with.
Oneka is basically forced to hang back and make sure that the goal is defended, but it doesn't even matter at this point. Bingus does have they have 2 core strikes here, or core flips, but Fang stopped it, of course. Does the thumbs up.
Yeah. Zark does have flip, goes for it, is able to find the angle, but Bingus finds the flip herself.
Good flip reaction. Like, keeping your head cool here is crucial.
Yeah, you need to be really careful here again with where you're hitting it as well, because enemies the side of Fury isn't necessarily mobile. They can't really cover all of the passing plays that you're going to be looking for. So Fury, Fingerless does have an angle of just getting it past the side of Fury here. But again, difficult to execute as Zara is just holding down that midfield position. And Sake is that everlasting threat of just being in the middle, punching someone off the map.
Yeah, and then Fang is just really hard to get past. And there it is.
Yeah, Fury just really well executed on this comp. Again, not a team comp that I feel like you're going to see quite often, but Fury correctly identifying what Fingerless was going for and completely shutting down that play.
Yeah,
really well
absolute
played
draft
for the
diff.
Fury. And again, Fingerless, just rough, just difficult to play out. You had a good showing on Demon Dice, and I think this game was just kind of lost from the get-go, right? When Fury was ready and reading what you were going for.
Yeah, on Demon Dice, they definitely looked very good for Fingerless. They had a really good showing, but now, yeah, this was just decided from the draft, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, just very good counter picks on Fury's end. Yeah, good game.
Yeah. And I do want to mention, though, right, the current standings, as we're gonna look at those a little bit closer in the post show. But the current standings for Fingerless, they look a lot worse than they actually are, right? Because Fingerless is now 0-3 after the first three weeks, not really able to find that final that single win that they would need. But you need to keep in mind, week 1 they played Amy Haters, week 2 they played Cringer Turtles, and now week 3 they played Fury. Their first 3 weeks were arguably the 3 strongest teams we have in the league. So even though, right, it doesn't look great for your scoreline wise, the worst is over. At this point, you can just simply focus on the rest of the teams and make sure you grab as many of those remaining wins as possible.
For sure. That's actually a very good point. Fingerless definitely has, well, the uphill battle has been fought, so now it's like downhill. It still doesn't mean that the upcoming matches for them are going to be easy per se, but yeah, the worst has been behind them.
100%, yeah. But as we had 2 really great matches that we were able to cast, right? One going as expected with Fury Fingerless, and the absolute banger that Cringer Turtles versus ZZZ was. So that is great overall. Bear, do you have any closing words from your side for the matches today?
Well, first of all, ZCZ was that was a beautiful showing from them. I commend them for sure. They did get that 1 point, right, from that, if I'm correct.
Who did ZZZ? Yeah, I mean, it's not really. We don't really do with points, but they took a game, right? And that's going to be important for tiebreakers overall.
Oh, right. So they did get that tiebreaker to get the up on. Yeah, you know, if somebody has the same score as them. But beyond that, yeah, just very well played. Also, just all the teams did very well. We had some beautiful plays. And thank you for having me, honestly. It's been a great time first casting, so appreciate you all.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much for showing up. I hope I didn't talk over you too much. Hope you enjoy your stay. And if you obviously always welcome back to have another few runs around with you, right? So overall, great day for games, right? The score lines, there's 3 2-0s, right? But that can just happen. The game's overall really great to spectate. And I say we now go into a small little break as we're preparing everything for the post show. Do stay tuned for that, as there's still going to be enough content being happening around there as well. So thank you for joining for the games. And thank you, Bear, again for assisting me today in the casting department. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, and welcome back. This time a little bit of a shorter break as we got everything ready, but obviously we had a few very exciting games today, a few more one-sided games, but that's going to be part of it. Looking back at those games, I'm joined by several really great players. First of all, Reko, welcome.
Hey.
Cookies, you're back again. Can't seem
hello.
can't seem to stay away from stream. I mean, I'm not one to talk. And lastly, Zoe.
Hey.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we can just kind of start talking about the games, right? What's happened today? I think we can start off with the very first one that was being played out as well. Amy Haters, 2-0 Windows. Reko, you having your first appearance in this league as well, right? Not being able to make the first 2 weeks of playing. How was the game? How did you find it?
First of all, yeah, first games of EUSL for me was pretty nice. We came into the games pretty smoothly. We had a strict plan to what we want to play and what we don't want to play. Also what maps and what we should and shouldn't do. But also at least I didn't really expect us to play something like Atlas on Demon Dice. That was an interesting pick. Totally calculated and totally, we wanted to do that, of course. And it just, I mean, it was the right pick at that time, but it was 3 or 4 seconds before we locked it in. It was sure you want to play that. So it kind of, was a good pick at the end. And overall it was pretty fun. Also, we didn't really think of WWD as bad players or anything. We really respected them and took it serious from beginning to the end.
Yeah, most definitely, right. It's always important to take every opponent that you're being given
definitely
as serious as possible, because it's so easy to just slip up and lose a game that could end up being like the difference between first or second in the league, right? And obviously sometimes draft stuff happens, right, where it just kind of goes haywire, but it ended up working out fine for you. You did end up getting that 2-0 victory, right? And that's gonna lead you well into the league now, starting off 3-0, right? Really good, really strong start for you guys as well.
Exactly. Happy to have this place. Let's see how it goes in future.
Yeah, exactly. Then moving on to the next game, I shall only be interviewing, but next one would be KLB Packet Loss. Zoe, any thoughts about the game? How did it feel? How was it?
I mean, the games were definitely close. It was a bit stressful, but I'm glad we managed to get our first win in the league. And there will definitely be more to come.
Yeah, most definitely, right? It's going to be difficult. I'm just going to talk as if I'm not part of the team to make my job easier. I hope you don't mind.
Never seen you before, Senior Sloth.
True, actually. Packlos obviously not having the easiest start for the weeks, right? TMCT week 1, Amy Haters week 2, having a really strong showing against Amy Haters in that second week, but not quite able to take that game home. How much does it mean to you now that you were able to take that first win, put yourself on that board, and kind of put yourself forth from that 0-3 group?
I think it was quite important for us to win the game against KLP. Obviously, we still have other games to win, but I do hope that we can actually get into playoffs, and I think winning today's series was a good first step towards that.
Yeah, most definitely. As a completely non-biased party, I'm definitely also happy to see wins coming through like this. And going back to week 1 predictions in terms of the teams, right? KLB, Packet Loss, we're all in that kind of area of contesting that 4th place, which is the last spot that goes into playoffs, and more importantly stays in the league as well. So definitely a massive win to be picking up today and taking that head-to-head advantage over KLB.
That is most certainly true.
And then last but definitely not least, TMCT Cookies. How's your heart rate, first of all?
It's good now, I think. But yeah, I mean, after we won the game, it was not so well. I was just jumping and running around the room. I couldn't hold it, to be honest. Because, that game, especially the last one, the Taiko one, when we were losing 2-0, I think, and we came back, I told Din and Gio to go Vice in the draft, and Din was like, nah, I want to play Amy. And then we started losing because they have a Vice, they had a Vice, and I don't know, I just kind of lost it, but then we somehow came back. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy we won.
Yeah,
That was an interesting watch. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was a very entertaining game to spectate. I don't know. I was a little into it. I don't know if you could tell, but it's overall was a very exciting matchup as well. Going to game 3, it's like the closest it could possibly get, right? Game 3, set 5.5. It all came down to that last point. So I'm confident that must have felt like a huge relief getting that final goal in, right?
Yeah, I also decided to go for the sub for Din. Like what Yankata was playing really well. I don't know. I felt like I had to switch it up to like have a chance of coming back, and it worked out.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean-
that's actually what I was curious about. Like how or like why did you think swapping him out would like be better? Obviously, it turned out well, but like what was like the turning point? And,
I don't know. It was Atlas Lab, which we really like. Plus, I wanted Din because he can play Vice on the Atlas Lab. So if it wasn't banned, we would pick it. I just felt like I had to switch up something to win.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, it was a big gamble that you were going for, right? GON goal ultimately is still really good, but it is an off-roll position to be playing with. So it was a gamble that he went for, but that gamble immediately got answered, right? He did take that game on Atlas Lab as a clean 3-0, and then Taiko did get a bit more difficult towards the end, but you guys pulled through and you were able to clinch out that win as well, right? TMCT also looking really strong as of right now, as being one of the teams that is in the 3-0 section. Are there any concerns from your side that perfect record eventually will drop? Or is there still, even after a few hiccups like today, still full confidence that everything's going to go well?
I mean, I'm still think we're gonna we should be able to qualify. Like the match I really we hope we win. It's the KLB one. Because I won't be here, so I will have to we would have to play with sub. And yeah, I think that one is the most important for getting a good place in the in the final stage. So I don't know. I feel like we should qualify pretty easily since we're 3-0 up, but yeah, it would be better if we're higher seed, I guess.
Yeah, obviously you never know what could happen, right? You can always get a little bit more comfortable, but still need to be careful not to get overconfident, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then lastly, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, especially considering that in playoffs, the first seed team chooses their round 1 opponent from seed 3 and seed 4. So it's definitely worth it to try and place as high as possible in the regular season.
That is most definitely correct. Being able to choose your opponent, right, it's going to be a huge benefit. And even if you end up being in that second seed position, you still have a guarantee you don't have to play against the top ranking one out of the league themselves. So obviously every win matters, right? And all of you found wins today that are going to be massive, right? The league is only 7 games. It doesn't really round up nicely, but you're roughly halfway through the season now, right? So everyone that's on the lower end of the leaderboard needs to make sure they can find those wins that they need, and the top end needs to stay certain that they're going to continue to be consistent. I think lastly, quickly, I want to touch on the last game as well, Fierce Fury, Fingerless. None of them are in with us right now of those players, but just overall, a question into the room. Any thoughts about that series? Anything surprising? Anything you were really impressed by, maybe?
I was not expecting to see 4 brawlers in a single game, I'm not gonna lie. Especially considering that on one side it was Erazen, which is not exactly optimal, and then on the other side it was ex-Julie Atlas, which I haven't really seen being played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I think even though it was a 2-0 at the end, and I guess most people expected this outcome, I still think Fingerless showed their potential. There were some mistakes that if they avoided, small mistakes, they could easily even catch up with other teams as well. I think there's more to that, and they should definitely rewatch the game or their other games as well. I think there's some more potential in that team.
Yeah, 100%, right? I mean, every single team that is in this league are overall really good, right? They deserve to be here. They got into this league, and there's always just days where maybe you didn't end up finding the results you were looking for, but everyone is really good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right? So overall, entertaining matches. And again, that kind of goes for all the teams that ended up losing today, right? They still had good showings. It just wasn't quite enough on the day to take home a victory.
I will say one thing I remember from the first Fingerless versus Fierce Fury game was Zar just dashing next to a wall. No, not Zar, it was Sake, I think. Whoever was playing X, just dashing into a wall and then getting dashed punched off the map. It was funny to see it happen a few times in a row. Which, to be fair, as a dash punch enthusiast, I fully approve. Good job, Yuki.
Gotta commit to the punches, right? But yeah. Next, I would kind of just go over the current standings, right? Kind of have a look at where the league is, because we are at the halfway point, as mentioned before, right? 3 out of your 7 games are already done at this point. Really noticeable. Again, Amy Haters, TMCT, and Fierce Fury, not a single loss in their repertoire yet. Looking really strong for those playoff positions, right? Not a single team looking at 2 wins right now. Both all 3 KLB, Windows, and Packalos sitting on 1 win each, with Fingerless and ZZZ trying to find their first one. What are the thoughts of like the current standings right now? Do you think this kind of represents how you would expect the season to end? Do you think there's still some major changes that can happen? Obviously, there's a lot of teams being grouped together with the same scoreline, so there's not a lot of separation between them. But is there anything so far in these first 3 weeks that is surprising to any of you, that it has ended up being the way it is? Let's start with Reko.
Surprising was probably the most surprising thing for me is probably the KLB standing. But it's, I guess, due to Hecla not also being able to play the first 2 weeks. And this week, I mean, PL is putting up a lot of great plays, so it actually makes sense. But also, what I wanted to say is that I think these standings can actually become very interesting in a few weeks, because all these top teams have to play each other, still have to play each other in the week, I guess, 5 to 7. And I think this will become pretty interesting because all the top teams play each other, but also all the bottom teams play each other. So this, could become a pretty nice clash between who qualifies and who doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. The scores are going to get forcibly split up, right? And new groupings will occur. Cookies, do you have anything to add to that, or anything you maybe even want to point out?
I mean, I kind of agree with Reko. The leaderboard is about to change, especially since we're gonna play each other. But I do believe Fingerless are gonna get a few wins in the next few weeks, because I think they're playing really well. They just got some rough matchups.
Yeah.
And they should be able to win now.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I do want to highlight Fingerless a little bit, because again, their week 1 to 3 is ruthless, right? Week 1 they played Amy Haters. Week 2 they played TMCT, and now they play Fierce Fury. They've already gone through the top 3 gauntlet as of right now, right? So every future match that they're gonna go into is gonna be easier than what they've already had to deal with so far. So even though the scoreline is sitting at an 0-3, it's not really gonna represent where I feel like they are gonna end up being at the end. Because they did have a lot of promising games, just never quite the ones to actually take home a win. And then lastly, Zoe, anything from your side?
I think teams are starting to fall into where I think they should be in terms of standings, more or less. I definitely expect Fingerless and ZZZ to pick up some wins in the upcoming weeks. I think the things I'm most excited about is, first of all, next week we have Fury and TMCT, 2 of the top 3 teams playing against one another. And they have not lost a game yet, either of those teams. So it should be an exciting match to watch. And it's also interesting to see which team will manage to get the 4th place. I feel like there's going to be a lot of competition for that last playoff spot. We can probably expect TMCT, Fierce Fury, and IME Haters to keep top 3.
Yeah, generally speaking, right, these three teams have been performing the best, and even though they do have matchups against each other, that is likely to be more of the deciding factor between how they change their positioning around, right? Not to say they need to be careless. Again, you never know. You saw it with Amy Haters PL last week. There's an angle that Amy Haters can lose. You saw with TMCT today against ZZD. There's always, every single game is losable. Every single team that is playing is strong. It just comes down to the performance that you're able to put down and the preparation that you bring into those matches. Overall, for those upcoming matches next week as well, it's not only Fury TMCT, there's overall a really good separation of the leaderboard that's going to happen, right? PL Windows, match 1, both teams that are on 1-2 right now. So you have a guarantee that someone's going 2-2 and someone's going 1-3. Fury TMCT, one of these teams is going to have their first losses. That is guaranteed. There's no way around it. And then lastly, ZZZ Fingerless, both the teams that are currently sitting at 0-3, right? Really important matches for all of these teams. And then obviously Amy Haters KLB, still important, right? The scores don't quite line up in that matchup. But again, Amy Haters, a top level team, and KLB, one of these teams that are expected to do well as well, right? I can definitely see a world where KLB can also bring the fights to Amy Haters and take out that game. And again, it's, as Lila mentioned it in chat as well, very retro, right? All the way back, well, not the way back, but it's not that long, but Amy Haters KLB used to be the big Titan, no, Amy Enjoyers KLB used to be the Titan matches essentially to some degree in old tournaments. Alex versus Kekle, and Alex now playing for Amy Haters, playing with a different front line of Venom and Rekko, which again, really good players, and have been around for a while, always competing on a high level as well. It'll be interesting to see how that matchup goes. Generally speaking,
unfortunately, sorry, there's one thing. Unfortunately, there could be a chance where I could not play on that week, so this could become more interesting as well then. But yeah, it's not certain yet, so let's see.
Yeah, I mean, we'll always see, right? You'll know the day of, and even then, obviously, I'd assume someone like Umi would come in, and Umi also great player. He definitely is able to keep up with this top level. Overall, just kind of get a general read, right? Zoe, looking at all of the matchups next week, which one is obviously already highlighted? Fury TMCT.
Yeah.
Which one is your most exciting one to watch? Which one are you gonna be the most intrigued to see how the results end up? And if it isn't Fury TMCT, why not?
Honestly, I feel like all of the matches next week are going to be really interesting, right? We got Fierce Fury TMCT, two top 3 teams. And I have IME Haters KLB, as already been pointed out. A retro matchup. ZZZ Fingerless, I think, also should be interesting, potentially a close game. And our own game, Packet Loss and Windows.
Yeah.
Also be fun to watch, hopefully. We'll see how the games go.
Definitely. What about you, Cookie? Anything you're looking out for next week? Any upsets that maybe you're expecting?
I mean, our game is gonna be really tough to win or to lose. I don't know. I feel like it's a 50-50. We just need to get a good draft and good maps. But I'm really looking forward to the ZZZ against Fingerless match. Because since they're both 7th place with 0-3, I think whoever wins that one, it's really important to bounce back in the tourney.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a huge game to win, right? It gives you that momentum, it gives you that confidence as well. Because the other side of that game that ends up losing it is going to go 0-4. And if you're looking 0-4 in the season, you need to start being worried about playoffs even being achievable, right? You need to be in the top half, and 0-4 already says that half your games, or a little bit more than that, but again, 7 games, odd amount, but half of your games have been a loss already. So you're kind of forced to win streak these last 3 games in hopes that you can find that position in that 4th place. And then lastly, Rekko, from your side, anything you're really looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, the matches mentioned are obviously pretty interesting, but I think what's what people underestimate is the PL vs WWD match, because we have Packet Loss, KLB, and WWD at the same score right now. All of them like fighting for the fourth and last spot for the qualifying. And whoever wins that like kind of highlights themselves up to like achieve that spot. And I think even if KLB wins or loses, the team that like wins this match, like PL versus WWD, kind of sets themselves up to still be able to qualify. And I think obviously everything is possible in the next 3 to 4 weeks. But I think if you directly not really knock out your opponent, but win against a direct opponent for that spot, I think it's pretty important.
Yeah, most definitely, right?
No pressure to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who you're talking to. I'm just interviewing.
We got it, surely.
Yeah, no, most definitely, right? With how the score lines are right now, the rest of everyone that isn't Amy Hadishir at TMCT needs to be eyeing that fourth spot, right? And I would have to double check it, but I do just really want to highlight that last game of the day, because I don't know how the maths are mathing, but I can see a world where that could borderline be an elimination game, or those playoffs, right? I'd have to double check, but you'd only have 3 games left. If you lose that, you can only go 3 and 4, and have to check the odds and the matchups to see how likely it is to still sneak your way into 4th then. So there's going to be a lot of importance on that game for the side of Fingerless and ZZC. Good. Then overall, any final statements from you guys? Any final remarks for how today went, how next week is going to go? Anything to look out for? Reko?
Well, what I can say is we are halfway through and halfway in. The last 2 matches are like left, so I hope every team like gives their best, tries their best, and yeah. And also don't underestimate your opponents. Like, this is the most important thing I can give you guys as a tip. And then yeah, good luck to everybody.
Cookies?
Yeah, I agree. I think like this part of the tourney is gonna be like the most important and the most fun to watch, since the teams are gonna be like closing out in the leaderboard. So yeah, should be fun to watch for the viewers.
Mm-hmm. And then lastly, Zoe?
I just hope that the games are entertaining and fun for others to watch, because in my opinion, that's probably the primary goal of a league, right? You just provide exciting matches for people to watch.
Yeah, most definitely.
So
and
hopefully everyone tries their best.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure next week will deliver. And then overall, first of all, thank you, all 3 of you, for joining into the post show, but exposing yourself like that on stream, right? Talking about your deepest and darkest feelings, obviously.
Thank you.
Very happy to have you guys. And yeah. But for everyone that's watching the stream, your OS enjoyment has not come to a close yet. Maybe EUSL has, but over in NA, there is a pretty big tournament, I would say, going on with the LAN taking place. So make sure you tune in for that. I'm sure it's going to have some exciting storylines as well and some exciting games to be spectating. Overall, though, from the side of EU, that would be it for today. Thank everyone for tuning in. I hope you all had as wonderful as a time watching the games as we had playing them and casting them and doing all of it. And I wish you guys enough patience to wait for another week for EUSL games. We'll be seeing you guys around in a week again. Thank you guys for joining in, and until next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Senior Slav.